Welcome to the second hearing of the Committee's inquiry into the management of cat populations in New South Wales. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians on the land on which we are meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respect to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name is Emma Hurst and I am Chair of the Committee. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants, and I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. Welcome to our first witnesses, and thank you for making the time to give evidence today. Could I ask each witness, starting from my left, to please state their name and position title and swear either an oath or an affirmation?
Joey Clark, Senior Science Communicator, Australian Wildlife Conservancy. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
John Konoski, Chief Science Officer of Australian Wildlife Conservancy. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And we've got one witness on teleconference. Have you got the information there in front of you?
Yes, I do. My name is Jana Dielenberg. I am the Communication and Engagement Manager for the Biodiversity Council, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Wonderful. Could I ask the witnesses in the room if either of you have a short opening statement that you'd like to give?
Thank you, Chair. You have our submission. We're here, Australian Wildlife Conservancy, because feral cats are a primary driver of extinctions in Australia, and conservation of Australian wildlife is our mission. We're particularly interested in evidence to the terms of inquiry to do with feral cats. Most Australians simply have no idea of the wildlife that is in Australia that has been threatened by cats. There's whole groups of species that we or our children would simply not know of. The dasyurids, the bandicoots, the bilbies, the potoroos, the bedongs, the hair wallabies, the tree climbing native rodents, the little burrowing rodents. It's an important part of our environment, of our country, and these animals play important roles in the ecosystem. And cats have been feral cats have been the primary driver of the extinction of these species and a threat to many others. So our organisation takes that threat seriously. One of our major initiatives is to create areas where there aren't any feral cats or foxes or other such introduced predators. We fence out those animals and we reintroduce the native species, the ones that still exist in islands or particular refuges across the country. And those, we've got 10 of them across the country. We've got 3 in New South Wales, 2 of them with New South Wales National Parks, and we've got another 3 in development. They're very successful. They enable the conservation of threatened mammals in particular, but they're only a pinprick really in the scale of the whole country. And so we also would advocate for more development of more effective means of controlling feral cats humanely outside those fenced areas, and in particular we're interested in the development of novel techniques such as gene drive, which have the potential for continental scale control in a humane manner. And if I can briefly throw to my colleague Joey Clark, who's been to one of these areas very recently, just to talk about what he saw.
Yeah, one of the fenced safe havens that we've constructed in partnership with New South Wales National Parks is at Mallee Cliffs National Park, so that's in the far southwest of the state. I was lucky enough to visit last week, and just seeing that project, which started around 2016, 2017, going back now, almost a decade later, there are 8 species of native mammals that have been released there at various stages of becoming established as healthy populations. And it was an insight into what the bush should look should look like. There are supposed to be these very healthy, thriving populations of small native mammals, and the only places that we see that now are in these safe havens where cats and foxes have been removed entirely. So for some of these species, they're incredibly vulnerable to predation, and they can only persist with 0 cats and foxes. So that's the sort of lifeline that these safe havens provide for those most vulnerable small native mammals.
Thank you. Online, was there a short opening statement from the Biodiversity Council?
Yes, there is. Thank you. So we welcome this inquiry into managing cat populations in New South Wales, including the examination of pet cat management. As an independent expert group founded by 11 universities to promote evidence-based solutions to Australia's biodiversity issues, we are pleased to be able to assist this inquiry by presenting evidence and recommendations that are backed by high-quality peer-reviewed science. Misinformation and misleading pseudoscience on the impacts and effective management options for cats are very prevalent online, and many people promoting this material, potentially even to this committee, have good intentions but are unaware that their claims are unsubstantiated. This inquiry is timely, as there are now 1.6 million cats in New South Wales, pet cats. How pet cats are managed is not just the business of cat owners, because every cat allowed to roam has an impact on everyone by diminishing the opportunity of people in the community to experience wildlife, by being a nuisance to neighbours, and by spreading cat-borne diseases, which have a $2 billion impact on the New South Wales economy every year through sickness, hospitalisations, birth defects, miscarriages, and time off work. The most effective way to address these issues, reduce wildlife predation, and also reduce the flow of pet cats into the feral cat population, is for pet owners to de-sex their pets at 4 months of age and to keep their cats securely contained to their property. Importantly, this will improve, not reduce, the safety and welfare of pet cats. Many cat owners are already following these practices, but more investment is needed to make cat containment the norm in New South Wales. The majority of the community would support the change. Recent research by Monash University found that in New South Wales, 2/3 of people support requiring cat owners to keep their cat contained to their property, and less than 1 in 10 people oppose it. Even the majority of cat owners do not oppose it. We recommend the New South Wales law is amended to set a legal expectation for cat owners to contain their cats, and that this is backed by investment in communication, education and enforcement to ensure that the policy can realise its potential.
Thank you. I might start with a couple of questions myself. Beginning with the Australian Wildlife Conservancy, and you mentioned in your opening statement about the gene drive technology, and you said it offers a potentially safe and humane, effective approach. For the benefit of the committee, can you actually explain how this technology works? Like, how does this actually, does it render the cats infertile? How does it actually stop these cat populations from growing?
Thank you, Chair. I'll do my best. So we collaborate with CSIRO and university researchers on this technology. So essentially it is manipulating the genetics of cats and then releasing them into the wild, such that when those cats breed with the feral cats, the offspring, perhaps the males, perhaps the females, are infertile, so that the population dies out. Mm-hmm. That's how it works. So there's no injury to any individual cat, it's just that the population cannot keep breeding.
Okay. And is that, so that's quite different then? I know that the CSIRO a long time ago was looking at virus control. Yes. Through baiting systems.
Yes.
Has that research been dropped entirely in favour of this?
Again, I can only speak to my second-hand knowledge of this. I'm not aware that that is being pursued in Australia at the moment. I mean, medical technology and in general advances very quickly, so it's possible there still may be solutions in that area, but to our knowledge, the methodology with them that I'm aware that's being worked on at the moment is this gene drive. It's currently being worked on with house mice, because there's a problem agriculturally and with wildlife, and also house mice can be kept in the lab, and the biology needs to be understood, and the potential application to feral cats is probably 20 years away. So we've got to maintain native wildlife populations in the interim.
Okay. You mentioned in your submission that the current methods have issues with safety and welfare. So how do the current methods with safety and welfare problems compare to, say, this gene drive technology? And if there was investments into that gene drive technology, could we see a date for that to be useful far sooner than the 20 years?
Sure. Yes, there is limited investment in the gene drive, so absolutely as a state and a national priority, that is an area of that in my opinion would be of substantial benefit. It's not without risk. For example, you do not want to take gene drive cats and introduce them to where cats are native, or you want to have some mechanism that prevents it flowing on into those native populations. The trouble with current methods of cat control, so we do use various forms of cat control outside these fenced areas. We work with Aboriginal people who still, in the Western Desert, still hunt cats. We all the way up to the latest AI informed sort of machines that essentially are a way of poisoning cats. And there's baiting, and there's live trapping and shooting as well. The trouble with all those methods are the difficulty of effectively suppressing cat populations at a landscape level. We've done a number of experiments where we've done shooting at quite substantial scales and over extended duration, and the cats in the surrounding landscape quickly re-invade the area that had been shot. And that's true more or less for any control measure, even baiting, which is, I'm not sure of the legislative requirements in New South Wales. In Western Australia, where we work, where this bait 1080 is essentially the same as what's in one of the native plants. The native animals are very tolerant of it, and so it can be used quite effectively without any impacts on native wildlife. Even then, to aerially bait 70,000 hectares is quite an expensive thing, which we do on one property, to be able to release some of these threatened animals. We're still getting invasion from outside that 70,000 hectares.
And can I just clarify, you said that that sort of immunity for native animals was only in certain areas, so in other states, because my understanding is the research here has shown that there's no immunity for any native animals, and in fact it's used often to kill native animals, particularly in New South Wales.
Again, second-hand, I'm aware of some work, I think in New South Wales, where native quolls, so the predator, were actually relatively tolerant of 1080 baiting. So the net effect of 1080 baiting was positive for the quolls.
In New South Wales?
In New South Wales, yeah. But the reality is that poison P, which is where the 1080 comes from, is much more prevalent in Western Australia. It is occurring in other states, but it's much more prevalent there. So the tolerance is much stronger in Western Australian populations of species than in New South Wales.
Thank you. And I've just got a couple of questions for Ms. Dillenberg as well, particularly in regards to cat containment. The last hearing we heard from the RSPCA, they raised some serious concerns around mandatory cat containment laws. They said that it would create equality issues and disproportionately disadvantage lower socioeconomic groups, that it would disadvantage renters, that it would also significantly impact on First Nations communities specifically. Do you share those concerns, and how do you account for those issues with mandatory cat containment?
We believe that at the point of transition, clearly for some people that transition might be harder than others, but we're at a point in our ownership of cats in Australia, where we have more than ever before. And just as with dogs, we require everyone to keep their dogs securely contained. And that is something people have to take into account when they obtain a dog. We don't say that for dogs, it would be too expensive for you to get a front fence, so you can get a dog anyway, but you can just let it roam down the street. There's many things that we have, once the evidence is there that this is a societal-wide problem or a problem for the environment, we've chosen to implement measures which may have an upfront cost or impact on some members of the community. That's a key reason why we are strong advocates of investing substantial resources into the introduction of changes that include really effective education and communication programs, and also potentially assistance for some communities or people in the community to be able to transition their households to be able to effectively have cats. Now, while some of those measures might be through, an introductory pilot period of some years while people have existing cats, because new people are considering getting new cats in the future, would know what their expectations are, there is good reason why some councils managing on an independent level may decide that for some members of their community, they would extend those and always offer those. So maybe for elderly people or other members of the community, they might provide, who maybe are lower income, they might provide additional services ongoing. So we recognise that it does have an impact, but we absolutely think this is something that we need to take action on as a society. And so, like we have for other issues, we have to just find sensitive ways and effective ways to do that.
And you talk about these substantial resources to be able to assist in that, and obviously where we've spoken to other states and we've seen some of the evidence come in, many of those councils have actually introduced it and then actually dropped mandatory cat containment because of the significant increase on that council. And at the moment, we've just done an inquiry here in New South Wales that the pound facilities are overrun, and so there was some real issues that were raised in the last hearing that we had in this inquiry about how councils would actually afford to pay for it. I know in Victoria, for example, they were looking at having to obviously significantly increase rates for everyone within that council area to be able to afford to do it. Is that something that you see would have to be covered by the state government for councils who actually elect to do this, or given that councils may not necessarily be able to increase their rates to the level that would be needed to be able to afford putting something like this through?
It's a very valid point, and a few years ago I was involved in a large survey of local governments across Australia that indicated that only roughly half of more than 100 councils that provided detailed information on their cat management programs only spent in the vicinity of $20,000 a year on cat management, which is clearly inadequate to be able to implement these kinds of programs. But that doesn't mean that the resources can't or should not be found. I'm aware that in New South Wales, I believe the state government has $43 million in a dog and a companion animal fund, but only $8 million of that currently flows to local governments. I think there's also an added role for state and potentially Commonwealth governments, because at the state and Commonwealth level, there are responsibilities for the management of native wildlife and threatened species. And there are a number of threatened species that are being very negatively impacted by pet cats in New South Wales. So I can definitely see a role where Commonwealth and state governments choose to step in and provide some of that funding. And I believe if you established a kind of fund that allowed councils to access grants for this kind of work, you would see a quite rapid uptake and implementation of these kinds of policies by councils as they can access those resources. There's also a good reason why the New South Wales government should feel motivated to increase cat containment and dramatically reduce the number of cats that are on the streets in our suburbs. It's because at the moment, cat-borne diseases. This is diseases that can only be carried and sustained in the Australian community because of the presence of cats, cost the New South Wales economy $2 billion a year. Nationally, it's $6 billion a year. So if we were to dramatically reduce the number of roaming cats in the suburbs and places where people live, we would actually save more money in averted health costs than the programs would cost us.
Thank you. Honourable Scott Bay?
Sure. Can I come in the room first? You mentioned native cats before and where there's native populations. What can you clarify that for me, please?
So the quolls, the native quolls
Right,
have
okay.
have a.
So you were talking about native cats
I
being
think that was
quolls.
I think that was about overseas. So with Gene
Oh.
Drive, there are on other continents there are populations where cats are native,
Okay.
places where cats are native. That's where some of the risk with Gene Drive
Yeah.
comes in.
Thank you, Joe.
Sorry.
Yeah. Okay. Right. And sorry, I did miss when you first started talking about that, Jen. So it is purely transferred by generationally.
Yes.
And so how long from when that, I guess, the first cats are introduced into a population until you have, you start to shift the needle on that
Yep.
broader landscape?
So that's a body of research that has to be done. It depends a lot on the cat breeding systems, how far cats will travel to mate with each other. We've had some cats with radio collars on them in Western New South Wales, out where Joey's recently been, that have travelled 100 kilometres in 6 weeks. So clearly if cats are doing that, you need fewer of these genetically manipulated cats to spread the genes through the population. But if cats are largely breeding locally, then you need more. So that's an unknown, basically. There's two unknowns to figure out. One is the actual biology of manipulating the animal genetically. That's a whole lot of lab work, people in white coats. And then there's how do you then interface that with the environment? How many cats need to do it? How often do you need to repeat it, etc.
Because you're then also relying on those released cats or newly introduced cats to outperform established cats in that population.
So the clever thing with the Gene Drive is that it, with a normal gene, like in we think about eye colour or hair colour or whatever, the standard pattern of inheritance is you've got a 50-50 chance of inheriting either copy of the gene from the mum or the dad. The Gene Drive part of this technology increases the rate at which the gene is inherited in the offspring. So potentially you could bump it up so that 99% of offspring inherit the gene that you've modified. And by doing that, it's not relying on that natural inheritance, it's a way of manipulating the rate of inheritance of the target gene.
Okay.
Yeah, to answer your original question, we don't know the timeline at the moment.
Okay. Sorry, Ms. Dillenberg, can you explain for me what cat containment looks like? I'm struggling to picture, other than a fully enclosed cage, something that would keep a cat in.
I have a cat myself. It's fully contained. It stays 100% within our house and on our balconies. We've got pot plants. We spend time playing with it so it gets a chance to run around and have its needs and natural urges stimulated through play. Some people, cat containment looks like that. I certainly know people who live in apartments. It looks similar to that on a balcony potentially, or just inside an apartment. And then in other cases, some people build outdoor catios or sort of runs. Sometimes these are attached to the house, often they look a little bit like an aviary or an extended aviary area. I know someone who has a little bit of equivalent of a dog door, but it's a cat door, and the cat can pop out into this quite small area of garden. So in some cases, when people have, say, townhouses with a courtyard, I know there are some things you can put on the tops of fences, which if you only have a small amount of fence line, it's quite possible to. It's almost a bit like an AWC's floppy top fence on one of their conservation reserves that keeps your cats in. So there's a variety of ways that people can do it. I also know people who have keep their cat contained, but then they have literally bought a bird aviary that they've set up in a part of their garden with some plants in it. And for a couple of hours a day, they go and put the cat out into this.
So it's not overly cost prohibitive.
It's not. In my case, it didn't cost me absolutely anything to be able to keep my cat contained, other than reminding my husband and my children to shut the sliding door, the screen doors. In some cases, if someone has an older style house that doesn't have fly screens, they might need to invest in fly screens on, say, on their ground floor windows.
And in your research, can you tell us about the awareness of the problem in those urban areas? Like, everyone sees feral cats as what we're hearing here with our native mammals, but how aware are people in urban areas? And you look at that photo behind you, cats would be having an impact on that environment as well. What's the level of awareness of that problem?
I'd say it has definitely been growing, the awareness of the issue, but it's still quite mixed. There are still pockets of the community who just have never even thought about it. And in that way, I think local governments play a very important role in educating their community and setting the expectations of what it is to be a responsible pet owner. Because if at the moment your council's not asking you to keep your cat contained, you might think, well, it's okay for me to let it roam. We've certainly seen over the last decade very rapid increase in the amount of support across the whole community for containment measures. It was a project in conjunction with AWC about 15 years ago I was involved in, when we went on SBS Insight program. No one in the audience had any aware that cats are having impact on native wildlife, and people said ridiculous things like, if the cat's eating wildlife, why don't we start aerial dropping cat food across the Australian landscape? I mean, I do quite a lot of radio interviews on this topic at this point, and the overwhelming number of callers that call in on Talkback are people who are very concerned about losing wildlife around them, and people who are gutted that maybe they had a beautiful family of blue tongues living in their front yard, and then someone moved in 2 doors down with cats and now they're gone. And that's the overwhelming sentiment that we're now getting from the community.
I'm happy to pass on.
Thank you. The Honourable Susan Carter.
Just a quick question, Dr. Kanowski. The gene drive technology, I think you said one of the unknowns was how to do it with the biology of a cat. So has this been done in cats at all?
No.
So, and we don't know how long it would take for it to be done in cats?
No, the estimate we've got from CSIRO is decades.
Okay, so this would be a decades-long solution rather than something we could
It's
implement
not something
now.
to
Okay.
do soon.
And perhaps this is an unknown. If we have cats that are uncontained, are pet cats likely to breed with cats in the community that have the gene tech drive?
So that's definitely something to consider if gene drive was used as a solution.
Yeah.
I guess it would be an added incentive to contain your cat. It would not, as it's got no impact on your pet cat. It just means that the young would have this gene, and so they may be sterile.
Yeah. So it would ultimately breed out a lot of house cats potentially as well if they aren't contained.
Breed out the progeny of house cats, yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Or the stray cats, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Just one quick question. I'm sorry, for the Biodiversity Council. I'm listening to your description of cat containment. It sounded like training rather than containment. Are you suggesting that people need to train their cats to only go in specific areas?
Oh, no, sorry. I might have
Training a husband, I think.
very clearly. There's certainly an element of training for the cat owners.
Right.
In terms of our cat, from when he first came home, we kept him indoors, and now if we open the doors to go outside, he never tries to run out. He'll often sit and just sort of look what's going on. And he's quite hesitant around the doorways. He doesn't know any different. I always think it's a bit like if you've never taken your 5-year-old down the chocolate aisle at Coles and bought them a chocolate bar, it's very easy to walk past that aisle without your child harassing you. Whereas if you occasionally take them down the chocolate aisle and buy them a chocolate bar, then every time you go through Coles, the child wants one. we've had absolutely no issue keeping our cat contained, but it's just been consistent. And I think in some ways that's the training element with any pet, dogs especially, as well as cats. Whatever the rule is, when it's consistent, they adapt to it quite quickly.
Yes, you have different 5-year-olds than the ones I had, so thank you. Thank you, I'm fine.
Thank you. The Honourable Peter Primrose.
I won't talk about chocolates and children, but if I could ask all three witnesses, maybe beginning with AWC, you talk about the establishment of conservation fences and provide details. I note that you say currently on the Australian mainland there are 95 square kilometres of conservation fences. That's on page 7. And the costings you give, initial capital costs of $50,000 per kilometre, and then that's for the monitoring and maintenance, and then feral or ratification within that, $400,000 for 8,000 hectares. But with all those figures, I'm wondering where you see conservation fencing being most appropriately expanded. Where would it go? What sort of ongoing capital investment would be required? What priority would you give it over all of the other things that you've spoken about?
Okay.
You just talk about it a little bit more, please.
For sure, thank you. So ultimately there's a number of tools in the toolbox, and fences are a highly effective, capital intensive solution for the most cat and fox vulnerable species. So if you want to have those species in the landscape performing their ecological functions and conserving them, you need to have something along the lines of a fence, or in one case we have an entire island. The alternatives, there are alternatives such as aerial baiting in Western Australia that probably costs us $50,000 a year to do the baiting. It's not effective every year, so we can't have the same suite of vulnerable species in that landscape. In terms of where fences are important, our aim in Australian Wildlife Conservancy is to have these native animals back in each of the major biomes from where they used to be, so the desert, the forest, the woodlands, because over time, if they're only on a couple of islands off the West Australian coast, their genetic adaptation to these different environments will be lost. So we want to maintain the adaptation to the desert, to the forest, and so that in 20 or 30 years' time, that's our time frame with these fenced areas, we're hoping that gene drive or some other smart technology will come along that will enable the fences to be opened because cats will be effectively controlled.
Can I ask, before I ask the Biodiversity Council, can I ask where would you see the next round of these fences being promoted within New South Wales?
Right. So we have had one in southwest Western Australia for over 20 years. With New South Wales Government, we built this one at Mallee Cliffs, one in the Pilliga Forest. There's another one up right in the northwest, Sturt National Park. New South Wales National Park themselves are building 4. And we at the moment are progressing another 3. One just near Queanbeyan, one we're working with Defence in Orchard Hills near Penrith, and one up in northern New South Wales. Essentially, there's, New South Wales is a big state, and there's none on the New England tablelands, for example. We'd be looking to ensure that, as I said, the species that benefit from these fences have at least one secure refuge, and then have some replicate when they're very widespread, like the bilbies, to ensure that they genetically can adapt to the environments that they're used to. So it's not a very clear answer, but essentially there do need to be more of these fenced areas.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Dillenberg.
Do you mind if I add a little bit to that?
Please,
question?
Please.
Okay. So absolutely, those fence conservation areas have been pivotal in Australia, preventing extinctions of native animals. At least 13 species now only occur in those kinds of fenced conservation areas and would have become extinct if it weren't for them. But I think it's really important to flag that they only represent about 1% of the Australian landscape at this point. And so while they are critical to preventing an extinction, they're not enough to be maintaining those ecological functions at landscape scales, which is clearly what Dr. Kanowski is working towards. One of the things that we haven't talked about in terms of managing cats, which I think is important to put on your radar, is that in quite large studies in other parts of Australia, particularly Northern Australia, the most effective strategy for maintaining native animal populations in the landscape was improved habitat. So areas that had more complex, higher quality habitat had less cats and healthier populations and a bigger variety of native mammals, because it is generally harder. For one thing, there are more resources for those native animals, and it can be harder for feral cats to hunt in those environments when they're dense. It won't work in all New South Wales landscapes, but in some areas it is worth considering that reducing vegetation clearing, improving fire management, and reducing feral herbivores, which are much easier to control than cats, so we're talking like things like feral goats, could actually enable populations of native animals to persist in areas despite some occurrence of cats in those landscapes.
Thank you.
Thank you. I've just got one follow-up before I throw to others. Just in regards to, you were talking to the Honourable Scott Barrett before, and I also keep my cat indoors. It's quite easy for me to keep my cat inside. But the Parliament just passed new rental laws that actually allow landlords to insist that a cat has to be kept outside. So that's something that's, unfortunately, I was the only one that objected to that, so I don't think that's going to change anytime soon. And so I'm just trying to work out, how do we then marry those two things up? If we've got, because it's the people, people have their own properties, it's much, much easier. People who can financially afford catios and things like that. But people who are renting, who are then told by the landlord that their rental agreement requires that they have to keep their cat outside, obviously they're the people that will continue to be fined, will probably end up losing their cat, will probably end up in the pound and probably euthanised because of the difficulty with rehoming. How do we overcome that problem at the moment then, that we've got these new laws that go against what if councils brought in cat containment laws?
Well, based on the evidence of what improves the welfare of cats and what's important for us in terms of maintaining wildlife and reducing rates of cat-borne diseases in the community, it seems like that is something that the New South Wales government should look at, and potentially, even though they've just been passed, it might be that you review those laws, because you can see that's not effective. I imagine, honestly, a pet cat that's only kept outdoors and never allowed in your house is not much of a pet at all. It's more like just having a feral cat turn up and hang out in the garden from time to time and a bit of extra something. So, I mean, I'm not an expert on rental laws and policies, but certainly that approach wouldn't be supported as a responsible pet ownership practice.
So we should probably introduce pet-friendly rentals into New South Wales to sort of overcome that.
Certainly, I have observed, I'm not an expert in this space, but in other states, changes to tenants' rights that have been more friendly towards pet ownership.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to check if the Honourable Robert Borzak had any questions. I'll throw then to Ms. Sue Higginson.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Thank you, all of you, for coming today and your evidence. I've just got, if I can ask one question just with the AWC, I think you touched on it a little bit, but one of the problems with the fencing, obviously it was a policy of, I suppose, desperation in some ways, having to fence wildlife in, and rather than maintain free roaming actual native species populations. But are we looking at issues with genetic diversity and major problems? And ultimately, is this not, if we're taking a biodiversity, genetic diversity approach, that this is a somewhat limited life program?
Yes, they're all good questions. We have our own geneticist and we work very closely with geneticists across the country and internationally because that is a key consideration. What we're finding in some of our populations is the genetics of the, because we're reintroducing animals, we're not fencing animals in, they're not there, they've gone, they've been eradicated by the cat, so you're fencing the cats and foxes out and then you're creating space for the native animals to live. They're large, the fenced areas are 100 square kilometres size, that's from here to the airport to the coast. So it's a big area to wander in. They're not bumping into, it's not like a cat containment fence. Some of the populations we've established have higher genetic diversity than the remnant ones on islands because we're able to go to multiple remnant populations and create a mixed genetic founder population. So the short answer is there are a number of issues with fences. Of course, there are a bit of infrastructure imposed on the landscape. Like any solution, you've got to manage for the pros and the cons. For many native species, as Jana said, they are the last stand, and that's why we do it. We would love there to be a better solution. That's why we're pushing gene drive as a long-term solution, a bit unknown. But in the meantime, they're a necessary. I wouldn't call them evil, but they're a necessary intervention that we need to do to save our wildlife.
Just to add a tiny bit, but you can see in some of the submission that we've got some species at multiple sites, and that gives us the opportunity to monitor genetics at those different sites and manage, as we call it, a meta population. So that means we can take animals from one place, put them into another one, and sort of, although they're isolated geographically, we can manage them in an integrated way so that, overall you've got a larger, more diverse, more genetically diverse population, and that's definitely part of our approach.
And so just to finish on that, and I'm very grateful for the map you provided on page 8 of your submission. It's a bit stark when you kind of look at how but it was great to hear of those additional projects that are being worked on now. But essentially, from a sort of species evolutionary perspective, we are in a very experimental phase, I suppose, with genetics, because we're talking about this sort of 20, 30-year intervention on genetics compared to somewhat millions of years of evolution. Is that something that, obviously the geneticists are aware of that, but is it commonly accepted that this is a very experimental phase in terms of extinction?
Well, it's well established as an intervention, and the Mammal Action Plan, that authoritative text that came out on conservation of Australian mammals now 10 years ago, this is really one of the very few conservation interventions that you really know will work for most species.
Good.
But you do have to manage the genetics carefully when you're setting it up, and long term is. But that's fine. I mean, the reality is many of our threatened wildlife are, regardless of whether they're in fence or not, are isolated now from each other, and things like the mountain pygmy possum, those little populations up in the ski runs, they're not fenced, but they need to be maintained through the same way, moving animals around to maintain their genetic health. So I think that's a broader problem. The fences are really not the issue. It's really the fact that wildlife have gone from being across Australia to being in these little refuge areas.
Thank you. Just to you, Ms. Stellenberg, I'm just curious, you mentioned earlier about some of the pseudoscience around, what is viable in terms of management of different programs that are being promoted. I'm curious about your views or any research in relation to the trap, neuter and release programs and those program impacts on biodiversity, particularly in urban areas.
Well, if cats are trapped and released, they continue to have an impact on wildlife. they can continue to spread diseases. I have been told by some advocates of that method that it's proven, but there is no evidence that it reduces cat numbers in the landscape over time, and in fact there's evidence that it doesn't. I've been told that it's cheaper, but it's certainly not cheaper to catch sort of a semi-wild cat and neuter it and return it than it would be to euthanize the cat. We are in the position where we do need to euthanize cats around the street. We have not spent any time looking at the gene drive, but with regard to the question about would it impact pet cats, well, if your cat's contained, it's not going to impact it. And if your cat's desexed, your cat's not going to be impacted, and most cats should be desexed. But it would help to overcome an issue that in Australia, we have at least 50,000 healthy cats and kittens being put down by shelters every year because of irresponsible pet owners who don't get their cat desexed, and they're breeding, sometimes just with other pet cats, sometimes with feral cats in our suburban areas. And so if we want to reduce numbers of these cat-borne diseases in the Australian community, we need to get cats off the street. And one of the other bits of misinformation that I frequently hear sort of talked about is this idea that semi-owned cats, community cats that, you know, might live in the community and people enjoy seeing and just give them a bit of something every now and again, that they're living a nice life. They're actually living very short, very hard lives, and where they're very likely to be attacked by dogs, end up with abscesses, other diseases, be hit by cars and suffer all kinds of other misfortune. It's one of the reasons why cats that are kept fully contained live much longer and healthier lives. In fact, studies that have asked pet owners about their cats found very high rates. You know, have you lost a car to a car accident? Have you lost a car? You know, very high rates of injury and death occur to cats that are allowed to roam. And that's what happens to these cats that are left in the community. So leaving them out there for a few more years to have a few more litters of kittens before they get hit by a car is really just adding to the problem of maintaining cats in our suburbs. It's a bit like when you do any kind of pest control program, you want to get in there and do it really effectively so that you don't just constantly have to keep playing whack-a-mole.
Thank you. And just thank you very much for your very comprehensive submission. The recommendations, I note that you start the recommendations with developing a clear legal pathway. Do you think that in the absence of a clear regulatory framework that we, given that's your first recommendation, can you elaborate on why you think that is such an important starting point to actually have, from what I can gather from your submission, ultimately an effective, robust pathway to get to cat control of populations?
Well, it's not just our view, it's also the view of the New South Wales Local Government Association, who's been calling, and a lot of New South Wales local governments themselves have been calling for changes to the Companion Animal Act to make it easier for them to be proactive on cats. Western Australia and New South Wales have the overarching state legislation is the most problematic to be in terms of not being supportive of local governments to be able to easily adopt policies and implement them. We'd really recommend, while I can completely understand that in New South Wales, the approach that could probably be rolled out the most rapidly is setting up enabling legislation that allows individual local governments to take action individually. We would really encourage you to support that with sort of a statewide guidance pack that can provide a template for an effective, cat management plan, an exemplary example of a cat containment policy, ones that councils can take and adapt, and these kinds of guidance measures. I think that would be an effective way to move this forward in New South Wales. That's not to say that a statewide approach in itself would not have value. And I was recently involved in some consultations for the South Australian government's statewide cat management plan. And while I can't certainly speak for what they will ultimately decide, there did seem to be a very strong inclination by stakeholders and people involved in the value of having a statewide approach and all local governments having the same rules. And that in itself makes some things a lot more efficient in terms of communicating with the public, and it also overcomes some issues with equity and confusion amongst the community when you have issues with, well, this was the rule here when I got the cat, I could do this, but now I've moved 3 kilometres away and the rules are different for me.
I've got heaps more. I'll do one more if that's okay. I'm just curious. There was some submission made and some discussion before this inquiry about the impacts that cat control and cat containment may have on certain parts of the farming or rural sector, and particularly primary production. One of the cases brought to our attention was the dairy industry, and that cats are an effective control of mice and rats that would otherwise eat or destroy machinery, expensive machinery. Have you looked at, or are you aware of any research around this or alternatives for controlling mice or rat populations in the rural sector?
In terms of actually referring to specific studies, I can take the question on notice and provide a summary of whatever studies there might be available. In general, what we see in rural and agricultural landscapes is cats just follow the pulses, and they're not an incredibly effective method for controlling rodents. When times are good and there are lots of rodents around, cats breed up and follow the pulse, but they don't change it. Ultimately, when you've got lots of rats and mice around, you tend to have lots of rats and mice around and flowing in from other parts of the landscape, regardless of having cats.
Thank you. The Honourable Robert Borsak.
Thank you, Chair. My question is to the Australian Wildlife Conservancy. I see that your network, would it be right to say it's primarily a lifeboat solution at the moment?
Lifeboat solution.
That's certainly one way of characterising it, yes, Robert.
And so therefore it's a holding position, really, that's what you're saying. Do you see it ever expanding with the possibility of eliminating feral cats from the environment?
We certainly like to do that. So in our projects with New South Wales National Parks, which are currently up for negotiation around a second 10-year period, should we have that project extended, we aim to try to take the populations we've established in these fenced areas in the Pilliga and down at Mallee Cliffs and try to establish them in the broader landscape around the fenced area through using various forms of cat and fox control. And so I guess that's a lifeboat with a halo around it. It's still limited in the landscape, and we won't get beyond the protected areas unless we have something like Gene Drive, which works at scale.
Yeah, I've done some reading about your process of releasing animals, bred animals, outside in what you call a halo. I hadn't heard it called that before. Do you think that what actually has been the results of that? And the cat control in those areas? Can you get the animals to a critical level of, I suppose, population with a suppression of the cats that they can actually survive outside of the fence?
So where we've started this work is in Western Australia, where we can aerially bait with a cat-specific bait called Eradicat, and there we've been able to establish 2 locally extinct mammals, the western quoll, which is a predator, and the brush-tailed possum, which we know from our roofs if you live in a city, but it's completely wiped out in the bush. We've established them with limited cat predation, but we're about to embark on the next level down of vulnerability. So this year we plan to to release an animal called a woylie, a brush-tailed bettong, which was in New South Wales. And we simply have no idea how that will go. So it's a bit of suck it and see. We do the baiting. We have a whole monitoring system with remote cameras that we count the cats before and after the baiting. We release the animals with all the monitoring gear on them, and we see how it goes. And if that's successful, then we'll move to the next level of vulnerability. And that's what we've planned for New South Wales as well.
Right. Are those areas subject to fox predation as well?
Yes, so the Eradicat bait also controls foxes.
Right.
It probably controls foxes better than it controls cats.
And those baits are aerially dropped, you say, so therefore, I mean, in New South Wales, most of the baiting is done by digging and burying baits. I'm not aware of much aerial baiting except in national parks for wild dogs.
Yes, the laws are different in every state, and also the baits and so on. There's different regulations as to what you can use, and I'm not familiar with what's possible in New South Wales, but it is a limitation on what we can do.
Yeah. What actually happens to any cats that breach your fences and get into the reserves?
Well, despite having this big network of offences, we've only had, I think, 5 breaches across decades of work, and that's usually a bit like Jana's husband when someone leaves the door open. You know, it's that we've had a lot of radio-collared cats outside our fences. They simply do not. It's just pretty simple. A barrier, a floppy top fence with some hot wires on the outside. It's extremely effective. So the breaches are mostly through human error. Just on the weekend, the floods in the Pilliga washed down our fenced area up there in a couple of places. We will institute a incursion protocol with lots of monitoring and step up our control if we find cats in the fence. But it hasn't been a problem across our network for the decades we've been running it.
Oh, okay. I'm aware, and I don't know whether it's your reserves where there have been control programs carried out within some of these enclosed areas, and the cats do occasionally get in. And
there was a fenced area in Queensland that wasn't maintained very well, that cats breached. We check our fence 3 times a week, so we have people driving these large fences 3 times a week.
Yeah, in this particular case, they were using dogs to find them and then shoot them.
Right.
That's what they were doing.
Okay.
What do you support the capture of feral, neuter and release programs that are being mooted around the traps?
We don't have a view on it. It really doesn't. There's really not a lot of nexus between the management of cats in urban areas and the feral cat. There's obviously a bit of genetic connection, and we would be concerned, particularly if there were to be larger cats imported into Australia, like the savannah cat, and the genetics of those could get into the wild cat population, and that means that the size of the prey that feral cats could take would increase. But other than that, we don't really interact with that particular issue.
Oh, well, I might ask the Biodiversity Council the same question. What's your view on that?
We don't support trap neuter release at all. It is not an effective method to reduce cats in the landscape. It doesn't improve the welfare of those cats, and it also doesn't reduce rates of predation of wildlife in areas where people live or rates of diseases, and it increases the risk that those unowned re-released cats are going to spread diseases to your own cats and your family. So we can't really see any benefit to those programs other than maintaining unowned cats in our landscapes, which is exactly what we need to be trying to avoid.
Okay, so if in terms of feral cats being captured, what would you advocate that they be done? What should be done with them?
In urban areas, any cat that's not a pet cat should be considered a feral cat. It's absolutely reasonable that whoever is capturing the cats consider a temperament test if they appear to be suitable for rehoming. They could be rehomed. But even as I mentioned before, Australia, cats actually breed really fast. They breed as fast as rabbits, if people can imagine that. And so we have an oversupply of cats, of pet cats available for homes in Australia. And so anything we can do to reduce the number of cats is really going to improve welfare options, including for the pet cat population, because we have too many kittens, healthy kittens and cats being put down because there simply aren't enough homes for them. So as well, we've spoken a lot about containment, but absolutely we are very strong advocates of requiring all pet cats, unless you have a special license as a breeder, to be desexed by 4 months of age. That's because, particularly depending on what season it is, cats can become sexually mature from 4 months of age, and that's how we end up with these unwanted litters. And that just adds to the problem and adds to the level of cats that will need to be put down in future because we have more and more cats. Which is why when whatever method or whatever approach is taken, we really advocate sort of basically going hard early and getting on top of the problem, because in the long term it would reduce not only the suffering of cats in terms of the number of cats that say caught or euthanized, but also the cost to the pound system and the stress on people who work in those pound systems, who are often euthanizing largely healthy, happy animals, for want of a better word, because there are far more cats than there are people available to look after them.
Thank
there's
you.
quite a lot.
Sorry, the
I've
Honourable
just got
Rosick,
one
we've
more
run
question.
over time. I might get you to ask any further questions to the witnesses on notice, if that's okay.
Well, actually, I wanted to ask it now, so while
you can put it
person's
on the
here.
record now. That's fine.
Yeah, that's right. We hear a lot of talk about puppy farms. Do you think that we should have similar legislation in relation to cat breeding?
If I'm allowed to give a very short answer, yes, absolutely. All breeding should be done humanely, ethically, and meet all the welfare and behavioural needs of whatever animal it is. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, all of you, for coming here this morning, and thank you for your time today. If there was any questions taken on notice, the Secretariat will be in contact, but of course if the committee has further questions, they'll send them through the Secretariat as well. So thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome our next witnesses, and thank you for joining us here today. Can I start by asking each witness, and I'll start with those that are in the room, starting from my left, to please state their name, position, title, and swear either an oath or an affirmation.
Good morning, my name's Gina Verica. I am the Director of Livable Communities with Tamworth Regional Council, and my affirmation is: I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Kerry Robinson, OAM, CEO of Blacktown City Council. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Ms Rosalie Horton, I'm Senior Coordinator of Blacktown Animal Rehoming Centre. My affirmation is I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And online there we have Dr. Raymond. Can you hear me well?
I can, thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you.
My name is Dr. Diana Raymond. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Wonderful, thank you. And do we have a short opening statement from Tamworth Council?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the invitation. Tamworth Regional Council welcomes this inquiry and we do appreciate being invited to attend. Tamworth Regional Council acknowledges the significant impact of cats, owned, stray, community, feral, on wildlife and our biodiversity. In this regard, in 2023, Council actually adopted a policy position that acknowledges those impacts, calls for the mandatory desexing of cats and the mandatory containment of cats, as well as the tightening of the weak regulations around breeding of cats and the permit system. And that policy position was submitted to the New South Wales Local Government Conference of 2023. We believe that containment can be effective and could be effective, but it requires some standards to be set, and as we've heard earlier this morning, advice and guidance about how to contain your cat and options to address affordability. And if it is to work, it needs definitely mandatory desexing, broad-scale desexing programs and enforcement of that desexing and compliance, which is the biggest issue, how that will occur. So funding's required and assistance with funding, and local government can't afford it all, so the state needs to pick up and step up in terms of funding for broad-scale desexing and for assisting those rescues that do such a wonderful job out there to assist local government. And I think I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Is there an opening statement from Blacktown?
Certainly, Madam Chair, and thank you for the opportunity to present this morning. I start by acknowledging the Darug people as the traditional custodians of the land on which Blacktown City is located. I pass on the apologies of Mayor Brad Bunting, who's interstate this morning. I'm the CEO of Blacktown Council. Rose Horton is with me. She's the brains, I'm the pretty face. Rose is a qualified animal scientist, an animal behaviourist, a teacher, a zookeeper, vet nurse and educator. Rose was previously shelter manager of RSPCA Blue Mountains, and prior to this she was a senior behaviouralist at the Animal Welfare League and continues to lecture. As a preamble, we thank the many volunteers and volunteer organisations that assist this council, Blacktown City, and other councils with rehoming. We couldn't deliver to the community's expectations without them, but the rehoming of cats is very, very problematic. In 2023, Madam Chair, you might recall, I presented to Portfolio Committee number 8 into the management of pounds and shelters and pointed to the influx of animals into New South Wales shelters, which overwhelms their capacity. I also note that Blacktown City is the largest council in New South Wales. We serve a resident population of 435,000 people and 30,000 businesses. And note that there's a presumption in the community, pretty much, that all councils, especially in Sydney, are the same size. I just put on the record that Hunters Hill Council has a population of 13,600 people, while Blacktown City has a population of 435,000 people. I mention that mainly to draw attention to the fact that councils have differing capacities. I also draw the committee's attention to the fact that since 1978 in this state government has capped the rates of councils. Effectively, councils are funded in New South Wales to do what they did in 1978 with a less than CPI increment over time. If the state wants councils to do things, the state must fund those things, because otherwise you are asking councils to cut existing services. In 2023, our animal rehoming team dealt with 639 cats, of which we were able to rehome just 249, returned 11 to their owners, and a further 26 were rehomed by the wonderful volunteers at rescue organisations. I want to draw attention to Blacktown City Council's investment in animal rehoming. We take our companion animal responsibilities very seriously. And in 2023, Blacktown City opened the Blacktown Animal Rehoming Centre. And Madam Chair, I thank you for taking time out of your busy agenda to visit that facility recently. Council invested some $36 million to create a state-of-the-art facility that boasts best practice with capacity for over 200 cats. We'd welcome, once again, the opportunity to host this committee at BARC to demonstrate what we consider to be the best companion animal facility in the country. That facility has a staff of 26 staff who work at the facility, which is open 7 days a week. At BARC, Blacktown Animal Rehoming Centre, Blacktown City Council looks after the companion animals of 7 councils: Canada Bay, Fairfield, Hunters Hill, Parramatta, Ryde, Willoughby and Wallara. We also have strong alliances and programs in place with Sydney University, Western Sydney University and New South Wales TAFE, which allows BARC to be used for the training of veterinarians and allied health professionals. BARC adheres to Getting to Zero and other initiatives to reduce animals from becoming impounded through education and free microchipping. So more specifically in relation to cats, while we recognise the amending of the Companion Animals Act to restrict free roaming cats may increase cat impoundment, we also see this as a crucial movement for legislative change to improve cat management and protect native species. Our priority is not punitive income generation, but implementing a framework to empower councils. Mandated desexing supported by free or subsidised desexing services and comprehensive educational campaigns could drive significant progress in responsible pet ownership, but as I said, councils need budget to perform that valuable work. We acknowledge that existing laws primarily impact lawful pet owners and that the core issue lies with semi-owned and unowned cat populations in the urban environment. Estimates suggest that thousands of these cats are causing distress in our community by invading residential areas, hoarding premises and parklands. Worse, those populations, particularly at the urban fringe and relative to conservation parklands, are doing inordinate damage to our native animals. Despite overwhelming demand for assistance from residents, Blacktown City Council faces legal limitations in addressing the challenges of cats. To advance practical solutions, we seek guidance on how councils can legally re-release cats under a trap, neuter, return program, if one were to be established, or to establish managed cat colonies. And I reiterate, we would need additional budget, in order to perform those functions. Blacktown City Council values the opportunity to contribute to this discussion and address this multifaceted issue with effective collaborative approaches. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there an opening statement from the AIAM?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. The Australian Institute of Animal Management appreciates the opportunity to present evidence to the inquiry and thanks the committee for your invitation. AIM, the national peak body for local government animal management officers, comprises professionals engaged in various aspects of companion animal management. AIM directors actively contribute to domestic cat management policy and practice development through multiple working groups, advocacy and research. Additionally, AIM hosts a national local government domestic cat management discussion group where local government staff regularly discuss topics of interest and share learnings. We advocate for data-driven, best practice domestic cat management tailored to each community and built on targeted, free cat desexing programs delivered by local government in collaboration with community stakeholders. I would like to table the document The Intertwined Lives of Cats and People for the committee's reference, please.
Thank you.
The AIM Board recognises that management of domestic cats that are neither fully owned nor living independently of humans is a significant challenge for animal management teams. As you can see in the graphic, millions of Australians interact with semi-owned and unowned cats that live within our communities and are often cared for by our most vulnerable community members. Uncontrolled domestic cat populations are largest in low socio-economic areas, and according to Animal Medicines Australia, cat owners are more likely to come from lower income brackets and have family members requiring regular care. Of the 5.3 million pet cats in Australia, approximately half are casually acquired. That means their owners did not actually go out and seek ownership of those cats chose them. Despite ongoing debates about the roles of cats in Australia, cats are an integral part of our communities, especially loved by those facing systematic disadvantage or social inequality. AIM acknowledges the complexity of developing legislative frameworks for managing these domestic cats that are neither fully owned nor living independently. Enforcement models for owned pets and feral cat strategies are ineffective for these cats, and punishing their caregivers further damages relationships between local government, local laws teams and their communities. This complicates animal management initiatives while failing to achieve a reduction in cat breeding or population numbers. The complexity and difficulty of achieving positive outcomes for these cats and people should not be a barrier to simply getting on and getting the job done though. Recently in an AIM meeting, Paul Flint, a fantastic AMO from Walgett in New South Wales, who participated in the RSPCA Keeping Cats Safe at Home program, commented to us that the opportunity provided to him by the program to be proactive in addressing cat population allowed him to be the most effective he has ever been during his entire career. His results are backed by solid data that you have already seen in the RSPCA submission, but as of December, he is now facing going back to the old ways of enforcement-centric cat management due to a lack of resources and support to keep the program running. That's distressing for Paul, and he can speak for himself. I would suggest getting in contact with him. This is despite the cost savings demonstrated by multiple programs of this nature. Focusing discussion on cat management on the legality or the effectiveness of TNR fails to acknowledge that internationally recognised best practice cat management has already been implemented in Australia within existing legal frameworks by teams working with their communities to control cat populations and convert caregivers into owners. Today, I invite the committee to consider how to build skills in and provide resources to AMOs to effectively enable them to deliver collaborative, targeted, free cat desexing programs that we know work. Additionally, I encourage harnessing the current community sentiment towards failing approaches to domestic cat management to establish data-driven, best practice cat management as the norm in New South Wales. Thank you.
Thank you. I might start with a few questions actually to Dr. Raymond, and thank you so much for your submission. You state in your submission that you strongly support the containment on owners' property where possible of cats, but you don't support making cat containment itself a mandatory requirement. As an organisation who obviously represents animal managers who are likely to be on the ground actually enforcing cat containment laws if they were to come in, can you explain why you oppose it becoming mandatory and prefer a more educative approach?
Essentially because it doesn't work. So the vast majority of the cats that are in this kind of, I suppose, cohort of cats, which are the most difficult to actually manage, are not owned. So the people who are actually caring for them don't consider themselves to be owners. And often they're actually not in a position to contain the cats, even if they wanted to. So you think about people living in housing commission houses or potentially in rented properties where they actually don't have the ability to change fencing or install things if they can afford it. Now, the other side of that is that they also don't see themselves as the owners of the cats. So if you see, the cats in your community as autonomous individuals and you provide care for them out of empathy for yourself, like out of empathy and a feeling of compassion for those cats, that doesn't necessarily mean that you consider yourself to be the owner of the cat, even if you're providing cat caregiving behaviours. And what that does is mean we actually need to get in with those people, help them become the owners of the cat so they recognise themselves as the owners, and then facilitate the ownership behaviours that we want from there. At the same time as getting control over the population of cats. So essentially work with them, drive the numbers down, actually get on top of the situation instead of reacting to it reflectively after the time, essentially once the population is out of control. And then once they've recognised themselves as owners and we've got the population under control, then working on how we actually go about managing the population of owned cats. So essentially shrink that population of community cats, turn them into owned cats, and then we actually have a population of owners that we can work with.
And in your opening statement, you talked a lot about the program that the RSPCA ran, which was educational based, and you said that that's proven to be extremely effective. Do we need, if we've got an educational program that has proven to be effective at changing people's behaviours, encouraging people to actually keep their cats contained wherever that is actually possible, given some of the concerns we've had, given this whole sort of semi-owned issue, given the issue we have with rental properties, with landlords being able to actually insist that the cat's outside, should we actually be bringing in punitive laws which do seek to fine people if the cat escapes, if the cat gets outside, or where they're in a situation where, as you mentioned, Housing Commission, where they can't actually keep the cat indoors? Should we be focused more on this educational program, seeing where we can get with that and doing research around how effective that is before we sort of jump to something that's so punitive that's going to be extremely detrimental to people who are already struggling?
The short answer to that is yes. The longer answer to that is that essentially what we're aiming to do is remove the barriers for people to become owners, right? Now, when you put laws in place that make it more difficult for people to become owners, what you're doing is essentially putting a barrier in front of yourself, in front of the aims for your team, which is to convert your caregivers to owners. So what we try and do is make that conversion as easy as we possibly can. Like I said, essentially get all of those people who are kind of caring for these cats in the community already to become the owners of the cats by assisting that and getting voluntary compliance with assistance as that first priority approach that you take. Then working with those people at a pace where they can actually be successful. And then once we've actually got that and we've got the majority of these owners, like any kind of new initiative that you bring in, you're looking at that 80-90% voluntary compliance first. And then once we've got that, then we start looking at potentially if we need to use enforcement, or using enforcement only in cases where we have an owner who is just absolutely unwilling to actually be involved, using assisted voluntary compliance approaches. So yeah, we do actually want to be working on education, but education will only work with the owners who A, see themselves as owners, and B, are interested in education. Nobody wants to be, nobody thinks of themselves as an irresponsible pet owner, nobody thinks of themselves as a terrible person. So when you use education, you really need to be conscious of the fact that how you're actually interacting with the people that you're targeting is equally important. You need to understand how they see themselves, you need to understand their relationships with the animals that they're working with, and then go from there. In regards to the RSPCA's program, I would suggest that the actual most effective part of that program was the targeted cat desexing. So having spoken with, Paul and some of the other people who were working on the ground in local governments, and also seeing the parallels between keeping cats safe at home, the Animal Pet Welfare Foundation, ban your cat desexing, the micro-targeted desexing, and enabling AMOs and those that they're working with collaboratively, so the rescue groups, the shelters, everybody who is kind of jumping in and providing those services to this target group of cat caregivers. When they're working together and they're actually able to provide those services for those cats, it's much cheaper, because you get in, you get the cat desexed, you get it chipped, you get all of those things done, versus spending all your time trying to enforce. But also what it does is create a relationship with the actual target group of owners. So a new cat pops up that's not desexed, they reach out for help rather than hiding the cat. You know, you don't have people who are going and sabotaging traps, you don't have all of those things going on. So it really is a case of education sits beside that assisted voluntary compliance model and around that, rather than you just take an education approach or you just take an enforcement approach. Does that make
Thank
sense?
you. And I'll just throw quickly to either Ms Horton or Mr Robinson, and it's lovely to see you both again. I just wanted to ask about TNR programs, and I'm not quite sure. We in the last hearing day, we got a lot of research that was put forward by Dr. Rand, who had done a whole amount of research in this particular space. I can't remember if your council was particularly involved in that work with the RSPCA, but you also mentioned TNR in your opening statement. Is that another, I guess, tool in the tool belt that you support and that you see could be extremely beneficial?
Partially. Thank you for the question. I think that we also support what the Biodiversity Council is saying about trap, neuter and release. We're still not effectively challenging anything where these cats are predating on species and also having a long and welfare-orientated life. So we do support trap, neuter and rehome as part of our programs, and we do have a pretty robust behaviour assessment system and also rehab system at our facility. Using our support network of foster carers and volunteers, that's been a really great way of getting a lot of these cats, and particularly kittens that are found in our community, out into loving homes where they can be rehabbed so that they're not, we don't in any way want more cats being put out into the street. We already have more than enough of that going on, and so we don't think that that would help. We do appreciate the science behind these managed colonies. There are certainly some really great evidence, and Dr. Jackie Rand, Dr. Diana Raymond, they can certainly talk about areas where you can have a person who is technically the owner, so that's chipped and registered in their name. And we would be supportive if these animals were then found again and brought to our facility, and then we said, oh, that belongs to Joe Bloggs' colony, we'll release it without any impounding fees. We'd like to support that, but we still think that while cats are in these kind of pseudo semi-owned situations, they're just not safe. And I do understand that there is some science behind the reproductive slowing down, so that can kind of be something that we could look into, but it's not really where we would like to go. We'd really like to be a lot more hard-hitting and not have any more cats on the street.
And if I could add, Madam Chair, coming from the regulatory point of view, to take an action against an owner, we are going to have to prove the ownership of the animal. That's the first thing, and the challenges of that with migratory animals. And also that whilst an animal might be chipped, the owners might have let it go and it may have moved on, if you like. The other point I'd make is that local government is obliged to know who owns land within their area. Local government is not obliged to know, nor does it know, who lives in an area. So we have an issue of potentially, one, needing to link an animal to land, not knowing who is resident in a dwelling, and then needing to prove ownership of that animal to someone that council has no recognition of or no relationship with. I'd suggest that they are significant challenges.
Yeah, no, thank you. That's not something I had thought of either, so thank you for that. And just one more question before I throw to Ms Abigail Boyd, who's joining us online. And as you mentioned, both myself and I think it was the Honourable Peter Primrose had the pleasure of coming out there recently, so thank you for hosting us. And obviously the council has invested a significant amount of money in building a very good pound compared to many of the other pounds, unfortunately, that we've seen. But I also know that it quickly came to capacity, and we've heard about that in the other inquiry, that we've really got a pound crisis, and it's not just Blacktown Pound that is experiencing this, this is right across the state. We've heard concerns in the other hearing in this inquiry that where cat containment laws, mandatory cat containment laws were introduced, that there was an enormous increase in the number of cats that were being impounded, so much so that many of the councils ended up not enforcing the mandatory cat containment laws because they weren't able to actually handle the number of animals coming in. And of course we've got a vet shortage as well, which I'm sure is also impacting the pound. And so I guess I've got two questions. I know you mentioned funding, but I guess I'm just trying to understand, I mean, how much funding would we potentially need? I'm assuming we would need a huge expansion on every sort of pound facility to be able to handle the intake of all these additional animals. And then also what that impact is, because we've also seen in other councils where this has been introduced a really significant increase in the euthanasia rates of cats, and I wanted to understand how that actually impacts the staff that's working in pounds, particularly with the vet shortage, and how the councils would propose to deal with that significant increase in euthanasia, the stress that that puts on staff, and also the lack of impounding facilities to actually take in these additional cats.
Yeah, what a great question. I think everyone who's watching this who works in a shelter situation would appreciate that question, and we certainly are just representatives of an amazing team who are affected by euthanasia, but very heavily offset by adoption. So even though we might get in a lot more animals, and yes, we'll have to triage the ones that are rehabilitatable and the ones that are adoptable, and then there's also the ones that are sick, bringing in disease, bringing in zoonosis, that we can triage those, and there could be more euthanasia, but that's a very, I guess, glasses half empty approach. We could also see that there could be a lot more adoptions, less cats on the street, lots more loving homes that are out there, and we really do want to be on the right side of history for this. So we really have, I guess, Kerry and I are just representatives of a really great team who are seeing so many animals coming in, and at the moment we're even turning cats away, just saying, look, the legislation isn't there yet. We're kind of at this kind of grey area of what do you do if you found a cat, and so we can only enforce a rule or legislation that exists, and we'd like to even spearhead something where we could show, maybe even advise other councils how this could be done, and so we really would like to trial it. I think when it does come to compassion fatigue, it is very significant, and what, from my experience, really alleviates compassion fatigue is having more really great, compassionate people around. You did mention about the vet shortage. We would like to also explore that, and also have more vets, more behaviourists, more animal advocates as part of our team that can help with the rehabilitation of a lot of these animals. We think that compassion fatigue is unfortunately a very necessary side effect of what we do, and it just shows the importance of our work. So thank you for that question.
Madam Chair, as to budget to do more, this state government precludes councils having a budget for the delivery of libraries, pools and community meeting places in growth areas. In the case of Blacktown City, we have an incoming population of 250,000 people who will not have a pool, who will not have a library, will not have a meeting hall because of this state government's policy and past state government's policies. That is an unfunded liability that Blacktown Council carries of some $731 million. I just suggest that if you are asking us for more budget to go to capital works for companion animals, that will need to be ranked by councillors as against its liabilities delivered by the state's Department of Planning, which said those facilities were required, and which policies preclude us levying developers for those things.
Thank you. So just to clarify, sorry, before I throw to Ms Abigail, we understand it would be a significant cost because there would be a significant increase of animals coming through. Assuming that that money comes from the state government, is there any kind of ballpark figure in regards to then what would be the cost to be able to actually run mandatory cat containment?
I'll answer that, Madam Chair, in a rather oblique way, which is to say We're very, very grateful to the state for giving us Western Sydney infrastructure grants for 7 community buildings with a budget of $273 million. The operating cost for those 7 community buildings each year is $30 million. Council's current total rate revenue is $250 odd million. So I'm suggesting that it's not so much the CapEx, thank you very much state government, but the OPEX that the community needs to fund, and it is a very substantial percentage relative to the capital investment.
Thank you. Ms Abigail Boyd, and then I'll throw to the Honourable Robert Borzak.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning to all of you. Thank you so much for coming along. Can we just first talk about trap, neuter, release and I guess there's a long distance between embracing TNR as a strategy in and of itself for dealing with cat populations or reducing cat populations versus the prohibition on TNR and how it then impacts on, I guess, desexing levels. I was wondering if, I guess, does the prohibition on TNR or the inability to release after desexing decrease the number of cats that are being desexed? Is there room for us to have TNR as a sort of as a last resort, in your view?
I'll start this one off, and I think Diana Raymond's probably going to finish it. We have discussed this quite a bit. As I mentioned before, I don't like the R, meaning release. Releasing a companion animal, it just makes no sense. If you're rehoming it or if it's being returned to its owner, that's what we want to see out of council. We just see no purpose in saying, okay, yeah, look, this animal doesn't have an owner. Let's again, for the example, put it in Joe Bloggs' name. Dr. Raymond certainly has the evidence of where it can work. We know as a council, as Blacktown City Council, that there are some really amazing volunteers that are slightly clandestine that are doing this themselves. And so we can already see that it's just an overwhelming situation for, to put on unpaid, well-meaning people who are just doing it in their local area. We are helping them out where we can, so if they are able to trap the mum, to bring them in, and we'll desex them, we'll release it to that person. But I think the managed colonies is probably more Dr. Diana Raymond's area of expertise.
Dr. Raymond?
Thank you, and thanks, Rose. I think for us, for AIM and for myself, the main thing to know about TNR is that in an effective cat management program, it should be, or that the need for it should be very minimal, right? Essentially what we're trying to do is create a collaborative relationship with the people that we're working with who are caring for the cats. Now, TNR, like if you kind of imagine what people think TNR is, you go out, you trap the cat, you don't know who's taking care of this cat, you don't know who its caregiver is, you desex the cat, pop it back. And that is great in that if you do it at a high enough level, you will drive population numbers down, right? Because essentially you're getting population control over the cats. But you can create a much more effective, you can get that management over the cats much more effectively by going out, identifying those caregivers within the community who are providing the most resources for this cohort of cats, and then desexing those cats, because the cats that they're caring for, the adult cats who are breeding, are the cats who are actually producing the population. So rather than going out and just wholesale, picking up cats and desexing cats and then popping them back, we know from where it's been done, little bits and pieces that have been done in Australia that we've got data on, but also internationally, the absolute vast majority of cats who are TNR'd have somebody taking care of them. So they're not just out living on their own, fending for themselves like a feral cat that just happens to be living with people. Somebody is taking care of that cat. But we also know that when you micro-target, so when you actually go out and you find those caregivers who are providing the most resources, and you basically get at that reproductive cohort of cats, and you desex those, and you keep on top of that population of cats, the population numbers nosedive. And you don't need to desex anywhere near as many cats. You're talking single digit per 100,000 people in your population, versus some of the numbers coming out of the States are 30, 60, upwards, that many cats per 100,000 of your population. The resources involved, just the sheer money and the number of desexings that you need to do using just a straight TNR approach versus a targeted desexing approach, are worlds apart. So essentially, the other thing that we know, and this is a thing to be mindful of, it's only relatively recent research that's come out, is that as, you know, for those countries that are actually further ahead than us in terms of pulling all these cats in, you know, rehabilitating them, getting them out and rehoming them, what we're now seeing is a trend towards the adopters actually having a poorer experience when the cats have lower sociability levels, which makes sense, right? If you're going to go adopt a cat, you want a pet cat. You don't want a cat that's got, you know, sketchy sociability and doesn't actually have any bond with you that might take 6 or 12 months. There is definitely a cohort of adopters who will do that, but it's not your average pet owner. The actual number of those cats that exist in the community that already have people caring for them versus the number of people who want to adopt that cat is hugely different. It's that 50% of people who have casually acquired a cat as a pet, right? So we really need to be mindful of the fact that every single cat we pull in to a system needs to have an outcome. And we have this cohort of cats which are not adoptable. They're not feral. They're not, you know, they're usually scared when they come in, but they actually do have had some type of emotional connection with people, and they've got a bond and they've got some level of sociability, but they also don't make great adoption candidates, right? And what we've essentially done is removed that cat from an environment where it had somebody who cared for it, taken it away. It now doesn't have anybody who's going to be able to care for it, and most people don't want to adopt it. And if they do, it's not necessarily going to be a positive outcome. So basically what we want to do is take the TNR part. We still, you know, ideally would have the TNR part, but that shouldn't be the primary thing. We shouldn't be going into communities and just implementing this without actually talking to these people, targeting our resources. We've got limited resources. We need to target them where we can actually use them most effectively. And we don't want to be imposing on a group of, you know, vulnerable members of our community anyway. This is not the aim of good management, to be imposing things on people. So yes, I do genuinely think that there is a role for TNR, but it should be minor. And from our perspective, focusing on TNR and whether or not it's legal or not is really, I don't want this to sound blunt, but it's a bit short-sighted. You know, it's not TNR or trap and kill and trap and rehome. They are not the two only options.
Yeah, no, 100% agree. Thank you. Can I just ask the councils, in terms of, I guess, the numbers of cats that you're seeing coming in that are being, I guess, collected, how many of them are microchipped? And I'll just add a second question in here so that you can answer it most efficiently. The other question is, do you see kitten farms as a problem in your local areas?
I'm happy to comment on that. Very few cats are microchipped, and very few are registered as well, the ones that come in. It is that those who are usually belong to people who are already doing the right thing, if you understand. So those cats come in because they can no longer afford to look after them, or they escape. But the majority of cats we see aren't microchipped, and we certainly have a very high incidence of kittens coming in or pregnant cats, and they are definitely not microchipped. What was the second part of your question?
Kitten farms. Kitten farms?
Kitten farms.
Kitten farms, yeah.
Yes. That's the problem, where someone can very easily become a breeder, and that permit allows you to continue to have kittens and kittens and kittens, and we see an awful lot of that. And I think maybe it's more prevalent in the regions. No, you're disagreeing, but it certainly is out in the regions, and the problem there is, how do we know who's doing that breeding? So it's impossible to do compliance and regulatory action because we don't know who they are. It's just overwhelming in terms of kittens and the number of cats being bred, and we don't know until someone picks one up. It's abandoned, it's injured. And if I can just comment on the cat colonies, we have a couple in the Tamworth region, and the concern with the trap, neuter, release or return is that those cat colonies, our experience is they're ill. They're not looked after. Most have cat flu or some other concern. They're not having a great life. So I would counter that encouraging returning cats to a local colony is a great option. Certainly hasn't been. That's not what we've experienced. Thanks.
I can throw in Blacktown City Council statistics. So we'd say less than 10% of the cats that we see are ever microchipped, and of that, our statistics have been pretty steady that less than 2% of cats are ever reclaimed from our facility. So that would leave the 8% of those microchipped cats to either have outdated chips, maybe they were chipped when they were little, maybe there can be a whole lot of different reasons why contact details aren't up to date. It also goes in with human nature. Sometimes people have their cats and it goes wandering, they don't see it for a couple of days and they don't, turn their heads compared to if their dog went missing and there'd be signs up and whatnot. In regards to kitten farms, we don't see, or Blacktown City Council has no evidence of anything like that. What we do see is a kitten season, which we would almost say is a kitten tsunami season. We just get so many kittens that have been brought in by, I didn't own it, but she comes around and she looks pregnant. We would get that all day long throughout the warmer months. Still getting them now. And versus I found these kittens under my house, I found these kittens underneath my own cat. So we have plenty of that. It didn't necessarily be something that we would see, say, with puppy farms, intensive breeding and whatnot. This is just happening in the urban area. So we certainly don't want anything like that to be happening, but we see more than enough kittens, and definitely we do have a huge reliance on our amazing foster carers and volunteers who've been helping out with that, and all the people around here who I hope to recruit who can also take on some kittens. But it certainly is a big issue, and we think that desexing is the go. But again, who pays for a desexing if it's technically not your cat, and it's certainly one that you can't pick up? So that's why we would also, and Blacktown City Council has just joined the National Desexing Network to offer pretty cool prices and subsidised desexing for our residents, and we'd like to keep that ongoing. But it would be great if there was something like you could get with your Service New South Wales vouchers, that you could get a couple of desexings for animals. We'd certainly endorse that as well. But our big one is making sure that the Companion Animals Act gets amended to stop them from roaming. You might find that if there's less cats out there roaming, there might even be some less breeding.
Thank you. The Honourable Robert Borzak.
Thank you, Chair. My question perhaps to you, Ms Horton. I'm just looking through your submission, and I see the table in the appendix at the end, which deals with the cats that are at the intake, reclaimed and euthanased. What's the difference in those numbers? And if, for example, if you take 23, 24, it's about 692 animals. What happens to them?
Okay, so if I can be so bold, it was before my time. So there was a different way that cats were managed, and also that what we started doing as a collective agreement is, if these cats are being found by members of the public and brought in, and they're saying, hey, here's a stray cat, I want to impound it, we say, well, the Companion Animals Act doesn't prevent this from happening. In actual fact, it's legal for cats to roam. People are very disappointed with that because they thought, oh, I've done everything that's involved to bring in a cat and I'm doing a great job. When we say, no, unfortunately, until the Companion Animals Act changes, you'll have to go and put that cat back. The interesting thing is, so some people will, and sometimes we'll find it in a box the next morning. But what we do find is that we are able to rely on a lot more cat rescue groups that are in our area that are taking them in and working tirelessly on those ones. So we feel bad. It's kind of like we've passed the buck a little bit, but we can only work within the laws that we're allowed to. But also, interestingly, while you're looking at those statistics, the previous years, decades before that, had what I would refer to as an earlier form of management, which is everything came in and got euthanized. We may as well just say it that way. It was certainly in a very humane way.
Look, I mean, Ms. Horton, you still haven't answered my question.
Oh,
The question
sorry.
was, what's the reconciliation of the 692 animals in the last year? The table doesn't show that. Obviously, there was a higher level of putting cats down, for example, in 2013-14 at 64%.
Yep.
You're down to 21% now,
Yep.
but only 13 cats out of 893 were claimed and 188 were put down. I ask again, what happened to the 692 that were brought in? Have they been neutered, released, rehomed?
Yes.
If so, shouldn't the table actually reconcile?
Yeah, so I mean, it definitely should, and my apologies for that if I have a discrepancy there. Yeah, for the ones that are not accounted for, they have been adopted, and so they have been rehomed. There's also another way of breaking that down, and I can even provide these on notice for the statistics that we provide to the OLG.
Reconcile the figures, 692 cats. If you've rehomed that many, you've done a fantastic job. I think the reality is that we really should be seeing exactly what is there. You're saying that the Companion Animals Act, well, you are saying, because it's in your submission in point G, I think it is, that the Companion Animal Act would need to be changed for you to be able to do more?
We'd like to be able to have a clear delineation between what is a stray cat, what is something that we can take in and impound, because at the moment cats are allowed to roam legally. It's very different from what regulations are around dogs. There are still the restrictions around food and protected wildlife areas, but seeing a cat walking down the street or into your backyard isn't an offence. So we do have, well, hopefully what we're planning is to be able to sort the weed out from the chaff. There's pet cats, there's owned cats, but then there's these semi-owned cats, and these are the ones that we've been referring to. You know, someone's feeding them or they're feeding off a garbage dump. These are the ones that are doing the unbridled breeding, and we would hopefully then be able to have a task force that we would like to pioneer to have more dog catchers, but cat catchers that can actually address this issue. Otherwise, you know, telling people to contain their cats is one thing, but then we will have a very clear group of cats that don't have owners, and they'll need to be managed. And our community is asking for us on a daily basis for us to do something about it.
But we would need budget to do that.
I see you've got in that point there trying to define what is the difference between a scared and stressed cat and a feral cat. And you know, a scared and a stressed cat perhaps might live on a garbage dump or be fed by someone maybe once a week or once a day. But how do you in practice actually define the difference when a feral cat, in inverted commas, and a stressed cat on the loose can still do as much damage to the native environment, native species, regardless of how you classify it?
Yes, most definitely. And what we like to do is to really educate people about the classifications of cats, because a true feral is a cat that has nothing to do with human intervention. So it's not relying on humans for food, even if it's our refuse. So they're the ones that you will see the Biodiversity Council referring to. And also there's been a lot of work from Dr. Gemma Mars, Keeping Cats Safe at Home, Professor Jackie Rand, talking about the categories of cats. There's owned cats. cats, semi-owned cats, and then there are stray cats, but then there are feral cats. Now, I know they're all felis catus to some people, but it's really their reliance on humans, and that's where we come in. If we work out what humans are actually doing to increase or discourage these cats, we can actually make a difference. But yeah, so I can also go on to specifics, which is in previous places where I've observed, when a cat is brought in a trap, it can act like what we would say is a feral cat. It's lashing out, it's highly aggressive, and really what it is, it's incredibly scared, and its fight or flight mechanism has kicked in and it is being aggressive. Now, in the past, some people would say, oh, that's a feral cat, whereas I own a cat that if you put her in a trap, gee, you would see some wild animal behaviours. And this is still a highly socialised cat. So what we try to say there is we would want to have a system where we do a behaviour assessment with a lot of pairs of eyes, very heavily trained eyes, to say, okay, a cat that's been brought in, that's been trapped in Blacktown, we can triage whether or not this is a cat that's eventually going to come round and can be adopted versus a cat that is never going to be safe and potentially a health and safety risk to our staff, which we actually do see a lot.
Could I just add to that? I agree, and it's about the time the cat spends with you. So when we bring a cat in, or someone comes in with a cat that they say is feral, it's about giving that cat time to settle down. And any cat, I agree, that's suddenly put in a cage is going to act like a feral cat because it'll be petrified. So in order to have the time to allow that cat to desensitise and relax, and so you can make that assessment, again, you need staff and you need resources and you need budget and areas for those cats. So it comes down to budget with councils as to how much time they can put into this.
Thank you. Sorry, was there one? Yep, sorry, continue.
Quickly to this conversation.
Yes, absolutely, sorry.
Thank you. I think there's two parts to this conversation. One being how much damage will any cat do when it's out and about in the environment. And the key problem that we've got right now is we have too many cats. Everybody across the entire spectrum, the conservation people, the cat welfare people, the community, know that we have too many cats, and essentially what we need to do is drive the numbers down. The question becomes, how do we drive the numbers down? Now, the quickest way, now my PhD is in companion animal behaviour, in dog behaviour. I've worked for more than 20 years with these cats. There is some good solid research in terms of how to actually tell the difference between an unsocialised cat and a cat with some degree of sociability, by bringing it in, having humane housing, whatnot. But the people who are caring for these cats already know. And this is the thing. If you want to know the quickest way to tell the difference between a cat who has some socialisation and the cat that doesn't, you go out into the community and you find the people who are socialising with the cat, right? And rather than bringing it in and spending a minimum of 3 days, now having to humane housing for cats, none of our codes of practice across the entirety of Australia meet the recommendations for humane housing of cats for short-term care. We also know that once cats are in care, that you have a very, very limited amount of time before you start driving up the incidence of communicable disease. Flu, calicivirus, all of those things, as soon as you start stressing cats out, your rates go up, the likelihood of infection across all the cats becomes, increasingly likely, and you need to start euthanizing cats because you've literally stressed them out to the point that they are going to show disease. Now, there's a whole, big discussion around, what do we actually do with these cats and how do we kind of pull the ones that could be adopted out? And I want to come back to the point that the people who are already caring for these cats, as a general rule, know. And if you can work with them, you can get the cats out that can be adopted, desex the cats that they have attachments to, and keep them out of the system altogether. So, and get that population numbers down, right? The aim of the game for everybody is to get the numbers down so that we have less cats who are actually predating on things. And yeah, for me, that's those two kind of core components of that question. Robert?
Thank you.
Sorry, Robert, I might have to interrupt just because we've only got a few minutes left, and the Honourable Peter Primrose has got some questions.
Given the time, I'd ask if everyone could take this one on notice. but it's particularly directed at Blacktown. I note on page 6, in relation to our terms of reference H, you talk about the 39 of Victoria's 79 councils adopting specific regulations. I was wondering if you could tell us which councils are doing it best, or is it really a mix and match down there? And you've indicated the 6 councils with specific, which have made specific changes, but is someone doing it who's really crash hot? And then for Mr. Robinson's sake, can I ask, do they receive any particular subsidies or support from the Victorian State Government or elsewhere? And finally, what are the particular restrictions in relation to, say, the Companion Animals Act here, or rental regulations that would restrict us from doing the same thing? So basically, if I'm just asking, I think it's a really good indication if someone else is doing it well, can we do it as well? And what would restrict us from doing that? And where's the money coming from?
We'd be pleased to give you some advice.
Thank you.
Thank you. The Honourable Scott Ballard.
I guess just quickly then one question. Can I just ask Tamworth? So obviously you're closer to the front line of the spillover of your cat populations into TSRs, national parks, riparian zones, and where they could have a greater impact on a native species. What interactions do you then have with National Parks and Wildlife Services, local land services, as far as your cat management? Or does that burden solely fall on council?
We have little that I'm aware of with local land services or national parks. We do have a lot. We work together with Landcare, so certainly some of the work we've done has been in conjunction with Landcare, but I would say certainly the highest majority falls on the local government to do what we can. We agree, and Landcare, we did work together on our policy about containment and desexing with Landcare, and the significant number and impact on wildlife is very clear from our perspective. I did want to add, if I can, that when we talk about containment, and containment will lead to more unwanted pets, unwanted cats, and cats being handed in to pounds, that would only be if there's only the law change and nothing goes with it. And there's a lot of support that can go to that containment and should do examples of how you do it. That's where the government could help with making it cheaper for those who can't afford it. So I still think, and Tamworth still believes, containment is absolutely necessary, but the education and the assistance that goes with it, so that the average person understands what's involved in that, so it's easy. Someone needs to set up a business and actually make money out of selling different sizes of enclosures. It's not that difficult. And it's not that expensive. My husband built one for me, for my cat, cost us $500. He built it. So I would really recommend that you not just think that containment has to work or cannot work because it's just a change to the law. There's a lot of education that would need to go with it, but that can be effective.
We did start a little early, so if you want to throw one question in.
Yeah, look, the main question I just wanted to ask was around regulation, very similar to Mr. Primrose, but from your submissions, I take it, or I think I take it, that you are somewhat desperately calling on the state government for that overarching, clear, guiding framework with that kind of head regulation, and then you think things will start falling into place and support the work councils are doing across the state. Am I correct in that assumption?
100%.
Thank you.
Yes, please.
And Mr. Robinson, it was about once you've got that, then that provides the mechanism effectively for proper application of resources to be able to implement.
Yes, councils will rank the merit of that expenditure against other demands in their community in the absence of adjustment to the rate cap. So effectively I would ask in return, which library are you asking has less hours in order to provide that additional service? Which park are you asking doesn't get mown so that the community can't play its games on the weekend?
And the proper response to that is none. We will give you this resource to be able to implement these rules and laws and regulations.
We look forward, as does Local Government New South Wales, to the state recanting its policy that local government isn't fit to manage its budget in consultation with its community.
Thank you. Thank you all for coming today, and thank you. And you did stay back a little bit later, so we appreciate that. If there's any questions on notice, the Secretary will be in contact with you, and there may be further questions as well from committee members on notice as well. So thank you again for your time today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We will now break. We'll now take a short break, and we'll be back at 11:30.
Thank you.
I feel there should be special because if you're
Wonderful, thank you, and welcome back to the inquiry into the management of cat populations in New South Wales, and I welcome our next witnesses. Could I begin by asking each witness to please state their name, position, title, and swear either an oath or an affirmation? I'll start with the witness in the room, please.
Thank you. I am Dr. Rosemary Elliott, President of Sentient, and I will take the oath. I swear that the evidence about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Could I ask Dr. Lee to go next, please?
Thank you. My name's Dr. Amy Lee. I'm the President of the ABA's New South Wales Division Committee, and I'll be taking the affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Dr. Taylor?
My name is Dr. Nick Taylor, and I am a committee member of the AVA New South Wales Division, and I'll be taking the affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Could I ask if Sentient has a short opening statement they would like to make?
Yes, thank you. I thank this committee for initiating this inquiry with its broad terms of reference regarding the management of both domestic and feral cats. It is possible to care about the impact of cat predation on our wildlife without demonising cats by referring to them as pests, walking, stalking, ruthless killers, or by declaring war on them. This kind of language is not fitting for any public debate about best practice management. It's unscientific and potentially incites violence towards cats. Yet it was openly used when the revised threat abatement program was announced in 2023. Wherever and however cats live, they are sentient beings, and it is our duty to treat them accordingly. It is also our duty to adopt an evidence-based approach to cat management using a one welfare framework. Faced with intakes that overwhelm the capacity of pounds and shelters, especially intakes of young kittens, high levels of euthanasia and convenience killing, limited foster care networks, emotional burnout of staff and a veterinary shortage, the kind of systemic change we need is fully funded, targeted programs that support responsible cat ownership. The shift in some jurisdictions towards mandated desexing, mandated cat management, cat containment, including cat-free suburbs, and the general stick versus carrot approach is placing greater pressure on our existing resources. And we've heard evidence from RSPCA New South Wales and the Australian Pet Welfare Foundation that this approach also overlooks social equity issues, increases complaints about cats, and leads to actually higher rates of cat abandonment and surrender, impoundment and killing. All this without any evidence of reducing cat predation on wildlife. Instead, Sentient advocates statewide government funding of the only proven solution to domestic cat overpopulation: high-intensity, free desexing and microchipping programs targeted to low-income areas, along with community education. Successful examples include RSPCA New South Wales Keeping Cats Safe at Home program and the Australian Pet Welfare Foundation's community cat programs in Queensland. So both have published impressive results with significantly decreased impoundments, euthanasia and killing rates and cat-related complaints. Sentient also promotes the adoption of consistent definitions of cats, using the categories of feral, owned, semi-owned and unowned. The same compassionate approach should be extended to the management of feral cats. Instead of finding more gruesome methods of killing, none of which will ever provide a lasting solution, we propose the government supports the development of novel, non-lethal methods of managing these populations, such as through innovations in immunocontraception. The management of all cat populations will require a national plan. We believe the Australian Cat Action Plan produced by Getting to Zero is ideal, due to its comprehensive list of low-cost actions that include anti-predation strategies to keep both cats and wildlife safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there an opening statement from the AVA?
Yes, there is. Thank you. Good morning, Chair, committee members and fellow participants. We would like to thank the committee for the opportunity to contribute to this important inquiry. The AVA is the peak national organisation representing veterinarians in Australia, with members spanning the entire profession. I serve as President of the AVA New South Wales Division, and I'm joined by Dr. Nick Taylor today, who's an AVA New South Wales Division Committee member. Veterinarians have unique expertise in both the welfare of cats and broader implications of management strategies for animal health, public health, and environmental outcomes. When considering cat population management, it is therefore imperative that veterinary input is embedded not only at the point of clinical care, but in policy development and program design. There are 4 distinct populations, as mentioned by Dr. Elliott, of cats in New South Wales, and each requires its own specific management approach. These populations include owned, semi-owned, unowned, and feral cats. The AVA emphasises the need for consistent classification of these cats. Mislabeling these groups leads to ineffective and sometimes harmful outcomes. Such a complex issue cannot be tackled without stakeholders using consistent definitions. Public education is essential to managing cat populations. Programs need to be well funded, strategically designed, and regularly evaluated. They should be culturally inclusive, widely accessible, and cover all aspects of responsible cat ownership, from registration and desexing to containment and wildlife protection. However, education alone is not enough. It must be supported by improved access to desexing services to curb passive cat acquisition, to help semi-owners take full responsibility for their cats and remove barriers to responsible pet ownership. Evidence-based targeted cat desexing programs should be funded to reduce cat overpopulation. Veterinarians are well placed to support cat management programs through desexing, receiving and identifying stray cats, public education, and advising on containment. However, our capacity to assist is limited without appropriate public funding. The AVA strongly advocates that all governments share legal and financial responsibility for cat care and management. Veterinary practices should not be expected to subsidise services that serve the broader public good. It is neither fair nor sustainable to place the financial burden of cat population management on private clinics. In fact, this contributes to poor mental health in veterinarians. Effective cat management relies on high-level collaboration between key stakeholders, strategic planning, and ongoing monitoring. State and local governments should develop cat management plans, including legal frameworks and community education. Implementation should be accompanied by research to assess the outcomes and inform improvement. The AVA recommends reviving the National Domestic Cat Working Group to address domestic cat management as distinct from feral cat issues, and develop a National Domestic Cat Management Action Plan. Finally, we urge the New South Wales Government to implement Recommendation 2 from the 2023 inquiry into the veterinary workforce shortage, which was to amend the Companion Animals Act to ensure that local government authorities collect stray animals from veterinary practices. This should include the collection in a timely manner of unidentified cats presented to veterinary practices. In summary, the AVA believes that an effective, humane and evidence-based cat management program is achievable, but it will require a holistic approach. State governments, local councils, rescue organisations, wildlife experts, Indigenous communities and veterinarians each have a vital role to play. It is imperative, however, that their efforts be supported by adequate funding, clear legislative framework and cohesive action. Thank you again. We look forward to your questions.
Thank you. And thank you both for those opening statements. I'm just going to ask a couple of questions because I know that there's people who missed out in the last round. We're running tight on time. I just want to ask, in the last session we heard from councils that talked about the fact that a significant number of cats aren't microchipped and aren't registered, and I might throw this to you, Dr. Elliott. Given that we've got so many cats that aren't microchipped and aren't registered, but they are what's been classified by many people as owned cats, if we were to bring in, say, mandatory cat containment laws, would we sort of have this disaster of all these cats coming into councils and no way of those councils actually identifying where those cats actually live? And could we see cats being killed? And realistically, before there's any kind of cat containment, is there a lot of work that would even need to be done before that to make sure people actually understand the legal requirements and action those legal requirements to have their cats microchipped and registered?
Yes, definitely. I agree with your statement about this. We heard evidence when was it first here in December, I think from RSPCA and what they were talking about was it's basically been a disaster in Victoria. So Victoria, they've taken the stick approach. They've mandated cat containment, and they've done this in the midst of a cost of living crisis, and they've done it across the board. And we know that we have a cost of living crisis, and in Australia we also have people who were already struggling financially, people in low socioeconomic groups. We also have an accommodation, a housing crisis. So there are many people who, faced with the threat of a fine, will abandon or surrender their cats. And I do believe, I can't remember exact figure, but I think what's happened since the mandatory cat containment was brought into place in legislation in Victoria, that the impoundment rate has increased by 68% or 65% or something from baseline. So you're going to get people who can't comply with this, and what do? Their cats end up, as you've said, they'll take them to vet practices, which is not the right place to go, they'll take them to councils, but councils won't always take them, or they'll just dump them, or try to rehome them to someone else, and then they're passing the issue on. And these poor cats, if they're then caught, say, by a ranger or someone, and they're not microchipped, they could even be mistaken for being potentially feral. So it would be a disaster. We're not ready for that. I think we're definitely not ready for that. We need to work more with owners, and we need to help owners. We need to educate them, particularly targeting those in those low socioeconomic groups, to help them with free microchipping, free desexing, and set them up then. So, yeah.
Thank you. And I'd also like to throw that to the AVA as well, to get a better understanding of what some of the barriers are that people will face who are from lower socioeconomic groups and areas in regards to actually being able to contain cats.
Look, I think, actually Dr. Elliott has summarised this quite well, but I think, one issue is that we have a lot of semi-owned cats. So with semi-ownership, we know that people actually still feel they have a very strong bond to these cats. There's been a lot of research into that area, but they don't necessarily feel it's their responsibility to microchip or desex or do those other things we associate with ownership. So I think we would absolutely see people sort of go hands off and sort of say, oh, I don't own that cat, then I don't have anything to do with it, in the face of potentially having to pay for a containment system. Perhaps they're renting. We know that, we've got a high proportion of pet owners that are renters. Maybe they don't have permission to, to alter that property or modify that property. We also don't have any good research to show that cat containment works as a general rule. We just don't have the data about that. And what we do know is that there may be a place for it, perhaps where we know we've got, a high sort of population of threatened species, and maybe it's a new development. Maybe, we sort of introduce that at the outset for people. But we know in New Zealand that when they increased cat containment, they did that in a slow process, incrementally, and had better uptake. So I think Dr. Elliott's right. We're just not ready for it at the moment here in Australia. If we try and slap that onto people in the middle of a cost of living crisis, I think we're going to see what they have in Victoria, which is increased euthanasia, increased penalties. We're putting more pressure on people that are actually good people trying to do the right thing, caring for this excess of cats that we have in our community.
Thank you. I've just got one other question before I throw to others as well. I just wanted to ask again, Dr. Lee, your submission talked about the fact that we really need further field studies to better understand the impact of cats. Can you just sort of expand on that and why we actually need further research to better understand what sort of impact cats are potentially having on wildlife? I know we got some interesting evidence from Wires in the last hearing that actually dogs are killing more wildlife than cats. And they said that cats was probably much lower on their list of concerns in regards to protecting wildlife. I just wanted to get the AVA's perspective on that as well.
Yeah, we agree with that, and I think when it comes to knowing the impact that these cats are having on wildlife. The problem is we've got limited studies, and the studies we have been working on predation estimates. But actually, I think again, this was a New Zealand study, and I'm happy to provide more details later. I just don't have them on me at the minute. But there was a study where they actually put cameras on the cats, and it was a significant number of cats, and they showed that they were hunting insects and small reptiles, and really not necessarily getting to those populations of, say, mammals and things that were of more conservation concern, or even birds that were of more conservation concern. And so I think some of the issues is we don't know what animals feral cats are hunting as distinct from owned, semi-owned or unowned cats. We don't know what the effects on actual populations of wildlife are. We just have these predation estimates, but that's not actually telling us what the real life impact is. We really just don't have enough data around which subcategory of cat is doing what damage. And because we know that all of these subcategories need to be managed differently, there's no point in us, say, targeting pet cats if actually it's feral cats that are really more of a concern, or perhaps we need to be targeting both. So we just need more data to inform our response, really. And some of that has been, sort of having cameras actually on cats. Some of that has been having camera traps. As well as measuring, vulnerable populations of wildlife and seeing if we're making a difference with any changes that we implement.
Thank you. The Honourable Peter Primrose, did you have questions?
Oh, just one, if I could, on to the AVA. Page 14 of your submission, you talk about the success of the City of Gold Coast in reducing its euthanasia rate. You outline a number of recommendations there, but I was wondering if you could just talk to that and just tell us what the lessons are and what your recommendations are out of that.
Yeah, let me just pull up, so I've got it in front of me. So this is page 14.
Particularly relating to the key success factors in the last dot point on page 14.
Yeah, so basically it's the Getting to Zero sort of campaign and Operation Wanted that we've sort of spoke about on those pages. And basically it was doing prepubertal subsidised desexing. And, what we know is that, for instance, with semi-owned populations of cats, if we give free or subsidised desexing, it seems to encourage people to then take on full ownership of those cats. Because oftentimes semi-owned populations are owned by people in lower socioeconomic groups. And so the cost of desexing or access to desexing and microchipping, things like that, is often reduced for those groups. So what they found there was, euthanasia reduced by 50% on the Gold Coast, from 50%, to about 9.5%. And that was over the space of, 20 years or so. So we do sort of see that has a big impact if we can drive owners, semi-owners, towards owning and looking after the cat in an appropriate fashion. And that's an example of a targeted, low cost or subsidised desexing program. So looking for areas where we've got high euthanasia rates, high surrender or relinquishment rates, and then devising a program around that. But it's not a standalone, just off a cheap desexing. I think, in that you've got to kind of use social media, engage schools. Like, they really plugged that program within the community to make it a success. I think the other thing too is looking at how that works, because we don't want the private veterinary practices in that area to be the ones that are subsidising the cost of that desexing. So it does need to be funded through some other way, because as it is, most veterinarians charge far less for desexing than actually what those procedures are worth. They're already a loss leader for us. And if they are doing, desexing that's funded from elsewhere, that should be paid at market rates, because they will also have an opportunity loss in doing those procedures where they can't do other, probably higher paying procedures.
Thank you.
Thank you. The Honourable Scott Barrett?
Couple of questions for the AVA. Surely in your professions you come across animal owners that you look at them and think, you should not be looking after this animal. You're not suitable to manage this animal.
Yes.
Because there just seems to be this inferral that everyone has a right to have a cat wherever they live, whatever situation there are. And I struggle to come to terms with that.
It is difficult, and look, that's definitely an ethical dilemma that I would say every veterinarian, no matter what species you're treating, will come across at some point. I think that veterinarians as a profession really try to stay out of judgment because it just doesn't help us help the animal. And sometimes those cases are, cases where people just lack the education, and once they have the tools and the education, they do a lot better. And I actually think that's the majority of the case. It's very rare to have a person who is, truly uncaringly negligent. It happens, absolutely it happens, but I actually think a lot of it is lack of education.
Because there seems to be a lot of effort we've been talking about to go into helping people that didn't actively choose to have cats in the first place to then end up being resources going into them becoming responsible pet owners, where they're not people that chose to have cats in the first place.
That's most of us. So I never chose to have a cat, but I used to have 3. It kind of comes with the profession, you get sick of putting down strays after a while. And that's what happens to the general public. They will have a cat that comes into their yard all the time. It's, they've taken it to a vet clinic or a pound. It's not microchipped. What do they do with it? There's no rescues to take it. The pounds aren't taking them, and they don't want it to suffer, so they start feeding it. But we do have a lot of data to say that at least 65% of those people actually develop quite strong bonds with those cats, and actually that the bonds are comparable to owned cats. Even though they don't want to have them, they actually do form a very strong attachment to them, which is why we've had success with these programs where we push those people further along the ownership process and we remove barriers to that.
When you talk about we should have cat management programs in place, surely one of the goals of that is to have less unowned, unchipped cats in the system?
Yes. And one way of doing that is to get those semi-owned cats chipped, desexed, and getting people who are already semi-owning them to take on their ownership.
Are we not better going further upriver so those semi-owned cats aren't there in the first place, or unowned cats aren't there in the first place?
That's the long-term goal, right? And I think this is the issue with this. It's such a complex problem that one solution is not going to fix it. We need to come at this from multiple angles. So some of that is looking at the stuff that's upriver, and desexing is a huge, obviously, part of that. But you've also got to look at those other factors as well. Like, how do we get these guys out of the sort of point where they can be reproducing? A lot of these cats aren't desexed, so actually targeting these semi-owned cats will reduce cat populations over time. But, for us to really kind of make a dent in cat populations, we would have to desex over 75% of sort of stray, so semi-owned or unowned or feral cats over a number of years for us to actually even make a dent. So we need to be looking for the lower hanging fruit in the meantime and making plans for that longer term strategy as well.
In the submission, you talk about toxic bait should only be a last resort. Given the extinction rates we're seeing at the moment, and the wipeout of some of our native mammals, when do we hit that last resort? Surely we're there already.
There's a number of problems with the baits. I think one of the biggest concerns is that 1080 is still the most common, and the problem with that
I'm not talking about the efficacy of the thing. I'm talking about your comment that we use them as a last resort.
Yeah.
What do you see as last resort? How many more extinctions do we need to see before we get to that point of last resort?
We haven't got good evidence about cats contributing to extinctions, and we know that dogs actually have far more significance when it comes to predating on native wildlife, and particularly wildlife of significance. So I don't think we're there yet to be specifically lethally targeting cats. However, it's case by case, right? If you've got a huge feral cat population next to a very vulnerable threatened species, that might be a very good time to bring in your lethal control. But so long as it's done in a way that looks at animal welfare, and 1080 doesn't do that. But yeah, it's about targeted and specific. I think we also have to be very careful about public perception, because we know that the community is very caring towards cats. And so any lethal measures will be met with public backlash to a degree. So, particularly shooting, for instance, we know that never tends to go down very well with the public.
And again, this suggestion that getting cats chipped is a big impost. As of January 1 this year, every sheep and goat in New South Wales has to be chipped as well. surely if someone wants to have a cat, one way of proving that they're a responsible owner is to get that chip. Surely that's not that big an impost. And I'm happy that to be answered in the room as well.
Look, you know, from our perspective, I guess it just depends on that person's socioeconomic status. I mean, $50 to some people is nothing, and you know, and then $50 is probably cheap for a chip. You know, $50 for someone else could be a big portion of their weekly budget. So, you know, it's looking at where we can remove those barriers to care.
Dr. Elliott, did you have anything further? I'm not sure if you missed the question itself. I think it was about whether or not people should be required to have microchips, is that right?
Yeah, it's like all sheep and goats in New South Wales need to be chipped to prove that you're a responsible manager of those animals.
Yep.
Surely it's not that if you are going to be a responsible manager of a cat, surely getting them chipped is the least we could ask of that person.
Oh, it's very important. It's there for their safety as well, definitely. And I think that's what both the AVA and Sentient would be promoting, is that we support people to get that done. Some people can't afford it. If we can support them to do it, we're talking about a minority of the population, of the human population, but those people may be caring for 7 cats in terms of a semi-owned sense. And so if you can support them and get the microchip done, that's part of the solution. I just wanted to follow up on Dr. Lee's fantastic answer and just add that regarding the toxic baits, they affect wildlife, and even the sort of less dreadful one, which is PAP, and they're using it in, what is it, fox, it's called fox acute and dogger bait. These have affected bandicoots and quolls and other so it's not as simple as they'll just take out the cats. They will take out the wildlife as well. And there's quite a bit of evidence now for 1080 being found in birds of prey because they've been eating carrion who were killed from 1080. So there are more reasons than cat welfare to avoid the toxic baits.
The Honourable Susan Carter.
Thank you. My question really is for you, Dr. Lee, and I admit to being very confused by some of the evidence that you've given, because it sounded as if to me you were arguing that we don't really have a problem with cats killing our native wildlife, and that stands against everything else that I've read in terms of submissions. And so if the view of the AVA is that cats are not a problem for our native wildlife, then what is the problem that we're trying to fix? And I guess why would you have that view that seems so out of step with all the other evidence we've received?
It's not, and sorry, to clarify what I was saying, it's not that the AVA believes that we don't have a problem with cats killing wildlife at all. It's just that we don't have great data around what population of cats are killing wildlife. And I think more my point earlier was we don't have actually solid data about cats causing extinctions. Believed to have been involved in, I think, 20 out of the 47 extinctions of species in New South Wales that we've had over, I think, since settlement, actually. So no, I'm not arguing that cats don't kill wildlife at all. It's just more that, you know, if we're going to make blanket statements about cats being the problem, we just need to be careful that we've got the research to back things up and justify the movements that we take, because we don't have great data at the moment. So I think a starting point is let's get that data. Let's find out exactly what impact cats are having, because then we have a baseline that we can measure from. So yes, not at all saying that cats don't cause a problem, but it's more like, let's quantify that problem. Let's find out exactly what we're dealing with so that we know which populations of cats we need to be tackling and how.
But what extinctions do we risk while we're waiting to collect that data?
I think that, you know, obviously we don't want any further extinctions, but, you know, it doesn't mean that there aren't other things that we can be doing at the same time. This doesn't have to be a try one thing and put everything on the back burner. You know, I suspect this is going to be multi-pronged and lots of things happening at the one time, and one of those things should be collecting data.
So other than collecting data, what's the top thing that the AFA recommends we should be doing with respect to our cat population?
I think the top things we can look at is getting that terminology standardised. Let's get everyone agreeing what these populations of cats actually are. So between our owned, semi-owned,
Sorry, Dr. Lee, how
feral.
does standardising terminology protect from extinctions?
It's starting at the beginning. So, if everyone's not talking about the same problem, how will you solve that problem? You've got, lots
But it
and
seems
lots
as
of
if you're
different...
suggesting the problem has been overblown or doesn't really exist.
Not at all. That's 100% not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is there is a problem, but, if you have a problem, is the key thing not to find out what question am I solving, what problem am I solving? And right now we know we've got cats killing wildlife, we've got cats being nuisances, we've got cats suffering ill welfare because they're not being properly looked after. But what we need to know is, are we all speaking the same language here? That's the first starting point. The second point is getting, national cat management plan going so that we've actually got all states and territories talking the same language. And then at the same time as we're doing those things, then getting all those key stakeholders to be having high level discussions with each other about, okay, where do we go? Is it simultaneously doing public education and encouraging semi-owners to, acquire their animals at the same time as looking at lethal options for, vulnerable, biological
So your top recommendation is we talk a lot more between the states?
That's the starting point, yes.
And how long should that starting point take?
I guess that's for government to decide. I mean, I think that's for government to decide that side of things, but I think that getting everybody actually working together more cohesively, because what we've seen at the moment, and actually it's evident in this hearing, is that, we've got lots of people with lots of different ideas. Quick fixes are very appealing. They're not going to work in this situation, because if they did, then we would have already solved the issue, and we haven't. So we need to look at the complexity of the issue and get all those stakeholders discussing that. And I would say that out of that, we would probably get some wonderful ideas that would be easily actionable quite quickly. And we've already seen some great models of that, from the Gold Coast Council, from New Zealand and other places. So, we don't need to reinvent the wheel, but we do need to be cohesive in how we're acting.
Thank you. I'm conscious of time. I just have one last question, perhaps to everybody. We've heard a lot of discussion about the burden on people of low socioeconomic groups caring responsibly for cats, which raises other issues. And we've also heard about the difficulties of cat containment if you are living in premises that you don't own. Is cat containment, or the ability to provide a contained space for pets, is that something which should be considered in the design of social and affordable housing?
I think that's an excellent idea. I think that's a great solution because we don't want to criminalise people for being poor. And I'd also like to talk about the whole one welfare approach that the veterinary profession is very committed to. And, the people who are feeding cats who are just hanging around are doing it out of compassion. And I would argue that they will make very good owners because they have compassion. And if you can work with people and start with where they're at, and the goal obviously is to get those cats contained at home, definitely. But the home, as you said, for many people, social housing is hard to get into, and you have no choice about what you're given, and you may have no option of how to contain a cat in that setting. So I think that's a great solution. I also wanted to follow up on something that from the last question about the frustration that people are having with this sounds like a slow approach. We're on the same page as the AVA in terms of you've got to work, the veterinary profession works in a scientific way, so we need data of what a mess have we got now. We need that data so then we can track it, like the community cat programs up in Queensland. They started out with a certain percentage of euthanasia and impoundments, and after 3 years they decreased the cat intakes by 60%, the euthanasia by 80%, and the cat-related complaints to local council by 39%. That's the sort of data that tells you it is worth spending money on these programs. So, but I think until we do have the information about the exact impact of all categories of cats on wildlife, we still know what we should be doing, and we can start doing that. And that the targeted desexing programs, and I would like to argue that that we should be looking at immunocontraception, because there have been recent advances, and it will be an awful lot easier than actually desexing, trapping, sedating, desexing and releasing. So I think we've got some really good directions where we can go, and I think that needs to be communicated to people like yourselves who are very concerned about the impact on our native animals.
Thank you. Mr. Higginson?
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to go to the, a little bit following on from what the Honourable Susan Carter was asking, just about this claim that the science is, or the data is not particularly reliable or strong. I'm still not quite sure what the proposition there is. Dr. Lee, you mentioned that cats are thought to have contributed to at least 20 of the extinctions that we've experienced in Australia to date. Do you accept that's half of the extinctions we've experienced?
Yes, well, it's close to half, 47 extinctions, yeah. So that's what it's thought to be. However, I've also read conflicting research to that as well. And so that is...
Are you able to supply the committee with the conflicting research that you've read around those claims?
Yeah, I can take that on notice, and we can...
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. And are you... do you question in any way the research and the veracity and basis of the research of, I think it's Professor, or I don't know what her position is, but the compilation of research contained in Cats in Australia, Companion and Killer, Sarah Legge, and I think it was done in collaboration with another scientist. Are you aware of their work?
I am, sort of on the surface, but not in detail. I think we quoted it in our submission as well.
Yeah, I think so. Because I think that that's fairly recognised as being some extremely reliable data and science and field work showing the correlation and the direct risk and harm and cause of animal death, native animal death through cat predation. So I'm just curious about whether you're suggesting that that material or that data is not a sound basis for members of this committee or any government agency or regulator to be basing regulation upon. I'd love it if you're happy to take on notice and provide the committee more of a basis to understand that proposition that we don't have reliable data in relation to what has become quite commonly known, that cats are an enormous threat to wildlife and the survival of certain populations.
I will take that on notice, but I think, so the authors of that particular paper, so that 2020 paper by Legge, they did actually acknowledge the limitations of their own work. So if you look at page 6 of our submission, we have in there, although the Australian studies differ in methods, duration and sample size, and they've not sampled exhaustively across Australian urban, peri-urban and rural environments collectively, there is still that substantial research effort and sampling from many locations, but they've sort of noted there that there's some limits in the Australian studies in that they're not standardised and they haven't sampled a wide range of different environments. The other things they note is that detrimental impacts to wildlife populations from pet cat predation have been reported from Australia, but the evidence is patchy. And they've also said the evidence of wildlife population declines as a result of pet cat predation are highly suggestive, but the studies are few, especially from Australia. And so in that paper that you're referencing, that's what I'm talking to, is just that we've got limited data.
Thank you, and absolutely. See, I know the part of the ethics of that research is to put forward the limitations, which they do very well. And then, but I wasn't actually referring to the paper as such. I was referring to the publication, the actual book that has been put together as that compilation of all of the research and evidence. But yeah, I would appreciate it if you could provide us with the evidence you're suggesting counters research or puts that into doubt that the data we have got is not reliable.
Yeah, and again, it's maybe shouldn't be phrased that way, is that the data that we have isn't reliable. It's more that we have limited data, and that's probably more to the point of what I was saying. So it's not questioning the data that we have. We've got some data there, but we just haven't got a breadth of data, which would be really valuable in actually not only assessing what the problem is, but also measuring our outcomes as we move along this path. Does that make sense? So it's not questioning that we've got reliable data as such. It's just saying that we don't have enough data, and we don't necessarily, we could do with more to substantiate things better.
Can I ask about, and for anybody who would like to answer this, the notion that euthanizing cats is not desirable. Could you elaborate on that? And I'm speaking about any cats from a veterinary perspective, that euthanizing cats is somehow undesirable.
I think, from the perspective of a private practitioner, which I also am, and also from an AVA standpoint, there is concern about the number of euthanasias that need to be done, of unwanted cats and kittens. I mean, 20 years ago when I graduated, I would walk into a room of healthy puppies and kittens and kill them all doing contract work for the RSPCA. Because they just didn't have a place to put them. They didn't have foster carers. And now, and I also used to work for RSPCA Yaguna back in the day. But even as a private practitioner, we get cats in all the time that, they won't be taken by a pound. There's no room for them in rescue shelters. What do we do with them? And so a lot of the time you end up euthanizing. It has a huge emotional burden on the veterinary profession. And it puts us in a lot of ethical dilemmas. Is this owned? Is it semi-owned? Do we need to contact someone about this one? What do we do? So there's that. But yeah, others might have other thoughts on that.
Look, that's a very real issue. I'd like to support that. The veterinary profession has an extremely high suicide rate, and that would be one of the things that feeds into it. I don't even use the term euthanasia for what I think is convenience killing. It's convenient for us to put these animals down because we have nowhere to put them, nowhere to home them. I wouldn't even, which is probably why in my opening statement I talked about euthanasia/convenience killing. I think, and whilst it's done by vets in a very humane way and the animals are not suffering, there is the broader ethical issue of we are depriving them of their lives through things that we've not done well as a society in terms of looking after them. And I don't think that's a fair thing. I also understand that if you were going to try and kill them, you'd need to kill 75-80% of them probably every year for 10 years, and you're not going to be able to do that. Particularly with feral cats, they're very hard to find, they're shy, they're hidden, they won't come out easily to a cage to take a bait, and if they do, they'll never come back again. So I think we have to move beyond the killing and think about more sophisticated and streamlined approaches.
Thank you. I was more just curious about if there is an issue in amongst vets and the professional bodies that represent vets in relation to whatever you want to call it, we'll call it euthanasia, convenience killing. Do you think there might be a place for a different body or a different group of people who are very willing to undertake a public interest euthanasia service for the purpose of trying to control cats for the benefit of wildlife, remembering that there's all of the ethics about the cruel killing of wildlife by cats. Is there something, or has there been any consideration or any looking into a specialist kind of service where those individuals responsible for undertaking the act or the task are doing it as part of a well-informed strategic program where they believe they're contributing to the benefit of the outcomes, that takes it away from the pressure of, as you say, private practice vets that are working more with domestic animals on a daily basis?
I think we have to be careful because euthanasia is a highly skilled service, and I think it is one that should only be delivered by, in certain settings should be delivered by veterinarians. I know that in shelter situations you can have other staff that are qualified to do that. I do think you'd struggle to find any group of people that would be really happy or that comfortable about, taking lives on a long-term basis. I think psychologically that does have an impact over time, even in resilient people. And you look at vets that work in welfare organisations and shelters, they believe they're euthanizing for the greater good, they're doing their jobs, they're highly professional, they've often been doing it for a long time. But these things they just take their toll. So I don't know that necessarily singling out one particular group to do it would be a great idea. I don't know that I'd love the idea of anyone who enjoys it doing it, or that is really uncaring doing it. And I think also we just need to look at the skill that's involved in that. I mean, these days euthanasia, even if we're euthanizing strays, we actually give them drugs to sedate them beforehand so that they don't feel anything and, all the rest of it. So we're really, even if they're not owned, we try to do that in a very ethical way.
Sorry, but just to the question, has anybody in the veterinary professional bodies looked into that as an option, having a specialist service that is, a strategic specialist service? So to take that burden or that pressure away from vets who simply can't or don't want to, for all of the good reasons, don't want to do the work of euthanizing cats that are not homed or looked after.
So Dr. Elliott?
Look, euthanasia through injection is a veterinary procedure and it will always remain a veterinary.
No, I'm still saying they would be qualified, but I mean, like for example, we have wildlife vets now that don't do any domestic animals or care for them. We've got wildlife hospitals opening, and I'm just curious as to whether your organisations or your professional bodies have questioned your members or anybody else to say, hey, look, if this was something, if this was a public interest need and the government was supporting it and there was special investment involved, have you surveyed or looked to your members to see whether there is, for want of a better term, a niche for that kind of work?
I'm not aware of it.
Thank you.
What I do want to say is you've already got the DPI out there with guns, traps, poisons. So there are.
I think it's something different I'm referring to.
You're looking for, okay.
Yeah. Sorry, because we are over
we're
time,
over time.
if you would both like to take that question on notice to provide further details, you're more than welcome to. We have run out of time, but thank you all so much for your time and your evidence that you gave today. It's been appreciated. There may be some more questions on notice from committee members, and the Secretariat will be in touch with those. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There isn't.
I now welcome our next witnesses and thank them for coming and giving their time to give evidence today. Could I begin by asking each witness to please state their name and position title and swear either an oath or an affirmation? I'll start with the witness in the room, please.
Stephen Albin, CEO of the Animal Welfare League New South Wales. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. And we have Ms Thompson online, I believe.
Yes, that's correct.
Hi there. Could I ask you to do the same, please?
Yes, I'll be taking the affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Does the Animal Welfare League have a short opening statement?
Yes.
Thank you.
Chair and committee members, thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this important environmental and animal welfare policy issue. Animal Welfare League New South Wales has the widest coverage across the state, with 20 branches resourced by dedicated volunteers. All of those branches deal with community cat management and cat rehoming. As outlined in our submission, we strongly believe that managing cat populations is best achieved through a balanced, community-driven approach, rather than mandatory cat containment laws. Wildlife predation is a major environmental issue. However, mandatory cat containment may well deliver unintended policy outcomes. Our position is based on 4 key points. Making containment for all owned cats mandatory is disproportionate and challenging to implement. Instead, we argue that voluntary containment supported by education and incentives will be far more effective. Large-scale desexing programs are supported as the most humane and effective way to control cat populations. We propose robust community cat management initiatives that can enlist the help of volunteers to responsibly manage semi-owned and unowned cat populations. We propose greater education for cat owners about responsible pet ownership, including need for mental stimulation for indoor cats, ensuring that voluntary containment is practical and beneficial for cat welfare. And our final point is this. Instead of a one-size-fits-all law, we suggest a flexible strategy that targets feral cats in key conservation areas and supports low-income communities with subsidised programs. This will reduce the risk of unintended outcomes such as increased semi-owned and unowned and feral cat populations and overburdened shelters. Cat containment does not fully account for the varied impacts of different cat typologies, the owned versus the semi-owned, unowned and feral, or the social and economic challenges for pet owners. Any policy should carefully consider and examine the economic and social environmental issues associated with it. Pet owners have never done it tougher, with rising costs for pet care forcing some owners to give up their pets. Shelters are full as we manage more surrenders with lower demand for pet adoption. Mandatory containment could have a negative economic and social outcomes with no meaningful environmental benefits. I'd urge the committee to consider flexible containment models and support desexing programs. By supporting voluntary measures and targeted interventions, we can achieve better outcomes for both native wildlife and cat welfare. It'll also develop high levels of community support. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms Thompson, did you have a short opening statement?
Yes, thank you. I acknowledge the traditional custodians of this land and pay my respects to elders past and present and any Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander people with us today. Getting to Zero is a national program offering free, remote and on-site support to local governments, non-profits and community groups. It aims to keep people and pets together while improving outcomes for lost and homeless animals across Australia. G2Z advocates for community-driven solutions to community problems. Companion animal welfare and management were once separate sectors. Welfare arose to protect animals, while management addressed public health and safety concerns related to strays and dangerous animals. Over time, shifting values has brought these sectors closer together, with a growing emphasis on community expectations and harm prevention. Animal welfare groups now recognise that better management involves companion animal welfare, requiring a balance between animal and community needs. Despite differing origins, both sectors are moving towards a shared evolving strategy as community services. This inquiry is not just about welfare management or enforcement, it's about people and their connections to cats, ensuring disadvantage does not create more disadvantage. In the last 20 years, academic interest in these sectors has surged, linking them to human health and social science. With a robust evidence base, policies and programs can now be developed more effectively, moving beyond outdated practices. Cat management, typically handled by local governments and non-profits, remains under-resourced for prevention and support strategies. Governments can help by supporting councils to implement community engagement and support programs that will improve cat welfare and management outcomes that are in line with social expectations and that also provide environmental benefits. Animal management is a community service that needs investment. G2Z recognises that management of domestic cats that are neither fully owned nor living independently of humans is a significant challenge for animal management teams. Enforcement models have not been shown to be successful in reducing cat populations or their impacts. We encourage the Government of New South Wales to adopt an approach to the cat management conundrum that includes progress-oriented methodology that allows progress towards the objectives while maintaining the flexibility to respond to new information and emerging challenges. Data-driven best practices that are actually working in Australian communities today, and fiscal responsibility. According to Animal Welfare Victoria, average costs for a council to provide impound services for a single cat sits at around $516 per cat. Given an estimated 30,000 cats are impounded annually in Victoria, that could equate to $15.5 million in costs per year, even when cats are not suitable for rehoming, are not held in care and are euthanised. This approach is irresponsible, unethical and ineffective. Let's work to do things a different way. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you both for your submissions as well. I'll just start with a quick question to Mr. Albin. I know that you work quite closely with a lot of pounds and councils across New South Wales, and I know the Animal Welfare League often takes in a lot of those animals and helps rehome them. What do you think would happen in terms of impoundments and euthanasia rates if we were to follow Victoria and adopt these kind of mandatory cat containment laws?
I think what will happen with mandatory cat containment will be, and I heard some of the other discussions, I think what we've seen on the ground here is that there's a lot of people that actually feed cats, look after cats, they don't want to own them. 1, because of registration costs, 2, because of microchips, 3, because of the liabilities or potential liabilities of having a cat roamed and found by a ranger. I think the mandatory cat containment will actually make the problem worse, not better, because you'll have more unowned cats. They'll be out there in the community breeding, often not desexed, not microchipped, and causing chaos. And cat populations grow exponentially. This isn't a little problem. So, by actually bringing in a mandatory cat containment policy, you can have perverse policy outcomes. And that's what may very well happen here in New South Wales if we do the same thing. Now, I'll be asked whether there's any evidence in Victoria. I haven't seen any about what is actually going on in the ground. They're very hard to monitor. So we're actually running programs here in New South Wales and some pilot programs to see how effective community cat management could be at managing populations like that.
And what are you seeing from those programs?
We are seeing exactly what a lot of people don't want to own, and we've been to Aboriginal communities as well on the far south coast. A lot don't want to own the animals, they don't want to take responsibility, but they do want to feed them, and often they do want to have companionship. We're actually seeing a willingness to get involved in our programs, and we're actually owning the animals. So we're taking these animals in, owning them, desexing them and paying for that. And it seems to be working relatively well. The best example I've got is the Campus Cats program. So one of our board members who was already presented to this group, they've made a material difference over about 13 years at the University of New South Wales, bringing a pretty significant population right down. So that's the best evidence that I can see.
Thank you. It's interesting too, we heard that we've seen some evidence throughout the inquiry and from some of the submissions that some of these Victorian councils that introduced them later dropped them because they couldn't actually enforce them, they didn't have the funding available. They said that suddenly every time there was a cat on the street, the council was expected to take action on those cats. And of course our pounds are already over full, and so a lot of these councils in Victoria as well had nowhere to actually take those cats. Do you think that and I think even local government New South Wales, when they gave evidence on the last hearing day, they said that they weren't really aware of any council that had the funding or the pound facilities available to even enforce those kind of mandatory containment laws currently in New South Wales. What do you think would happen if a council was to pass these laws when there's no sort of pound facilities and funding available?
Well, I think the thing is, if a council passed, and my local council's just sort of gone in this direction where I live, but policing it is a real issue. If you look at some of the local government statistics, the pound statistics that are sort of issued every year, you'll see some pounds with 0 cats. And the reason there's 0 cats is they're not enforcing their existing response. Well, cats are free to roam. They're not actually dealing with any of these cat issues in their communities. Well, what I would say is a very effective way would be to actually have these community cat management programs in place in local areas to manage the cat populations rather than employ more rangers. But I don't know how much money local governments spend on rangers, but it would be very difficult to enforce.
And is there any research, and I'm happy to go to Ms Thompson as well, are you aware of any research that suggests that cat containment works?
No.
No, I actually asked ChatGPT to write something for me, and it wasn't even convinced. But then I tried to find the source, and I couldn't find the source. I'm not sure of the extent to which it works. I couldn't give you an answer on that.
And Ms Thompson, did you have anything?
No evidence at all. Most other countries, I don't even know any other countries that have tried to implement it because it's not effective. And in Victoria, it's been, we've had mandatory containment here for almost 20 odd years. And those councils that are sticking with it are still not seeing any improvement in intake, in complaints, in cat population numbers, anything like that.
And so my last question to both of you is what does work then? I mean, what should this inquiry be recommending? If mandatory cat containment doesn't work, where is there some, and we have heard that we need a lot more sort of research and evidence as well, but what actions can we be taking now to reduce the homeless cat populations that we're currently seeing?
Do you want to go first, Nell?
Sure. I mean, the evidence is on the ground here in Australia. We know that micro-targeting works. So if we follow the model that we have in practice in some communities around Australia, then we have the evidence on the ground. We don't even need to do more research on it. We have the evidence. We know it works. It's significantly more impactful than any other cat management strategy that's been rolled out across Australia historically. So the costs for that are also significantly cheaper than what a lot of states, Victoria for one, are spending on cat management. So I think we have the answer. It's a problem that we have to approach bite by bite. There's not a one size fits all. We need to look at each community and look at the situation, what people need, what the cats need, what the community needs, and target accordingly. And looking at our data, looking at our intake data, is vitally important.
Our position, Chair, is that, and we've seen it works in foster situations as well with our animals, is that voluntary containment over mandates. So, I try to keep my cat in all the time. I can't keep it in 100% of the time, but people should be made aware of the issues associated with cats and potential issues with cats and wildlife. So, make it voluntary. Make people aware of the impacts of their cat being outside, for instance, at night. Focus on desexing and community cat management. We think that's really important. We spend more than $1.6 million a year of our own money on our companion animal desexing scheme. And we are starting to invest in community cat management programs. Enhance public education. So actually get the cat owners to understand about responsible, and a lot of them do, responsible pet ownership, including the need for mental stimulation for cats. And the final one is targeted and flexible measures. That targets, if there is a problem with feral cats, target the feral cats adjacent to national parks. We understand that, but overall, that shouldn't be leached out into the other sort of cat typologies.
Thank you. The Honourable Scott Bale?
Yeah, I'll just go quickly. And it seems these cat colonies, these unowned cat colonies, are justified in that they feel a companionship role with some people who end up feeding them and look after them because they feel compassion for this cat. Isn't that, like, the need isn't the companionship? If that companionship was a need, isn't that better being met by going to one of your pounds and getting a cat rather than adopting stray cats? And aren't we in... Surely the utopic view is that these cat colonies aren't there.
It is.
Sorry.
That's a very good question. It is. It would be great if they weren't there. And there are people that will feed them and look after these community cats, and they do get companionship out of them. Effectively, we think that I'm not a vet, but there are multiple litters a cat can have in a year. If those animals are not, and those community cats aren't desexed, and we do a lot of it around Western Sydney as well, especially in very poor areas where people can't afford the ownership of cats, but will feed cat scraps in colonies and look after them. I think the important thing is, and utopic, it would be that we wouldn't have any of them. But to start, we need to make a real dent in it by ensuring that all those animals, many of those animals that are being fed are desexed.
Wouldn't it be better if they were removed altogether? Like, the effort that goes into catching, desexing and returning an animal, wouldn't you be able to euphemistically remove several more of them than that?
Well, that's your euphemism. You meant kill them.
Yeah, absolutely.
No, I don't think that's. I'm from the Animal Welfare League.
Yeah.
If you think I'm going to be supporting killing cats, you've got to be crazy. Pardon my language.
Can I offer some insight there, please?
Yes, absolutely.
So in Victoria, we have been doing exactly what you've been suggesting, Honourable Barrett. We have been rounding up cats and killing them from various locations around the state since we've had cat management in place, which is 30 odd years. I'm lucky enough to have been in this field since that time, and I've seen that it actually hasn't done anything, and our numbers show that it has not done anything. So the science of it is that when you remove a group of cats from an area that has resources that can support cats, more cats will move in from surrounding areas. So we have been doing catching and killing, and we can tell you that it doesn't work. So we need to look at other solutions, and other solutions is it's a progressive approach where we desex the members of that community cat population so that they're not breeding, they're not contributing to the population, but similarly they're not allowing other cats in, and obviously that area needs to be monitored. We can't just do an action and then leave. Biology doesn't work like that, I'm sorry.
But that cat's going to die eventually, isn't it? So at some point somebody's going to replace it.
Yeah.
So all you're doing is...
When you say somebody's going to replace it,
dies.
what does that mean?
Well, you're saying that killing them doesn't work because they get replaced by other animals.
Intact animals coming in from neighbouring animals.
If you desex an animal and put it back there, when it gets hit by a car or eaten by a dog or dies of ill health, it's then going to get replaced by another intact animal. So the same outcome.
I guess the goal is that we don't just do one area, that we progressively work through all of the areas. And so we've seen through the evidence that we have so far that the more the more desexed animals that we have in a location, the less entire animals we have in a location, the less population replacement there is. So that's how it all works. If we desex them, then they can't breed.
The Honourable Susan Carter.
So, but the next generation, I mean, if the argument is that we can't be killing cats because they then create a vacuum that other cats will rush in to fill, then all desexing is doing is surely delaying that for a generation when exactly the same process will occur.
Well, that's what I'm saying. We can't just do an action in an area and then turn our backs on it. We have to continue. We have to continue desexing. So as we move out, say we've identified one area such as the University of New South Wales that's been mentioned earlier, all of the cats there are desexed. When new cats come in, they are then desexed as well. And the goal would be for that program to expand out from there, so that desexing program is expanded out and there are less cats to breed, so you reduce the population.
But you've still got cats who could be targeting native wildlife in that process.
Absolutely.
And so we're trying to weigh up. We're trying to weigh up killing cats or killing wildlife.
Well, that's an ethical discussion for another day. But I think what you'll find
the evidence. This committee's discussion. I think that's exactly what this committee is really considering, and that's the nub of it, and how we do that. So it is today's discussion.
Okay. Well, there are various factors that come into cat management. Environmental impact is one of them, yes. There are lots of others as well. But I think what you'll find is that the research shows us that cats that are desexed have less of a need for nutrition, so they don't need to actually eat as much. They're not going to hunt as much. They're not reproducing. That is an impost on a biological being. So there are lots of benefits.
Can I just stop you? Is it an impost on a male cat? Reproduction?
Yeah, absolutely it is.
Okay.
Absolutely
Right.
it is.
Thank you.
Yes, significant.
Okay. Just one last question, perhaps to both of you, if you're able to answer it. And it's really about resources. I think I heard a figure of 1.6 million, was it, that's being spent on desexing cats. And we've heard figures about supporting people who can't afford to own community cats, supporting them with vet care and microchipping and things like that. And the suggestion's certainly been put to us by other witnesses that this needs to be a community responsibility. I guess what I'm trying to work out is if the costs of microchipping, desexing for people who can't afford those costs are borne by the community, then doesn't that cost then end up back on those people, but it's a transfer cost because of higher taxes or higher charges or less services, or as a transfer cost onto other people who would like to own a cat but find that they cannot because of the higher taxes or charges that they're being paid, and so where do we find the resources to deal with this problem?
That's a good question. So anything that you do in this regard is a transfer cost, except what we're doing at the moment is we're using people's donations to pay for this. It will be very difficult to design a program, but it's not impossible. So the way we do it is that we issue vouchers. We negotiate with the vets as to what the price, and I saw Amy Lee before, she was saying vets do discounting, desexing. They do, and they're great. So we deal with vets, we give vouchers to low-income people with pension cards, and I think we've done something like, I can't give you a figure, but it's significant, in the thousands per year on this. So the people that, the lower income people contribute, we contribute, the vets contribute, it works. If you change that to a government system, does it change the incentives in that value chain? That's why you've got a good question. I can't answer that. You know, the vets may choose to charge more. We may choose not to put as much money in. We will, I'd say, but we may choose that as well. So that's a fair enough call. And I think that you'd need to investigate some of the incentives that are in place to ensure the government gets value for money if it does get involved in this space. Because
it would be a shame that a family can't afford to buy a cat because they're paying higher taxes It
that's
just
right.
gets, it would be unfortunate if it was structured in that way.
I fully understand what you're saying.
Thank you.
Sorry, was there a further answer, Ms Thompson? You had your hand up.
Yes, thank you. I think largely we're paying for this problem. I mean, cat management is the biggest problem that we face nationally in companion animal management. So we're all paying for it one way or another. So I think if we can investigate all of the various departments that are involved in cat management or responding to, any cat-related issues, the funds can be found, and they're going to be significantly, if a micro-targeted desexing approach is taken on board, it will be less than what other states have been required to find, and they've managed to do it, to just kill them and catch them and not get anywhere.
Thank you.
Mr Higginson.
Thank you. Mr Albin, I appreciate very much and recognise the compassionate work that you and your organisation does, and I know it's such a long-standing organisation. I'm just curious, you mentioned your cat. Does your cat kill wildlife?
I couldn't answer. I've never seen any, but I can't tell you whether they do or they don't, because if it is outside, but primarily I think it wouldn't.
Okay.
Has a toy mouse, plays with that.
And I know that you were saying about, you would never advocate for the euthanizing of any cat. I'm just curious about the kind of regulatory regime around that. Like, it's unlawful to kill native wildlife. There are penalties involved, there are regulations, but we have cats, we don't know whether we don't contain them, and we don't know whether they're killing wildlife. And I'm just curious about that kind of void between one reality and another reality, and how are we to reconcile that when we're getting evidence that for whatever reasons we just can't advocate for the euthanizing of an animal in a humane way to try to prevent the harm and the welfare impacts that animal has on another animal. And I'm just trying to...
I'm not going to get into a moral discussion about which animal's life's better than another's.
It wasn't moral, it's about the regulatory regimes, is what I'm asking.
But what I will explain, and I think that vet was trying to get to it before, if you actually see the impact on humans from euthanizing these companion animals, cats, semi-owned, unowned, it is massive, like massive. I interviewed someone for a job once, right? They'd been a lethalist. So there's a job for people to euthanize cats, right?
Yes.
They're called lethalists. They were not right. And people in that job, the mental health impacts on them are significant. So in terms of the euthanizing of cats and that sort of issue, I've seen the impacts. I deal with the impacts on We've reduced our euthanasia rate hugely, so far less than when I started this job 3 years ago, but it is huge. And I know you said before that you'd like to see, well, there may be an opportunity for having groups of people do this. They already exist. And the impact on their mental health is massive.
Do you think that a reason for that could be the lack of strategic understanding, awareness and support for that work?
Not at all.
Or
Not at
because,
all.
for example, how do we reconcile that, say, certain cultural groups are, their practices are that they may kill particular animals for particular purposes. If there was a deep and comprehensive public interest strategic awareness and understanding that a group of people, like, for example, the National Parks and Wildlife Service people who have been undertaking particular target programs of killing to protect ecosystems, is there room or scope for that? And obviously I accept your line of work would not be compatible because you're in the rescuing and saving, and I accept that. But what about the people who are into the rescuing and saving of the bandicoots, the bettongs, the possums, the millions of year old mice? Is there scope?
Look, I can't answer that question.
Okay.
I noticed that Ms Thompson has her hand up.
I was just about to come to Ms Thompson. Thank you very much, Mr Alban. Ms Thompson, one of the things I was very, I would love to follow up with you, and thank you very much for your evidence, is when you said that, and I appreciate your experience for many years, when you said we've caught and we've killed and been doing that for years and it's not having an impact, do you accept that because some of these programs have been very unstrategic and not supported in a whole of strategic plan, that catching and killing without a proper comprehensive plan with a vision to get to zero cats in the environment unless they're cared for, owned and controlled, do you accept that that's where the failure of any capture and kill program would fall down?
I would have thought that someone around the world would have been able to achieve that if it was possible. You know, we've seen so many advances in companion animal management and population management of, a variety of species, and we've not quite got to that space. What we have seen is small islands have managed to wipe out one species or another, and we've got evidence when that has been a cat wiped out that other species have then increased their population and caused more damage on that island. So we have this ecological balance situation that isn't as black and white as we would like it to be. So unfortunately, I don't think that is that's not something we have evidence for.
So
I'd like to offer some.
Can I just ask one more thing? Sorry, and I understand I've got something else to add, but most of what I'm hearing so far in the evidence you've presented, and very fairly, assumes that cats have a place in the environment. Is that a fair...
No, that's not true.
Okay, so can you help me understand then that where in your vision do you see cats will not be in the environment of New South Wales?
That's a question. I am not fully aware of the ecological intricacies of the New South Wales environment. So you will have experts in your departments that will be able to say there are these at-risk species or threatened species in a certain location, and we need to manage whatever pest populations or species are in there if we're talking about feral cats. We don't deal, G2Z does not deal in feral cats. We deal in domestic cats, which is stray, unowned, owned and semi-owned. So to speak to that, once again, you need to look at the environment that you have. I mean, I live in a location in Victoria. I live next to a national park. So no, it is not appropriate for cats to go wandering in the national park. But the people who live near the national park, like I do, are not offered any support, any information, anything at all to help them contain their cats, desex their cats, reduce the populations. So if you're going to have one, you need to have the other as well. And I'd like to offer you the meeting some positive program information. I met with Bendigo Council Shelter earlier this month, and they have implemented a very strategic and very intensive free microchipping and free cat desexing program. Since that's happened, their reclaim rate for cats has increased to 50%. And the intake of cats has reduced by, I think she said, 60%. So much so that in the middle of kitten season, they ran out of cats a number of times and were able to take cats from neighbouring municipalities to offer them up for adoption. So we have, this is only over 12 to 24 months that they've been running this program. So that's how quickly the results can occur when you're implementing the kinds of strategies that we're talking about today.
Thank you. The Honourable Peter Primrose, did you have some questions?
It's just following up on one point. When talking about some ethical issues and some paradoxes, we're going to hear from some witnesses later on from Campbelltown, and one of their concerns that they raise is the annual permit fee for cats not desexed by 4 months. And they conclude by saying the annual permit fee was deployed to encourage desexing, but in many ways it's resulting in the complete opposite. I was wondering if you, in line for what you've just been saying, if you could comment on that, please.
They're 100% right.
Yeah.
So that is a major issue, and even if councils could extend that period, within the, so if someone comes to a shelter and gets an animal from us, it's licence free, so that you don't have to pay that licence. But in terms of the council pounds, they're right. If you get an animal after 4 months, or that hasn't been desexed within that period, I think it is a massive disincentive for people to take that animal and desex it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is that it from you, Mr. Primrose? I'll take it. Yes, sir. I might throw another question in quickly, given there's a couple of minutes left. I just wanted to ask you both in regards to the cat management pilot program. I'm just wanting to get a bit more understanding, Mr. Alban, as to how that works, and whether you would like to sort of see some more investment in that, and if you think that that is one of the primary things that we should be recommending in regards to this inquiry, to expand those pilot programs and make them much larger, or do they need to be more focused?
I think at the moment we're going through 2 pilots. One is in the far south coast and the other one's in Glen Innes. Mm-hmm. We've put, as I said before, our own money into it. It's being run by our branches. One of the real issues that we came up against in doing any of this is trap, neuter, release. You can't release an animal. So we worked out ways whereby we could look at the management humanely. We could own the animals and continue to keep the colonies going, to reduce get them desexed and reduce the number of animals in the colony. It's early days, so we've only been doing this now for 8 months. It seems to be working pretty well. When we get the more information, we'll be able to, we're getting the animals desexed at local vets. We're paying for all of that. We've given $40,000 to each of those 2 areas to look at specific colonies. We think if it does work, and I'm sure the RSPCA has also had experience with this as well, then definitely it should be adopted on a broader scale, especially in areas where there are problems. And there are specific areas that we know around New South Wales that are particularly affected by unowned, semi-owned cats, community cats.
Thank you. Do you have any early results from that program?
Happy to share those with you.
Great,
yep.
Thank you. Did you want to take that on
notice?
Take
that on notice, sorry.
Yeah, of course, thank you. Well, thank you both. That brings us to the end of our time, but thank you both for your evidence today. If there was any questions on notice, the Secretariat will be in contact. The committee members may have further questions as well, but thank you both for your time today.
Could I ask one question?
Oh, sorry,
Thanks.
Ms. Susan Carter has one quick question.
Sorry, a question I'm happy for you to take on notice. I think you both mentioned micro-targeting earlier as a strategy. I wonder if you've done any mapping about micro-targeting and what the areas of priority would be for micro-targeting.
We can take that on notice. We can contact our branches who are on the ground.
Thank you.
Thank you. The committee will now break for lunch and return at 2 p.m. Thank you, and welcome back to the inquiry into the management of cat populations in New South Wales. And I welcome our next witnesses and thank them both for their time to give evidence. Could I start by asking each witness, starting from my left, to please state their name, position, title, and swear either an oath or an affirmation?
Louise Ward, 4 Paws, Programs Lead. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Tara Ward, Volunteer Managing Solicitor with the Animal Defenders Office. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Before I ask for any short opening statement from 4 Paws, I just want to declare a conflict of interest that Ms Louise Ward and I have previously worked together at the Animal Justice Party before she was working with 4 Paws, who she represents today. So I just want to ask if 4 Paws has a short opening statement they would like to make.
Yeah, we do.
Could you just bring the microphone a bit closer to you? One of them.
Is that, oh, is this one?
I'm happy to
share. Is this good?
Yes,
yeah,
perfect,
cool.
thank you.
Great. 4 Paws is the global animal welfare organisation for animals under direct human influence and operates with a commitment to sustainable, humane and science-based approaches. With offices in 16 countries, including Australia, and 11 species-appropriate sanctuaries, we work to build a world where animals are treated with respect, empathy and understanding. 4 Paws has over 25 years' experience in effective cat management. We run successful programs across Europe and Southeast Asia, guided by a One Health approach, recognising the interconnectedness of human, animal and environmental health. 4 Paws employs the internationally recognised trap, neuter, vaccinate, return approach for managing stray cat populations. TNVR is widely acknowledged as the most humane and effective strategy for reducing stray cat numbers over time. By sterilising and vaccinating cats, we prevent further reproduction and the spread of diseases, allowing populations to stabilise and decline in a sustainable manner. Last year alone, we sterilised and vaccinated over 30,000 cats worldwide in a range of targeted programs. As a recognised expert in this area, 4 Paws are concerned regarding current cat management practices and approaches in New South Wales, particularly the focus on introducing mandatory cat containment laws. Whilst we acknowledge the need for effective cat management strategies and support policies and programs that encourage and assist people to contain their cats, we believe that mandating cat containment is both ineffective and risks unintended consequences. Evidence-based solutions including free desexing in targeted areas, education on responsible pet ownership, community cat programs and support and investment in long-term sustainable cat management will also better meet the needs of cat owners and carers, rescue and welfare organisations, local councils and the broader community. The misdirected vilification of cats that exists in Australia is simply not evident elsewhere in the world where we currently run community cat and sterilisation programs, with cats being blamed here in Australia for the majority of species extinctions. This ignores the primary threat of deforestation and land clearing on native animals for the purposes of agriculture or housing developments across regional and metropolitan environments. There are vastly better alternatives to the broadly accepted approaches to cat management currently used in Australia. 4 Paws runs science-based community cat programs in urban and regional areas across the world, which could be replicated in Australia. We currently run a program in Kalimantan, Borneo. Kalimantan has a diverse ecosystem, is home to a wide range of endangered species, including rare birds who face threats from stray animals. 4 Paws identified the need to stabilise stray cat populations to mitigate these threats while also promoting animal welfare in a way that was supported by the community. In collaboration with local organisations, 4 Paws established mobile clinics providing veterinary care, sterilisation and vaccinations for both stray and semi-owned animals. The program demonstrates the benefits of humane population control through sterilisation and vaccination. By improving the health and reducing the number of stray animals, the impact on wildlife is effectively lowered without resorting to lethal control, which has been tried and failed time and time again. We also deliver programs in urban setting. For the last 10 years, we have worked in partnership with government in Sofia, Bulgaria, delivering a community cat program which involves targeted free desexing in localities, stray cat desexing vouchers, community engagement and monitoring. The program achieves an 80% sterilisation rate. These models are viable alternative to lethal cat control in New South Wales with proven success in environmentally sensitive areas. We did have just a couple of recommendations for the inquiry, which is increased investment in community cat programs that include targeted free desexing following a One Health approach, to amend the current laws in New South Wales that currently make TENVR illegal, to ban the sale of cats and kittens in pet shops other than rescues, and to increase regulation licensing requirements for online sales and free giveaways via platforms such as Gumtree and Trading Post.
Thank you. Does the ADO have an opening statement?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'm a volunteer running a volunteer-based national community legal centre based in the ACT, which is the only jurisdiction in Australia to have acknowledged animal sentience in its animal welfare legislation. As this inquiry is about management of cat populations and their impact on wildlife, I am mindful that the acknowledgement of sentience applies to all animals, wild, native, introduced, farmed and domesticated, and includes cats in all the various categories we put them in. In this opening statement, I'll try to focus on possible ways forward, briefly, to this situation where I think we all agree that there are too many cats out there, which has a whole range of issues for them, for wildlife, for the environment and for humans. In terms of ways forward, the ADO would encourage early age mandatory desexing with supporting education programs. I'm from a jurisdiction where cats are legally required to be desexed from 3 months of age. Review what powers local councils have now to deal with cats, clarify where there is ambiguity, consider what is not working as intended and where there are enforcement issues resulting in existing powers not being used. Consider mandatory 24/7 containment on a local basis, i.e., for example, for new urban areas near bushland or wildlife areas, so people can make a choice as to whether they want to live there, keeping animals in those conditions. Encourage containment elsewhere with education and support. Consider whether increased rates of cat containment require new or different welfare monitoring and compliance actions. Contained cats will become invisible, much more so than dogs, so how will we know when neglect, lack of exercise, hoarding or abuse is occurring? Stop the supply of cats. Unregulated purpose breeding of cats is still occurring. Indiscriminate buying and selling of cats can occur on Gumtree and other platforms, or perhaps to a lesser extent in pet shops. Support the on-the-ground carers. Consider supporting them with funding and clear standards and guidelines, and recognise them as providing a valuable social service. Facilitate rather than criminalise trap, neuter, release or rehome and support programs and the volunteers who carry them out. Finally, step back and acknowledge all the other actions humans could take now to stop the threats to and destruction of wildlife. How can we stop harming them and their habitat? For example, why are we not investing in infrastructure such as wildlife corridors that would help protect them in that degraded habitat? Because the fear is that killing or containing cats is not going to help our precious wildlife if we ourselves keep engaging in these other inherently harmful and destructive activities. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll start with a couple of questions myself. And Ms. Tara Ward, noticing that I can't call you either of you Ms. Ward. Ms. Tara Ward, you mentioned mandatory desexing. From your experience, does mandating desexing work at all?
Oh, well, that's the burning issue or question, and I would rely on data. We've heard a lot in the 2 days of hearing for this inquiry about how everything that we do needs to be data driven. Well, I would ask, where is that data? I would hope that the ACT government has been gathering that data, undertaking that sort of research to show whether or not it works. From our experience, I know that it works it's the inevitable situation. It works for the responsible companion animal carers, but there's always the sort of people for whom it is more difficult, they're unaware, or they just lack the sort of financial means to engage in it. It is an expensive procedure, and there aren't the measures to assist dog and cat, if we're focusing on the typical companion animals, carers to undertake that. We at the ADO see more sort of hesitation and reluctance regarding dogs. Desexing of dogs. There are still some urban myths around out there that do their best to sort of stop people from desexing their dogs. But I'm certainly not aware of any evidence that it isn't working or that it has sort of negative consequences.
Thank you. I've got another question that's probably best for both of you, and it's something that we've been hearing quite a bit throughout this inquiry, is this push to introduce definitions of different types of cats and sort of putting cats into different categories, such as owned, semi-owned, unowned, with the implication being that each of these cats may receive different type of treatment. And different management approaches, and I just wanted to get from both of you what your response is to this, and if you think it's a good idea to be classifying cats in this way, or if there's any risks as well associated with classifying cats in different categories.
Yeah, I'm happy to go first. So in our submission we did include definitions of cats, and I guess we would say that different categories of cats do require different management strategies. So I guess for cats that might be semi-owned, that are being looked after in a colony situation, have different needs or different resource inputs than cats that might be unowned or owned. And though it is problematic, we do find it problematic, the categorisation of feral cats. A lot of the time cats that are unowned or semi-owned are categorised as feral when in fact they're relying on people to feed them, so it doesn't fit the definition of what a feral cat is. And I think once cats are often defined as feral, then it gives a licence for a whole range of what we would describe as cruel practices, whether it's poisoning or trapping and killing. So I think that, it can be problematic for cats to be categorised as feral.
And yes, the Animal Defenders Office would certainly agree with that. And for example, in our view, it wasn't helpful that the threat abatement plan, the recent one, just lumped a whole wide variety of cats under this one label of feral. We don't think that's helpful in terms of thinking of solutions. It, in a sense, presupposes the outcome if you're already labelling animals as feral. That's why we prefer the term wild, because it doesn't have those negative connotations. So the problem would be whether you can helpfully pin down, once you get beyond the wild cats, whether it is helpful to pin down the various categories in legislation. It could be that that's attempted in policy at some kind of at least state level. But one example is, of course, the often used term of puppy farming. But as far as I'm aware, no legislation has grappled with a definition, and there's a reason for that, because it means, it can mean different things in different contexts. And so clearly legislatures have decided it hasn't been helpful to define that in most instances. So
thank you. And this is another question, I suppose, just following on from that in regards to some of the terminology that's used. I remember when there was some campaigns using certain terminology and language surrounding cats. Even the RSPCA in New South Wales came out with a statement of concern around demonising cats, and that could potentially lead to acts of animal cruelty, and they were very concerned about that. Is that something that you have concerns as well if a particular species is demonised, and then that might also encourage acts of cruelty against the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act?
Look, I think that that's definitely an issue, and as Four Paws is an international organisation and works across a number of countries, and obviously I work with international colleagues that are quite, I guess, shocked at the media that they see coming out of Australia and the kind of vilification of cats that does, potentially lead to increased acts of cruelty. Of course, we've seen council areas with bounties on cats. There's widespread use of 1080 and trapping of cats, and it's definitely something that we view as an issue. And I'm not sure if it's unique to Australia, but there's certainly that has been a comment on by some international colleagues in comparison to the community cat programs that they work on across Europe and Southeast Asia.
And certainly the ADO is contacted by members of the public who engage in this kind of on-the-ground support and care for cats whom they don't keep on a sort of day-to-day basis. And there's a lot of anxiety in that community about this sort of direct or indirect encouraging of sort of it amounts to cruel behaviour towards cats because of this process of demonising. Now, demonising is not new to humans. We've been doing it throughout human history, either other humans or non-human animals. So, but in terms of the consequences for the subject, we're certainly receiving more and more sort of contact from members of the community who are very concerned about this, and and see it as a direct consequence of this process of targeting cats as the cause of all evil in the wildlife space.
And the other thing that's come up quite a bit in this inquiry is there's some very strong opinions in support of trap and neuter programs, and I know that Ms. Louise Ward, you mentioned in your opening statement that Four Paws has done quite a lot of work in this space. First of all, why is there so much division about it? And can you respond to some of the comments that have been made that that these sorts of programs are completely ineffective and we shouldn't really be supporting these sort of desexing programs?
Well, I can speak from our experience. I think one of the reasons that there might be, I guess you're saying, division over the success, I think there is in general a lack of effective evaluation and monitoring in some programs, and that's due to like resource constraints, obviously, or inexperience. But as part of Four Paws, I mean, we have a science unit within our global office, so we conduct surveys prior to running any programs. All our programs involve surveying and monitoring, community education, community engagement. So we can assess that we've got an 80% sterilisation rate. We've demonstrated that across Bulgaria. The government has continually engaged us to work in newer areas because of the success of the programs. And I gave the example as well of Kalimantan in Borneo. For many years, they have been doing killing programs in that area of like killing the cats and the dogs. It was not effective over time. And the other issue is that the community didn't accept the widespread and continual killing of healthy animals as an acceptable approach for them. So look, I think it is a lack of, I think that more evaluation needs to be done, and it needs to be built in at the start, like proper population surveys, like mark, capture, release, and then continuing tracking sterilisation rates and looking at the reduction in animals over time. And we could, provide information to the inquiry showing that we have 25 years experience running these programs globally, and would be happy to provide that.
That would be fantastic, thank you. Ms. Tara, did you have anything to add?
No, thanks.
Sure.
The Honourable Scott Barrett.
Thank you. The Invasive Species Council suggesting like sort of pet roaming cats are killing up to 100 native animals, 100 plus native animals a year. Do you acknowledge that, believe that?
Well, I mean, I think when we, like Four Paws, I can't speak from our experience, we've not done science-based work in Australia, but I think there has been challenges to those numbers, and I believe the Australian Pet Welfare Foundation challenges those numbers, and there's been several other studies that have challenged that. I know just recently in Brisbane City Council, they were performing some autopsies on stray cats expecting to find the remains of native animals within those cats, but they only found black rats. I mean, in our submission, we've talked about the number of non-native animals that stray cats also are consuming. So, yeah, I mean, yeah, we would challenge that, I guess, and refer to numerous other studies. I think Wires in their evidence also gave some evidence to challenge that, and the RSPCA as well.
Okay. So we've heard other evidence that things like registration, microchipping and desexing are a bit cost prohibitive to people. Are you hearing similar reports?
I don't. It might be better for you to answer, Tara.
Being a community legal centre, we inevitably deal with or interact with people from sort of disadvantaged backgrounds. So certainly it is a phenomenon that these people struggle to meet those legal requirements. But having said that, they are legal requirements, and hopefully they're there for a good reason, good public policy reasons. So it's just that sort of overcoming that that hurdle of trying to sort of convey that these measures are necessary, and that there's a broader sort of public policy purpose to them. And we find that even when there's resistance, say for example to the desexing, and that's the measure that costs the most, that if you take the time to talk people through the public policy reasons, we find that they're receptive to those and they take those on board, and you just, yeah. But otherwise, that initial sort of barrier of the financial sort of cost, that is an issue. But so if we were serious about helping people get over those, we would put in place programs that can help people who are genuinely financially disadvantaged.
So then are you suggesting that taxpayers should subsidise people that can't afford those measures?
Well, that would be the debate that we as a society, as a community, would need to have. Do we want to do that? How far do we take that, if we want to call it a right? I don't think it is a right, but an entitlement to have companion animals. And I think that's where the debate would be, and where hopefully we would reach some kind of shared outcome on that issue.
And I think it is yours, Ms. Ward, the Animal Defenders Office submission talks about the lack of the less domestication of cats as compared to dogs, and how I guess restricting their natural behaviours can cause mental distress. Does that include hunting?
That's what you immediately think of, isn't it? So I think there are, certainly from my experience, I have a number of rescued cats from various different jurisdictions, and I say that only to say that they've come from completely different backgrounds. So hopefully they sort of are exhibiting a completely random sort of cross-section of behaviours. And there would be a lot of behaviours that they would exhibit that wouldn't come under the category or the heading of hunting. So there are a lot of other natural behaviours, and in fact I'm at home a lot, my partner's at home a lot, we see our cats, and we don't see them hunt. We see them chase, they try, they're pretty hopeless, but they'll go after the butterflies, or they'll go after the cats up on the laundry, the washing line. But but that is, of course, given that is a behaviour of theirs, that we would need to consider measures to curtail, because we don't want that. For us, it's stopping them bringing the occasional mouse. So ours will bring in mouse and the very occasional, I think the term is skink or the lizard, and that's all we see. And we've got 8, and they've been strays, rescued street cats, and we're home pretty much a lot of the time.
So if yours aren't among the ones that are killing the native animals, if we're not going to contain them, how do we stop them from killing native animals, or is that just the sacrifice we have to make so cats can live out their natural behaviours?
So I think a starting point would be that assumption that all cats are out there killing native animals, because our lived experience is that is not the case. So that's all I'm saying. Our lived experience is that is not the case. So one would want fairly, good, robust data in order to be taking any sort of fairly drastic measures in terms of welfare impact on the target animal, in this case the cats. So I think you could find that balance and allow, for example, or encourage daytime outdoor time for the cats and bringing the cats inside at night time, for example. Other witnesses have provided ways of doing that. We're lawyers, we're not animal behaviourists or vets, so I'm not going to go down that path. But so it would be, how can we minimise? We all use cars. We know that we can strike wildlife, but that doesn't mean that we just stop using them altogether. So it's finding that appropriate balance, I think.
And yeah, Ms. Ward, you think it's
a
trade-off that we need to make?
Well, in our submission, we do make the point that cat containment should be encouraged and supported by policies and education. And I know some councils have also given subsidies for different catios and things. So, yeah, our position is that it should be supported, but mandating it would be ineffective and have a whole range of unintended consequences. And I think it was that Australian Pet Welfare in their submission provided information that actually 65% of cats are contained at the moment during the day, and I think it was like 93% at night. So I think there is a lot of people that are containing their cats, and there's people are in circumstances sometimes where it's difficult to contain their cats, and that needs to be taken into consideration. And these types of laws would, I think, disproportionately affect vulnerable people and vulnerable communities.
So those people that aren't in a position to contain their cats, acknowledging that they are going to do some hunting, should they, again, is that just a sacrifice we make so that person can have a cat? We acknowledge that they are going to kill a few budgies or whatever that might be.
I mean, there is things that we could do to support people further to contain their cats. I mean, some people don't have fly screens, for example. Some people are living in maybe a domestic violence situation where it's difficult to contain a cat. Then there is also, I guess, other issues like bells and things like that, if you're saying that cats are going outside. But I mean, I would take Tara's point as well, like that the numbers are contested, I think, about the number of native animals that uncontained, owned cats are killing.
Mm-hmm. I'll let others go.
The Honourable Susan Carter.
Thank you. If it's a contested space that cats are killing native wildlife, what is the point of a cat containment strategy at all?
I don't think that it's contested that cats do kill native wildlife. I mean, that is a fact. What we're saying is that it's perhaps disproportionate to other threats that are facing native animals. I think we've mentioned deforestation land. I mean, New South Wales is the only developed country that's like a hotspot for deforestation. So we're still clearing massive amount of land. There's like animals are trying to survive in fragmented landscapes. A recent report by Greenpeace and the RSPCA Queensland was talking about the impacts of deforestation on native animals, and that vet clinics are saying that the majority of animals coming to them are from the impacts of deforestation, not from attacks on cats.
So is it your submission that we do nothing about cats until we've addressed every other threat to native wildlife?
No, as we said in our submission, we support and encourage policies that reduce the number of cats by mass targeting desexing programs, desexing vouchers, education.
Sorry, how does desexing a cat reduce a cat as a predator?
Well, it reduces their ability to reproduce, and I mean that's the issue that we're having, is that there is too many cats that are unowned, living on the street, struggling to survive.
What's the average hunting life of a cat following desexing?
I'm not sure.
Because I guess that's what I'm struggling with. Desexing doesn't stop a cat hunting wildlife.
I guess so. There's been a number of studies by the Australian Pet Welfare Foundation that have shown that going in with the kind of like what has been tried, which is a bit of an ad hoc, strategy where you're going in, you're killing a few of you're trapping, you're killing a few of the cats, but over time that hasn't actually reduced the number of cats. I mean, I think there's a great example from the University of New South Wales where they had a significant number of cats living there. They were going to go in and kill the cats, but there was the staff and students fought against that. They've run a really successful desexing program. So I think they've gone, and I mean, don't quote me on this, but I can provide the figures, from having like 50 or 60 cats within that colony to less than 10 now.
Are you aware of how many native wildlife species would live in Kensington or Randwick?
No.
Okay. Just on another issue, Ms Wood, you gave us your lived experience as a responsible cat owner, and we've heard evidence of community cat ownership, a range of different ways that people care for cats, are involved in a cat's life, but wouldn't have them living in the house with them and therefore able to contain them in that way. Have you got any sense of, I guess, percentage of responsible cat owners to social cat owners or other ways people have of interacting with cats?
I can say that we don't. We're a community legal centre, so we don't,
No, it's just that the examples that you gave us of your lived experience are very useful, but I'm wondering what percentage of cat owners does that relate to?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay, no. Would you have any concept, Ms Wood?
Well, I think Australian Pet Welfare quotes that 65% of cats are contained during the day, all time, and 93% of cats are contained at night, I guess, which would suggest that most people are.
You raised the issue of belling the cat. Is that a simple, low-cost, effective solution, that all cats wear bells? Would that be protective of wildlife?
Look, I'm not an expert in that area, so I could potentially take that on notice.
Okay, if you could, that'd be great. Thank you. Thank you.
Honourable Peter Primrose.
Oh, thank you. This morning we heard some evidence from the Australian Wildlife Conservancy, and if I could just quote from page 5, cats are the primary cause of mammal extinctions in Australia and a leading threat to remaining mammals, and they quote a number of research papers. And then later on, feral cats, and they use that term, are a major and ongoing threat to conservation in Australian wildlife, with estimated kill rates noted to be, quote, substantially higher than land clearing, and they quote some research on that. And one of the things that they've recommended in the remaining areas that need to be particularly protected are the use of conservation fences. And they've cited how they've actually established those in many areas throughout Australia and are hoping for more. I'm wondering, it's the equivalent basically of in medieval times of building a castle or building a wall to protect things. I'm wondering if you have any comments on that approach as being basically whatever else we do, we need for particular areas of high conservation need to actually put a wall around it.
Look, that's not my area of expertise, so I probably couldn't comment on that approach, and I didn't watch the hearing this morning, so I didn't see that evidence.
So I agree, yes, I'm not a conservationist or have any expertise in that area. Having said that, so I am from the ACT, and we have some areas of that I think might be similar to the type of area you're discussing. One I think is Mulligan's Flat.
Yes.
And I'm just aware as a member of the public that that is a fairly successful endeavour, but it does require a lot of management and ongoing monitoring, managing, and it is the subject of ongoing research, which is a good thing, to find out what works, what doesn't work, what's sustainable, etc. So it could be that again, but that sort of is directed or implies a case-by-case response or approach to the individual or the area and what would be the best sort of outcome or solutions to protect wildlife in those areas, rather than just, and I know it's been spoken of the 2 days of the hearing, you know, a one-size-fits-all, which I don't think anyone is actually advocating. But
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I just noticed another question as well, which I just wanted to throw out there before I throw to anyone else. And I think it was the ADO submission that recommends we adopt a moratorium on breeding cats and banning the sale of cats in pet shops. Particularly at this moment, obviously it doesn't make sense that we're breeding more cats when we've obviously, and one thing that has come up in this inquiry is people recognise that there are too many cats. And then there's an argument about what the solutions are there. Why do you make this suggestion that we should ban the intentional breeding of cats and the sale of cats in pet shops from breeders?
So, well, I think it's just common sense that if we're looking at populations of any animal, but in this case cats, and on the one hand I think we use the expression decrying the numbers of cats and their impact on the environment, and then on the other hand we're turning a blind eye to the breeding of these animals. It's unregulated. The recent changes that went through regarding the breeding of dogs was only about dogs and not about cats. So it really is a sort of unregulated space, and that is the problem. That sort of indiscriminate breeding of cats in any conditions is legal and can occur, including the selling and buying of these animals. Again, the anecdotal evidence provided to the ADO by members of the public who work in this space. That's another serious source of concern and anxiety, is the fact that animals can be sold and bought on Gumtree and similar platforms. And many of them will pinpoint that as the key. That's what needs to change and be regulated, if not banned, before anything such as the indiscriminate supply of these animals that is adding to the very problem that everyone's here today grappling with. So I just don't see how we can be concerned about one aspect of the problem and just completely ignore what's in a sense sort of feeding it, if that's the right term.
Thank you. So, Ms. Louise-Dubois, did you have anything to add to that?
Oh, yeah, we have also had that recommendation around banning the sale of cats and kittens in pet shops, and also increasing the regulation on online trade, where you can purchase kittens, but you can also get kittens for free very easily, and the obvious impacts of that.
Ms. Seegers, did you have a question?
Yeah, thank you. Ms. Louise Ward, I'm just curious, and you may have touched on it, I'm completely sympathetic with the argument about how dreadful this state is, and in relation to deforestation and the fact that we're still trashing our forests and so on. I'm just curious though about in your submission where you say habitat loss, etc., despite this, flawed data is used to disproportionately scapegoat and blame cats for species extinction. I'm just curious, is it something that you could help the committee understand what flawed data you're referring to, or if it's something you need to take on notice to provide that? But I'm just curious about what specifically you're referring to?
Yeah, we could take that on notice and provide, but also I guess the historic issue, and we did mention it in our inquiry around, I think it was Greg Hunt when he was the Environment Minister, made the claim that there was 20 million feral cats killing 20 billion animals a year, which then was subsequently fact-checked from the ABC and found to be false. So a lot of, I guess...
think Greg had a bit of a tendency.
I guess a lot of the narrative that we see around the issue of cats is that you see a lot of different numbers. You can see there's 5 million cats. I think we've quoted one in here from the environment. Something that's estimates 0.7 to 1.7 million cats. So I do think that it's something that more research needs to be done on, and I am aware of peer-reviewed papers that are being worked on now that I guess maybe challenge some of the numbers.
So do you contest that, so the most recent, or one of the more recent, the Animal Medicines Australia, they say that there is about 5.3 million pet cats across Australia. Do you think that's fairly reliable?
Pet cats?
Pet cats.
Yes, I guess. Yeah, I guess that would be much easier to estimate. Yeah.
Yeah, and then the other one, therefore, and I think it's 1.6 million pet cats in New South Wales.
Right.
Do you think that's fairly reliable from your research and understanding?
Yeah, and yes.
Yeah. Okay. And so then, if you are happy to take on notice, I'm very curious about the flawed data.
Yeah.
And we touched on it earlier with some of the witnesses about, there seems to be fairly consistent claims that cats have contributed to at least half of the species extinctions in New South Wales. If you have anything that would suggest that that's flawed data.
Yep.
I think that would really benefit the committee if there's anything that you're aware of and that you can assist with.
And I guess there's other things to take into consideration as well as reading a report. I think Jackie Rand provided it as part of her questions on notice around a study that was done in Western Australia looking at impacts of native animals of 3 different containment methods. So one was cats were 24/7 contained, one was they were contained at night, and the other area there was no containment at all. And they didn't find a lot of difference between the impact on native animals except for the area where cats had no containment. There was a greater number of a small rodent, and they found that was due to the fact that the vegetation was much better in the area where the cats were uncontained. So the issue around, I guess, native animals' ability to survive and thrive in ecosystems where there hasn't been land clearing and when there hasn't been those kind of deforestation impacts, maybe they are. I think there's a whole range of factors
So on that, how do you, and I think it is much easier to kind of understand the research and the data in some of those, in different ecosystems, but in terms of more urban environments, how do you reconcile, or where do you think we are in relation to containment and mandatory containment, or getting to a point of mandatory containment, however we support, say, the introduction of that, in relation to wildlife in urban environments where we're drastically deficit wherever we kind of look in terms of what, a natural ecosystem with abundant wildlife. How do you reconcile that the data around what we know in terms of that wildlife deficit in the urban environments?
And are you saying that
the presence of cats, or the assumption that cats are fine in the environment?
Yeah, I guess we reference a study in our submission around the impact of cats and eating non-native species, so black rats that also have a significant impact, I guess, on bird life. I can take that on notice, but there's certainly a lot of evidence to suggest that cats in urban environments are being fed by humans, are eating rubbish, are eating non-native animals as well. I guess there's some areas around Canterbury, Bankstown, where cats are living in quite like very urban environments, and I don't know about the abundance of wildlife in some of the areas where we do have large numbers of cats.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
Thank you. I think that brings us to the end of that session. So thank you both so much for your time. There was definitely some questions there taken on notice, so the Secretary will be in contact with you about those. And there may be further questions as well from the committee after today, which the Secretary will be in contact with you about as well. So thank you again for your time. Thank you. Welcome our next witnesses. Could I begin by asking each witness, starting from my left, to please state their name, position title, and swear either an oath or an affirmation.
My name is Timothy Crossman, and I solemnly, from Safe Rehoming, President Safe Rehoming, solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
My name is Lisa Reardon. I'm the team leader of Community Helping Campbelltown Cats. I solemnly and sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
My name is Ludovic Barbier. I'm a caretaker for Community Helping Campbelltown Cats. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth and the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
My name is Stephanie Bates. I am the Operator, Manager, Cat Welfare Officer, TNR Practitioner and General Manager of Westie Cat Support Services here in Sydney. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you.
My name is Leah Michael. I'm the President of World League for the Protection of Animals. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
I'm Anna Hall, also with the World League for Protection of Animals, where I'm a Centre Manager. I affirm solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And before I move to opening statements, I need to declare another conflict of interest that Ms Anna Hall was the president at an organisation that I previously worked for, but she's not representing that organisation today. I'll start with Mr Timothy Crossman. Do you have a short opening statement you would like to make?
Of course, yeah. So just to give some clarity, Safe Rehoming, we're a small organisation based in northern Sydney, and we primarily take in and rehabilitate and rehome cats. Through that work, we have a good understanding of how the cat crisis in New South Wales is forming, and we're fully supportive of some form of multi-pronged management program, including desexing, and also things along the line of education and also community management of cats that are in the space that is not necessarily a home environment, and some form of kind of, I guess, partially cat containment programs, in that I think there's problems in trying to lump cat containment in a 24/7 basis, because you end up with these community cats that are on the street, and then that ends up causing problems down the line for the pound system, and then also the smaller rescues such as ourselves. So I've seen a lot of the submissions and a lot of the evidence from the witnesses kind of supporting a lot of this multi-pronged system, and from our point of view that seems like the best scenario. And we, as a no-kill shelter as well, we often hear from members of the public, which I think goes to the overall sentiment of the community, that the no-kill model is something that should be looked at pretty seriously, in that we're not looking to euthanize healthy, rehomable animals. So that's really where we sit. And yeah, we hope that there can be some form of legislative change to reflect all of that.
Thank you. Is there a short opening statement from Helping Campbelltown Cats?
Yes, thank you. I'd like to just provide a brief overview of what we do as well, because we didn't include that in our submission. So thank you to the Chair and the committee for the opportunity to be here at today's proceeding. So Community Helping Campbelltown Cats is a small community group made up of a few people that love cats and wanted to try and make a difference. We were established in 2016. So we run purely via Facebook, and we have nearly 27,000 followers at this point in time. So our key focus areas over the years has really been assisting the Campbelltown Animal Care Facility with their rehoming of the animals that come into there, and we've done that via advertising. We started on taking on little projects of desexing and sort of diversifying, if you like, and in 2022 we created a project called TNR Project Compassion. We started out with a goal of desexing 30 cats. As at this morning, we're at 710. So we kept going. There's clearly a need in our community in terms of doing this work. So we don't consider ourselves to be a rescue organisation, and we're not a rehoming body as such, but we do look to find solutions for the kittens, the sociable or able to be socialised juveniles and adult cats that we come across in all the colony work that we do. So when we leave a colony after we've finished desexing as well, we leave them with a caretaker, somebody that'll look out for them and monitor their health and welfare and make sure they're fed. Now, many of our team members actually manage their own colonies too, so we've sort of got 10 plus years experience each of us basically in relation to our how that's worked for us and the work that we've done. So we rely purely on money from our own pockets, as well as donations from the community to do the work that we do. We're not eligible for any government support or grants or anything like that, because we're not an official organisation as such, but that is something that we're looking at down the track. So we know we do have a cat problem in southwestern Sydney. That's not a surprise to anybody. But in all fairness, there's been little done by all our neighbouring councils around us in terms of proactive measures to improve the problem with cats in the community, because they like to play the cats are free to roam card, so we won't invest in that. I'm very pleased to say Campbelltown Council, though, has been quite proactive in taking cats in off the street and looking for better solutions within the opportunities available, but there's still so much more that needs to be done. So we know, and we've been hearing about this, the complex challenge cat management is, and I don't think anybody would disagree with that. one of the things we come across in our area, particularly areas like Campbelltown, is that we get contacted by a lot of social workers reaching out for help for people in the community that have a cat problem. And generally these people are people that, you know, are struggling financially and in difficult circumstances. One of the little projects I took on before Compassion started, which it really was quite daunting and eye-opening for me, was a lovely lady who did have mental illness that was living in a house with 23 cats. You know, she had them all indoors, which is amazing, you know, fantastic. They weren't hurting the wildlife or anything like that. But she was living in wall-to-wall excrement, up to 7 centimetres deep in her house. It's something, it's just an experience you don't forget. So we assisted in terms of being able to get many of the cats to rescue. All of them got dissexed, obviously, and she was left with a few cats to look after going forward. But she couldn't afford the dissexing herself, so they kept procreating, and she couldn't afford the litter. So that's, you know, obviously a consideration when we look at the bigger picture. Another case that we came across again, introduced by a social worker, was a lovely lady who felt like she literally had nothing else to live for but her cats, but they were breeding. So we went into dissex, but she made it really clear to me on day one that she felt if anybody took any of her cats away that she would commit suicide, and I believed her. So needless to say, we dissexed her cats and we left. So I think from our perspective, trying to keep within the 2 to 3 minutes here, accepting that cats are here, that they're part of our ecosystem is a reality that we need to do. Stopping the demonisation is absolutely critical, and in terms of making sure we just focus on what we can do to make things better. How can we better manage the populations in a humane manner? I mean, we would never, you know, target a particular you know, type of person or person from a particular background and say that, you know, we're going to eliminate you. We wouldn't treat humans that way. So I just think the outcomes of these sessions, and I'm really pleased to hear all the positive, you know, conversation that's happening, is to make sure that we remember the subject is as much about the people as it is the cats. So the community, the rescuers, the feeders, the shelter workers, the veterinary staff, all the people that are so impacted by everything that potentially could happen out of, I guess, the decisions made from this inquiry. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Is there a short opening statement from Westy Cat Support Services?
Yes. Westy Cat Support Services focuses primarily on TNR, trap, neuter, release, with also some rescue. We're concentrated in the suburbs that comprise Cumberland City Council, Canterbury Bankstown City Council, Parramatta City Council and Fairfield City Council. We therefore deal primarily with semi-owned and unowned cats, whom I will refer to as community cats. On the odd occasion, we deal with owned cats. The current situation for cats in these areas is quite dire, which has been significantly heightened by the inclusion of these cats alongside wild cats in non-urban areas, also known as feral cats, in the Federal Threat Abatement Plan, introduced in 2024. I would just like to let you know my position on a few different things. For wildcats in non-urban areas, I support population control for these cats, particularly in ecologically delicate and significant areas. I do not support the mass culling of community cats in urban areas. And I think that we need to address issues to do with what's impacting on cats in urban areas as well as non-urban areas, to do with the characteristics of the cats, the location of the cats, and whether they're dissexed or not. and if they have access to if they're access to being managed or not. So I call myself a TNR practitioner, and in so doing, I recognise the value of TNR. I also recognise its limitations. And in terms of a community management tool, it can actually be quite worthwhile. But the work involved with this is extensive. So Westicat goes into a situation in the field and starts assessing. A plan is put in place how to deal with the cats. Any cats that need rescue are sometimes rescued, but sometimes they're not. So we're now in the situation where we are actually dissecting friendly cats that are on the street. That, for example, the council ranger, the various council rangers, cannot take into the pound system. So they're not taken in for any holding period. They stay on the street. So in order to stop them reproducing, we start dissecting them. So we have to work very, very closely with community members, and this involves meetings, plan formulation. I reevaluate the plan, I assess the plan as I go along, and I look at the outcomes that we achieve. And then I measure them against similar case studies and plans that were put in place for other areas. A TNR practitioner has to deal with sick cats, injured cats, unsocialised cats, tame cats, and a variety of different people in the community. I support cat containment to an extent. I don't think it should be mandatory. I support cat containment on a property, not solely indoors, but I think there's a lot of issues to do with it. It should never be mandatory, except for perhaps in various locations next to wildlife areas. I think there's a lot of issues to do with the problems to do with mandatory cat containment, to do with if an escaped cat leaves their property, and it also has massive impacts for roaming cats, community cats that have been TNR'd. So there's issues to do with cruelty towards them. There's issues to do with them not even entering the pound system. There's issues to do with them. Ending up in undesirable situations. Now, we get confronted with people dumping cats, abandoning cats. We deal with lost cats. Some that have a microchip have been reunited with owners because the trapped cat's always checked for a microchip. And we do all these activities in our own home. So I use my home, some parts of it, for a cat shelter. My dining room is a cat shelter, and one of the spare rooms in the house and the garage. Because TNR cats, there's a process in which they are managed, trapped, taken to the vet the next morning, picked. A liaison occurs with the vet if, for example, the cat is sick or injured. Sometimes we will have a cat euthanized because it's not possible to put the cat back in their colony or their situation, or their injuries or illness that are beyond our financial means to take care of. The cat's picked up from the vet clinic. The cat is then held for 1 to 5 days, and once the cat passes various benchmarks to do with how it's recovering, the cat will then get released. I think the Companions Animal Act it's a blunt instrument at this point that's trying to deal with the complexities of roaming and owned cats in New South Wales. I think there needs to be some amendments to do with community members taking it upon themselves to trap cats, whether owned or unowned, and the investigation of this practice, the penalties for this practice, who's responsible for monitoring this practice, Is it the RSPCA cruelty inspectors? Is it a council animal ranger? Who is it? Is it an AWL inspector? The role and powers of the council need to be clearly defined and ascertained. My approach generally to this inquiry is coming from the perspective of an animal welfare perspective, not necessarily threatened species protection in urban areas or indeed other species protection in other areas. I also think that there's a paucity of research on domestic and urban cats, owned, unowned and community in urban areas. Often, even in the threat abatement plan, it states that they're talking about non-urban cats, and yet they're trying to extrapolate the data for urban cats and talk about urban cats in the same sentence pretty much. It's quite ridiculous. We actually do need more solid, substantive and well done research on urban cats. At the moment, it's not really there. There's a lot of crazy statistics put out there. The ANU in 2023, roaming pet cats kill 66 million native animals each year in Sydney. I would actually question that. There's also no very much talk about what species are actually killing and exactly how many. A lot of their information is based on anecdotal reports from wildlife organisations. However, the anecdotal evidence given by people who actually rescue and TNR cats, for some bizarre reason, is never actually taken into account. That's probably because they don't even talk to us. So it's great to have this investigation and this committee.
Ms. Bates, can I just check how much longer your opening statement is?
Oh, I'm finished.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. In that case, I'll move on to the World League for Protection of Animals, if you have a short opening statement.
Yes, we'll both speak. Yeah. Thank you very much for the invitation. WLPA, which stands for World League for Protection of Animals, as the name implies, is a charity committed to protecting all animals. So we're here to advocate for all species with an awareness of the complexity of these problems and the need to act in evidence-based, compassionate manners. WLPA only adopts cats to people who agree to contain their cats within their property. Extensive education regarding the benefits and the practices of this are given to them at the time of adoption. WLPA strongly encourages containment and supports move to assist people making an informed decision and resourcing them to shift in this direction. Behaviours can be changed. We see it every day when we walk past an increasing number of greyhounds that have been adopted as pets. You didn't see that many pet greyhounds 20, 30 years ago. And obviously all the other rescued animals that have been adopted. WLPA opposes mandatory cat containment and suggests instead, if there is to be some legal enforcement in this area, it should be of legislation that has been around for nearly half a century, notably POCTA, Section 211, with prosecutions for those involved in the current devastating avalanche of animal abandonment, of which all who work in animal rescue are a victim every day. When they have to deal with these cases. There could also be investigation of challenging businesses like Gumtree, which facilitate and profit from unlawful trade in unmicrochipped companion animals, namely cats and dogs, and that's covered in the Companion Animals Act Part 2. Without repeating the evidence already tabled today, I'd like to say that free-living cats are demonised but sentient beings, responsible for only a small portion of native wildlife deaths, with the chief causes of this being the tragic state of affairs, but it involves land clearing, introduced diseases, major fires, etc. There is ample evidence for the ineffectiveness of mass killing of animals, which has been carried out for 1 or 2 centuries now. They are now part of contemporary local ecosystems. This includes them being a food source, which is often forgotten, that cats are also preyed on as well as predators. The most humane and practical alternatives appear to WLPA to be trials of autoimmune contraception. And if that was combined with an end to habitat destruction and repair, we think major gains could be made. The animals' lives matter to them and to others. Please use this opportunity and the resources put into the inquiry to champion alternate remedies from those that have been tried in the past, with the power to assist all animals in doing this. And you never know, future inquiries and investigations may then use the results of this inquiry to formulate their policies.
I've only been with WLPA as on the board for 3 years, but prior to that I've had an extensive dealings with cats in the community, and mostly in the inner west and Cullen Park, those areas where we established TNR, and it certainly worked. And they were in areas where, especially at Cullen Park, where there's other wildlife, there's lots of possums. There was not an issue there. What we managed to do there was to, they'd always been dumped there because it was a hospital, and people know that hospital staff are caring and will look after the cats, that type of thing happens. And so there we actually managed to desex all the cats on the premises, took all the kittens away, rehomed them, and eventually what happens is the actual colony dies out. I did that sort of work in a few areas within the inner west for a number of years, and that's exactly what happened, like smaller colonies than Cullen Park, and that's how TNR works. Then what happened in 2010, I was actually advised of the situation in the Canterbury Bankstown area. So I'll just go from there. So my perspective is based on personal and organisational experience. I was reminded early on that one type of management of cat populations does not fit all urban areas. If you do not address the source of the problem, in particular local government areas, nothing's going to change. When I met with the animal control person at Canterbury it was just Canterbury Council at the time, and there was no merger, in 2012, his first words were, "It is not a cat problem, it is a people problem." That was very reassuring to hear that, because everyone talks about the cats, how demonise them. In 2010, in locating the immense number of suffering abandoned street cats in that particular LGA, I had sought the assistance of DABS, Domestic Animal Birth Control, and World League for the Protection of Animal to undertake intensive desexing and rehoming in that area. This intervention has been an ongoing process in the area, although over time funded primarily by individuals and different groups. What we had not factored in was the constant dumping and abandonments of cats and kittens throughout the area, which continues to this day. Yeah. So it's different in different locations. Some people really grasp desexing and containment and all that. Successive councils and elected officials have, whilst putting some initiatives in place regarding cheaper desexing of cats, have failed to address the real issue, the people. These particular issues are not exclusive to that Sydney LGA, though, I might add. I think solutions are complex but achievable if people are willing to work together on those issues. Interventions need to be based on a number of factors, and where required to be specific and targeted to those particular LGAs where the problem exists. I think the focus needs to be on preventing cats ending up on the streets in the first place. That's the issue. And another undiscussed issue, I feel, is mental health. Government officials knowingly ignoring the realities of cat abandonment in their areas have placed a huge burden on community members and rescues, who are all unfunded. They're self-funded, as WLPA is as well. That burden can be financial, cause family and personal disruptions, and mental health concerns. In some situations, these burdens placed on community members have been very long-term. Some persons are ill-equipped to deal with a level of distress associated with cats and kittens abandoned, often on a daily basis, and solutions in some situations may not be well thought out. I think that's how people get into difficulties, take on too much, and we've heard that already about how people can't manage. And I think simple and cruel solutions through cat management will have a huge impact on the mental health of community members. I don't think it's a very good idea to be, to just go in and take cats away, basically. I think it's more complex. The majority of cats that I would see on the street are tame cats, and some may not appear to be tame at first, but you actually can tame them. So it means that they're probably been dumped and then they're really scared, they don't trust people, or they could be maybe born there on the street. They're sort of second generation cats. They can, if they're around people, they can be tamed. So I think all possibilities are there. I think it's about really doing intensive education of people in certain communities, and also cheap desexing. I think if we're going to put money anywhere, it should be towards the people that are doing the rescues, who actually should be. They shouldn't have to pay to have cats desexed, and the other thing is I'd like to mention is that not all pet shops are problematic. A lot of pet shops do rehome, rescue cats. In fact, from that particular area, with one pet store, I've placed well over 1,000 cats to be rehomed in that store, desexed cats, and people come in there wanting rescue cats. So I think we've got to be a little bit. Not sort of just knock everything on the head and say that doesn't work. I think it's very complex, and we've got to be open to looking at solutions, really.
Thank you, and thank you. I understand there's a lot of groups here, so thank you for going through each of those opening statements. I'll just start with a couple of quick questions because I know that there are other committee members with a lot of questions as well. Mr. Crossman, you mentioned in your submission concerns about some of the administrative challenges faced by rehoming organisations in accessing and updating the companion animal register. For the benefit of the committee, can you outline what some of these challenges are and what you'd like to see changed and how that could also help in this space for cats?
Of course, yeah. So at the moment as it is, we are dealing with a variety of different cats coming into our care. Some of them are not microchipped at all, and they're actually the easy ones, believe it or not. As a qualified chipper myself, I can chip those, and with that access I can put them onto the register when they're adopted. The challenge that we face mostly is when we're getting cats that have already been chipped, and often they're private surrenders, and what we have to do then is that we submit the paperwork off to the council change the name, and then we have to go and submit that again once the cat is adopted. So there's this double handling going on that is, and I'm sure everyone will attest, is paperwork up to your head basically. So part of the resolution in that, especially with the introduction of the registered rehoming organisations, is to allow some sort of access to those registered rehoming organisations to the companion animal register, so that we can then sort out our own paperwork internally with the correct documentation, of course, with that as well. So that would be just a huge time saver, not only for the rescues, but also for the council, because they're not having to then process all of these forms constantly for us as well.
Thank you. So they're kind of, at the moment, it's all paper forms for rescue organisations rather than being able to be done on the pet register and being done electronically.
Yeah, there's challenges with doing it electronically as well as doing it with paperwork. And I brought this up in another Q&A. There was more recently about that side of it. I know that the state government likes to keep things, at least have access to a paper-based system for people who can't access the online forms. Having said that, I think a lot of rescues would have that online access, and even if they were able to manage things internally that way, that would probably be a huge benefit and time saver as well. So yeah, that's certainly a consideration too.
Right. And what do you think, running a cat rescue organisation, what sort of recommendations would you like to see from this inquiry that you think will make a real difference in the number of cats that are actually coming into your organisation in the first place?
So I think, as a lot of the other witnesses have said throughout, I think the desexing is a huge part of it. That's something that we see quite a lot that we're dealing with, and especially this time of the year, we're dealing with kittens and pregnant mum and kittens coming into care. So these cats that are out on the street undesexed, whether they're owned or not, they're adding to that problem. So some form of desexing program that, especially for these folks who are in the lower socio-economic areas, where that's supported by the government through vets, is, in my opinion, probably the best way to navigate that one. And then, as some of the other folks have said here, the trap, neuter, return, and not to conflate that with just dumping the cat once it's been desexed. We want to see them managed after they have been returned. I think what we see there is, and as from what I can see, there's plenty of evidence, not just in Australia but around the world, that suggests that does reduce numbers over a period of time. And what I would rather see is, in 10 years' time, only 8 cats in that colony rather than 80 cats in that colony still, or probably 800 cats in that colony by 10 years' time. Yes, they will still be predating on the wildlife, but we're only looking at 8 cats at that point, which should all be desexed as well. So the desexing and the trap, neuter, return, I think those types of programs where they're still getting managed would be super important. And then the education surrounding the expectation of owning a cat in Australia. There's a lot of different understandings of how cats should be owned. We live in a multicultural country, and there's different expectations there. So people need to know what the Australian expectation is and have a good understanding of that.
Thank you. And I'll throw this out to any of you, because I know that you're all sort of working in that rescue space. And I'll give you an example of Yarra Valley in the Victoria that introduced the mandatory cat containment laws. And they saw an increase of euthanasia rates by 18%. I imagine that's something that you're all concerned by if the same laws were brought in here. I'm just wondering, do you think that the same trend would happen in New South Wales, and that we could potentially end up in the same situation as Victoria, where many of these councils have had significant increase in costs, significant increase in euthanasia, and what are the concerns then for cat carers and rescuers in New South Wales if this were to occur?
I think there is. I think that the same situation could be replicated in Sydney, because it will increase pound intakes, but then that's not finite. So that's not there's only so many cats that can go to the pound, and when they run out of space, that's it. So if the cats aren't managed appropriately, it actually has ramifications for how many cats are actually community cats or roaming cats. There's also the issue to do with cruelty, and there's also the issue to do with the compliance and monitoring of it. It's completely and utterly ridiculous to think that a council, with their staffing and their resource allocation, is going to be policing cat enclosures, and if a cat's kept inside all the time. So while it has some benefits, there's a lot of issues to do with mandatory cat containment, and certainly the RSPCA submission goes into those very well.
Thank you. Does anyone have anything else to add? Otherwise I'll throw to another committee member.
I mean, I could just add that the pounds are not coping at the moment. You can all get on the phone now and you won't find a pound that can take a cat in New South Wales. So to try and push more in, good luck.
And so, sorry, just to clarify, that's because the pounds are full, they're already at capacity?
Yes, I every day get someone calling saying, you're the 50th person, even the 70th person I've been told I am. I'm glad to be so far down the list that we've tried to surrender this cat to. So that there is nowhere for these extra cats that you're going to pick up that are not contained to go.
There's also, if I may, there's also the public perception issue. Certainly particular lobby groups like the Invasive Species Council, various officials such as Threatened Species Commissioner have been heavily involved in lobbying, propagandising and especially the Invasive Species Council seeking funding. So a lot of their propagandising is done on social media, and a lot of it I think is having an actual negative impact on the safety of cats. I think there's definitely an increase in demonisation, and with the mandatory containment, people think that they've got a right. Oh, this cat's not on their property, they're not contained. Good, I'm going to trap this cat and then I'm going to do what I like with this cat. I'm going to dump them in a suburb, 10 suburbs away. I'm going to kill them or anything, or I'm going to take them to the pound. If they go, or I'm going to ring the ranger and they're going to be taken to the pound in some sort of utopic nirvana of what needs to be done. And the problem with that is sometimes most of them don't even contact the council rangers or the pounds about these cats. So I actually think it would be interesting to correlate statistics with cat cruelty with what was going on in those councils, for example, the Yarra Council. But having said that, there is a lot of animal cruelty that the RSPCA or the AWL Inspectorate will not investigate. Whether it's resource allocation, probability of being able to prosecute, I'm not sure. But I'd be very interested to see, certainly anecdotally and TNRs and rescuers' experiences on the ground, the amount of cat abuse has increased in the last 2 to 3 years, what we're seeing on the streets and on private properties.
I might throw to the Honourable Susan Carter.
Thank you. Thank you all for being here. Ms Bates, you were talking about cat containment. You were saying perhaps not in urban areas, but in areas that were adjacent to wildlife or whatever. Have you done any mapping? So what's the difference between an urban area and a suburban area, for example?
So there's urban, peri-urban and non-urban.
Mm-hmm.
So are you asking me about urban areas exclusively or the difference once they meet?
If we followed your ideas and said, in these areas, these strategies should be in place, how do we tell, like, what's, in Sydney, for example, what would be the border of the urban areas that we may not want these strategies in, and what are the peri-urban areas in which we would want containment and perhaps a range of other strategies in place to protect wildlife?
So I think housing that borders national parks, bush areas, conservation areas, I think there could be containment for cats in those areas. And then
have you done? I'm sorry, I'm just conscious of the time. And if anybody else can contribute, is there any mapping about this, so we could say mandate these council areas? For example?
I could look at a map of Sydney and go, this council, this council, this council.
So we'd say
should have mandatory containment.
So we'd say Parramatta Council, Hillshire.
No, Parramatta, no.
There's a whole ribbon of bushland that goes through Parramatta.
Yeah, but there's houses along, but there's heaps of people that live in Parramatta. These super councils now are massive, and there's people that live in these super councils that don't live anywhere near an iota of bush or bushland. Similarly in a lot of councils in Western Sydney. So the other issue is once peri-urban, once city and suburban fringes starts to meet semi-rural. And certainly when I've been into areas, say Kemps Creek and beyond in Sydney, I will see a more diverse bird life that I don't see in the suburbs, particularly in the western and southwestern suburbs of Sydney. The wildlife in those areas is not particularly diverse. And there's been some species that I've actually seen pushed out by land clearing and development.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honourable Scott Barrett?
Yeah, so I have several questions, but I know I won't get them all in. But Ms. Reardon, sorry to come to you on this one, but you gave me a number. You said you've TNR'd 710 cats. So I'm looking at stats here that suggest that could be 78,000 native animals a year that those cats are responsible for killing.
Sorry. Yep, go on.
Do you think that is, as you put it, just a reality of what we need now? It's part of our ecosystem?
Great question, and we haven't TNR'd. The R for us could be rescue, rehome, or return. So we don't just put them back on the street.
But even that, so sorry, that number is for pet cats. So even if they were pet cats, that's the number.
There are the cats. The 710 cats comprise of cats that are living in the community that you would regard as unowned or semi-owned.
So are you okay that they could be responsible for 80,000 deaths a year of native animals?
I'm never going to be okay that any animal's killed, whether it be a cat or bird, etc. But we're looking for humane methods of dealing with the situation and reducing the number of cats, therefore reducing the amount of wildlife that's impacted. It's actually an interesting question that I would like to touch on. I've learned a lot about, I guess, cat psychology in the time that I've been managing my own colony, which is really quite interesting. It's in an industrial area, so not residential. And whilst people might not believe this, it's a group of workshops. Chaps in a couple of workshops up from me feed the birds. They actually put bowls of seed and bread and things that they probably shouldn't put out for the birds to eat. My colony literally comes in to feed 2 doors up, doesn't even blink and look at them.
Okay, that's cute anecdotal evidence. Ms. Michael, you talked about the cats you removed from the hospital zone. You TNR'd on the hospital thing. And now you're saying there's no cats.
This is a long while ago.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So in that scenario, if those cats were just removed, rather than being removed and put back in...
They weren't, any ones that were tame, the completely tame ones, were rehomed.
Yeah, but some were...
I wasn't there for the whole of the actual finishing up of the project, but I was involved in it initially.
My point is, though, if these animals are just taken out of that ecosystem in the first step, rather than being taken out and put back in, we're going to have the same outcome, right? Which you're saying is there's now no colonies in that area?
That was a contained area, I might add. It was a contained area at the hospital. It was within an old ward system there. Yeah.
So the putting them back in was just a delaying of the removal of the cats, and as we say, there's native animals killed in that time.
Well, there was plenty of possums there, I can tell you that now.
Yeah.
Possums and cats, I've always found, got on very well together. You know,
there's a lot of birds at Callan Park.
But there's a huge area at Callan Park, absolutely huge. So most birds would steer clear, I think.
To what extent, and I'm happy to anyone to answer this, to what extent should taxpayers be funding these community cat colonies?
Well, they don't currently. Most of they're funded by individuals and groups that do the actual desexing, and a lot of those on the street are rehomed. So sometimes there's some money comes back to those people, but mostly not. Do you know what I mean? So that's part of it. And the feeding of the cats are fed in colonies. They're fed usually nightly. The government's not funding that.
Right.
So there's...
And shouldn't have to?
I think that part of it, but I think they should be funding towards the desexing. Because the idea would be, if they're tame cats on the street, they should be rehomed. I personally don't think they should be left on the street if they're totally tame. They should be rehomed. Because if they're on the street, they're open to being run over by cars, people who are intending to harm them. There's a whole, people see them there and they sometimes disappear, so they're often harmed. I think the only time they should be left in a colony should be in an area where it's quite safe, but not on open streets.
Safe for cats or safe for native animals?
Pardon?
Safe for cats or
are
safe for native animals?
But you're actually decreasing the numbers. That's the key, to actually decrease the numbers. Okay. To minimize, and so, as I was saying, in the inner west, that was very easy to do because you don't have people continually dumping them. Yeah. So and they were built up areas like under shops and stuff like that where there was no birds around.
And Ms. Hall, why mandate against things like abandonment and use of gumtree, and not mandate on containment? Why have you got a different approach to those two levers?
Yep. Because it is currently already, the legislation in POCTA makes it illegal to abandon an animal in New South Wales, and there is just a massive problem
of people abandoning animals and someone else having to come and solve that problem. We had, just one example, a family, a bit of a blended family, dumped outside our shelter. I couldn't see it from I was upstairs in the office. It was a heat wave. They were just dumped on concrete. They were nearly dead by the time they were found. They were in this plastic container. I was very careful, used gloves, etc. Tried to get the police to come over to fingerprint this. So, I mean, someone who can, and they were all super friendly, super loving mother, and with 2 different litters. The police, I had to ring, I think it was 3 times, and eventually wanted to speak to the superintendent in charge of the station, after which they did say they would come. Then Christmas came in between, which stayed a couple of days. By the time they got there, they said, oh, it's too old now, the fingerprints will have denigrated. We offered them CCTV footage from outside of comings and goings. They didn't want to go through it. The type of person who is prepared to be so callous to leave animals outside in a heat wave is not a person I want to meet in a dark alley on late at night. These are people who should be followed up by the law. They have put a great expense onto us. I had to get vets over. The vets and I, well, the vet and her nurse were there till late at night tending these animals, and they survived and got rehomed.
Okay, so I guess going off that, again, anecdotal thing, if we have evidence of cats killing native animals, shouldn't we also, by the same token, mandate steps that we can do to minimise or prevent that? With actual evidence rather than just stories? Because I give you plenty of stories of cats killing native animals, plus there's also evidence as well.
I dearly wish cats did not kill animals. I wish people didn't kill animals. I wish it was like that, but it's not. And the system cannot cope with the outcomes that there would be from cat containment. There is nowhere for these cats to go that would be captured. People have accidents, and with the best will in the world they get out. I think the time is still where we have to push and educate and help people with cat containment. It can be made as inexpensive as possible for people without the government having to pay for it, with volunteers going up and helping set up frameworks and netting at really very minimal cost. I think all those things need to be tried first and worked on first, and I encourage everyone who has a cat to contain that cat. I contain my cats, they have never got out. I have been, at stages when there's been emergencies and I've been fostering, I've had an awful lot of cats at my place, and I have had 3 of my own. One died, and they have never got out. It's possible to do it, and people need to be educated in it.
If I may say, the other issue is what native and non-native species are we talking about are being killed here? In what numbers, in what locations, in what circumstances, and by what cats? Owned cats, community cats? So I'd really like to know that.
There's a wealth of evidence around that.
I was going to say that.
And on the other side of the table,
material.
we've heard anecdotal evidence that my cat doesn't kill animals.
Yeah.
So I think I'll wrap that up there.
There's no wealth of evidence of that.
Well, it's not my question to ask. I was going to say, I have a question.
I have lots of questions, but I'll just ask one to allow Ms. Sue Hickinson to ask hers. I have to ask a question of the people from my old hometown of Campbelltown. I note that on page 5, in relation to annual permit fee for cats not desexed by 4 months, your conclusion is the annual permit fee was deployed to encourage desexing, but in many ways it is resulting in the complete opposite. Could you please elaborate on that, and then I might just ask if anyone disagrees with that, and then go to Ms. Higginson. So could you please tell us why that's the case?
Yeah. There's often desexing programs that come about supported by Campbelltown Council, where a requirement of the program is to microchip and register your cat. And more often than not, the time that people are opting to do this, the cat's already older than 4 months of age. And what is occurring as a result of the desex permit issue is that they then wear even though they if they do desex their cat, they get an annual fee that they're charged year after year after year, so they're constantly penalised, even though they've done the right thing. So people being aware of this just opt not to desex, not to microchip, and we hear that on a regular basis. So I think it's sort of counterproductive to what was seeking to be achieved, with hoping to get more people, encouraging people to get them to sex to avoid the procreation by 4 months. But it's not working out that way in a lot of situations. Most of the cats that enter the pound system are unchipped, unregistered, and undesexed.
Does any other witnesses disagree?
No, and in fact, I would add that, when a good Samaritan is picking a cat up off the street to look after themselves and take them on, they didn't know the cat by 4 months. No. So that's also penalising someone for doing the right thing and what we want them to do.
But then rescues, the vets will actually write something that says they're rescued cats, and the reason they're not actually desexed before 4 months is because they're rescued. So that can sort of counter that problem, basically.
Okay.
I just think general members of the community aren't going to know that.
Yeah.
That's an opportunity for them.
Yeah, but that maybe needs to be discussed as well. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Higgins.
Thank you. We heard evidence earlier that the Bankstown Council officers who are responsible for the CAT programs that they run, in relation to the TNR programs, there was a very clear position that the R must always and only be rehoming, not releasing. I'm just curious about, and their program is a very comprehensive program that they've been working on for some time. I'm just curious about, if the release into some of the areas, or the colonies, I think you refer to them as, that get looked after, how long do you anticipate? Like, what is your vision for when those colonies no longer exist in the environment? Or is your vision that there will always be these colonies, and there is always, the underlying assumption is that cats belong in the environment?
My vision is that colonies will always exist.
Right.
And I think it's incredibly unrealistic to suggest that they won't, or that they shouldn't exist, because you're always going to have people in society that do not desex their cats, do not microchip their cats, dump their cats, people that are cruel to cats and dump owned or otherwise cats. And like I said in my submission, TNR is but one management strategy to deal with a public animal issue, public and private animal issue. And you've got two options. You either kill the lot of them, which is what Professor Sarah Legg and others suggest, or you start doing TNR and you have responsible colonies as a way to humanely manage, because cats on the streets are always going to exist, particularly in certain suburbs, and to suggest otherwise is ridiculous. And you can try and mass cull them, but you're still going to have more cats emerging, because people will still do irresponsible things. And I also think the education of the public is limited. You can educate till the cows come home with focused education about responsible pet ownership, but you will still have people being irresponsible.
So you're suggesting then that any regulation so for example, with dogs, there is clear regulation, behaviour has changed, and we have a system. Dogs are not allowed to roam, and they're not free roamers. So are you suggesting, what is the basis that you would suggest that we are incapable of having any form of regulatory system that could be successful?
I think the regulatory system could be expanded to include colony cats. So I think any regulatory system to do with how they're managed, I think there's issues to do with that. And I also think there is a lot of issues to do with how a council, for example, thinks that they can educate people about responsible pet ownership.
And can I, oh yeah, please, sorry.
I
Yeah.
would just like want to point out something.
Yes.
I think nobody here at this table is happy to release a cat. I think none of us go in a colony, trap cats, neuter them, and then is happy to return the cat to the colony. This is not something we want to do. This is something we have to do. I currently have 8 cats in my home, all rescues. Half of them are from the colony in my street, which I have tried to rehome. I have spent 3 years socializing them. They live perfectly fine indoors, but they can't be rehomed because of behavior issues. I have 4 more in my garage right now from a colony we are doing. 3 of them are kittens. We are going to do our best to rehome them because they are very young, so it's possible. One of them is a mother, which is very friendly, but you are not trying to rehome an adult cat means months, sometimes years.
Could you please elaborate on what do you mean by the behaviour? You can't. What is the supposed antisocial behaviour that makes it rehoming not possible?
It's not antisocial behaviour; it's shyness.
Right.
So someone who adopts a pet, generally wants companionship. They want a cat who is going to be around them and who is not going to run away when they pet them half the time, who is going to want to be with them. A lot of colony cats have been in the colony all their life, and while they have been in contact with humans, they haven't known human touch, they haven't experienced that, so some of them will turn over time. I've managed to rehome a 6-year-old black cat to a family with children, and the cat was very grumpy when he arrived, and 6 months later he was able to be pet by the toddler. So it's possible, but it's a lot of work, and the problem is that TNR is the only option we have if we don't want to end up all having 10 cats in our garages waiting to be rehomed, while more cats are being bred in the street. This is the middle ground, basically.
Thank you.
Unfortunately, we've run out of time.
Can I just ask one last thing for notice? I'm happy for you to take.
Notice,
just for you, Ms. Bates, you made a number of statements about your understanding and observation that the Invasive Species Council and their, I think you referred to it as propaganda, that is responsible for the increase in cruelty to animals. If you could provide this committee any evidence or anything that you would suggest that's the case, that I think that would be of assistance if you could provide any material.
So that's just on notice.
Yeah,
so
I
will
provide social media records that I've taken. For example, I can provide copies of that on notice.
Of their social media. No, I'm looking for anything that links what the Invasive Species Council work is to what you're suggesting is an increase or a prevalence of animal cruelty.
So, how do you?
Sorry, Ms. Bates. Sorry.
Yeah.
So that's just on notice.
Yeah.
So if you, so the Secretariat will be in contact with you about that, and then you can provide your position once the Secretariat gets.
I'm happy to provide that.
Great.
Can I just say something else?
Very quickly, we are out of time, so I'll give you about 15 seconds.
There's also the issue of pest management companies, and I'd like to know where they fit into the grand scheme of things.
Yeah.
That businesses are allowed to call them, they come in, they trap or get the business to trap. Where do the cats go? Are they going to the pound and getting checked for a microchip?
Yeah, look, I mean, that's kind of outside of the terms of reference of this inquiry. But thank you all for your time and for coming here today and providing evidence, and thank you for all the work you do as well. So thank you. The committee now has a break until 4 p.m. And we will come back at that time. Thank you and welcome back to our inquiry into the management of cat populations in New South Wales. And I now welcome our next and final panel. Thank you for coming and making the time to give evidence today. Can I ask each witness, starting from my left, to please state their name and position title and swear either an oath or an affirmation.
Stephen McLeod, a Manager Invasive Species Research with New South Wales Department of Primary Industries and Regional Development. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
I'm Peter Goff. I'm the Acting Executive Director of the Strategy and Regulatory Policy in the Agriculture and Biodiversity Group of the Department of Primary Industries and Regional Development. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Kim Filmer, Chief Animal Welfare Officer, Department of Primary Industries and Regional Development. I solemnly and sincerely, truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Brett Whitworth, Deputy Secretary, Local Government, Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Erica van den Honet, Executive Director, Sector Development in the Office of Local Government. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Richard Kingswood, Director of Biodiversity and Ecological Health, National Parks and Wildlife Service. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Janelle Brooks, Director for Conservation Programs in the New South Wales National Parks and Wildlife Service. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Does anyone from the Office of Local Government have a short opening statement to make?
Look, not more of a positioning statement, Madam Chair. We have here representatives from across the New South Wales Government. We have representatives from National Parks and Wildlife Service, and they are here representing their broader colleagues in the Department of Climate Change, Environment, Energy and Water. We have our colleagues from Department of Primary Industries and Regional Development, and Erica and I are here from the Office of Local Government. The government's submission has been prepared to highlight key issues, key responsibilities and the key pieces of legislation, but does not draw any particular conclusions. We're here to help the committee. We're here to answer any questions the committee might have. I know this is the end of the second day worth of hearing, so that there are probably questions that you've got coming out of previous testimony that has been given to you. So we'd like to help, and as I said, we are very looking forward to what the committee will give in terms of some policy direction or idea around the fairly challenging issue of cat management.
Thank you. Just checking that nobody else had any opening statement. Thank you. Thank you. In that case, I might jump in quickly with a few questions, and I might start with Mr. Whitworth, and thank you again for your time today. One thing that's obviously interesting that's come up with this in this inquiry is that there are some strategies where everyone agrees, and then there are some strategies where there is really strong division on some of those strategies. And one of those strategies where there was total agreement was this real targeted cat desexing programs as an effective way to actually reduce the number of cats that are ending up homeless in the first place. And I know that was also a recommendation of the rehoming practices review by the OLG as well. Are you able to provide any update as to what work or funding is being done in relation to that, given that this is something that has come up a few times?
Well, firstly, I think we agree that cat desexing is critical, and the importance of having cats desexed from the earliest opportunity that is appropriate for the welfare of the animal is critical, and that's the way in which the companion animal seeks to incentivise that. I think, though, what you're also talking about is desexing programs for the range of cats that are either owned, semi-owned, unowned or stray, and that's when it starts to get a little bit more complicated, particularly in terms of how you go about, if it's about desexing for cats where you're able to identify the population and go in and control that population. We have given funding as a government in the past to agencies like Cat Protection Society and so on. There is no, other than those concepts of using previous grants for companion animal organisations, we are still waiting on government policy decisions around whether there would be an ongoing series of grants in that area. Minister Honig, my minister, the Minister for Local Government, gave evidence at budget estimates around a proposition that has been put through the budget process around a set of grant programs, and that budget process is still evolving, so I probably can't say more than that.
Thank you. And I understand that. It's interesting when we start talking then on to mandatory cat containment, and this is where, you know, there's a lot of division in regards to whether or not there's a lot of agreement that there should be education. In fact, I think that was an agreement across the board. The division was whether or not there's these mandatory punitive laws brought in. And those that are advocating for mandatory punitive laws are also advocating that the cost around that should be borne by the state government, because we know where that's been brought in other states. It's been a significant cost to councils, taking in any cat that doesn't have a home and housing those animals, or even euthanising those animals comes at a significant cost. And councils have recognised that they wouldn't be able to obviously fund the enforcement of those mandatory laws. Does the Office of Local Government have any estimation about how much that might actually cost taxpayers to be able to give that money to councils to actually enforce those laws if they were to bring them in?
If I could, I'd like to unpack that, because I think
Sure.
there are two questions there. There's a question around education and the education of cat owners about their responsibilities.
Mm-hmm.
There's also a question there about the increased compliance process, I think, is what you're asking me, if there were laws that were introduced that made cat containment mandatory. We don't have estimates of what those costs would be. We would need to understand the scope of any program before you could come up with a reasonable set of costs. The education program would also vary in terms of the extent and scope that you want to, the reach that you need to achieve. I can tell you that the Responsible Pet Ownership program, which is a program that we fund using the proceeds from the companion animals registration fees, is approximately $1 million a year. It would probably be less than that, less expensive than that, but it would also depend on whether you wanted a broad scale multimedia, sort of campaign, or whether we're talking more targeted materials for councils to have available at the counter, as an example. In terms of the costs of compliance, I just don't have the ability to start analysing that until we have an understanding of what the consequences and the methods and how widespread it would be. Councils would need to be increasing ranger services. They would need to be looking at their pounds and the operation of their pounds, because if you talk about increased cat containment, by default you're saying that any cat that is not contained is therefore subject to potential capture and then impoundment, and then going through a rehoming process, and if that's unsuccessful, looking at euthanasia. So there are quite considerable costs to that. As I said, extra ranges, extra pound facilities, and a change to the way the pound facilities operates, looking at the rehoming networks and how they operate, and then the euthanisation process. And I know that there has been previous inquiries, the vet shortage in New South Wales, that's talked about some of the challenges in that regard.
Yeah, thank you. And talking about that euthanasia rate as well, and we did hear some, and we were given evidence about how much the euthanasia rate has increased in council areas in Victoria, where they have brought in cat containment laws, and so one council saw an 18% increase in euthanasia rates in correlation with those cat containment laws coming in. And I know OLG has been working quite a lot over the last few years to try to bring those euthanasia rates down, and has been somewhat successful in doing so, which is good. Are you concerned then that if we suddenly sort of flip that and suddenly see a large increase in euthanasia rates, that you know, it will have flow-on effects to further on into those areas such as the vet shortage and the pound crisis and some of these other areas that we're looking into?
In short, yes. In the government submission, particularly at no page number, so I can't draw you to the page number, but in relation to pound data, we know that in 23-24 of cats entering a pound facility, only 6% were returned to their owners, which speaks to a very low microchip rate. 66% were rehomed, which is a really good stat, but 28% were euthanised, and you would only expect that number to increase. I don't know whether my DPIR colleagues, because they have the responsibility for the veterinary process, whether there's any comment that they'd like to make, or no.
Nothing to add to that. Thanks, Brett.
Okay, thank you. I also noted in the submission from the Office of Local Government that it stated mandated 24-hour cat containment policies may raise concerns relating to cat welfare and breaches of POCTA. I was just wondering if you could expand a little bit further on that, in specific what POCTA breaches are a concern.
Look, can I just also clarify, this is the government submission, so this is a joint submission from the New South Wales Government. It was submitted via the Office of Local Government, but it was prepared with input from all of the agencies that you see here today.
Great, thank you.
The POCTA question, does anyone, I know intuitively that the more you hold a cat, the greater the pressure is on its welfare. So I think that's what that statement was going to.
Would you mind just repeating the question, please?
Yes, sure, absolutely. So the submission stated that mandated 24-hour cat containment policies may raise concerns relating to cat welfare and breaches of POCTA.
I think that's in relation to the fact that if you do contain a cat, you're then required to provide it with some sort of stimulation and entertainment, I guess. So just locking a cat in a room, for example, without anything to do, there's a chance the cat would have a poor welfare outcome in terms of it getting bored, but most people have a cat in their house, and so there's usually plenty of things for it to do. So I think it was in relation to the fact that it's known that cats do require some stimulation.
Thank you.
But that can be provided within a contained environment like a house.
Thank you. We heard this morning about gene drive technology, but we also heard that was at least a decade away from being realised. And then further witnesses said that there was potentials around immunocontraceptives for cats as well, which will be much sooner than gene technology, which is a little bit further away. I'm just wondering if anyone knows about any funding that's going into research into this space, and how close or how far we are away from this gene drive technology, but also the immunocontraceptives that were also mentioned.
I could talk initially about the gene drive work that's been done on cats specifically.
Great, thank you.
There's been work done by the Centre for Invasive Species Solutions in conjunction with the University of Adelaide, and they have done modelling of the impacts of gene drive on cat populations, modelling how long it would take before the population started dropping and how long it would take before that localised population became extinct. There, as far as I'm aware, there is no further funding to develop this technology apart from the modelling. So at the moment, that's theoretical. I'm unclear what work you're referring to in terms of immunocontraception. Is there something that was raised?
Yes, there was 2 witnesses that came in during some of the morning sessions that talked about immunocontraceptive potential for cats as well, and that they thought that that was a closer technology to the gene drive technology, but that was the only information. But I can put further questions to them.
I'm not aware. Thank you. I'm not aware of any immunocontraceptive work going on at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
I could take that on notice and
Thank you.
and talk to my colleagues and see whether there's anything there.
Great, thank you. I appreciate that.
I can add, just as part of the National Parks and Wildlife Service cat control program, we're also contributing material to the University of Melbourne to support the gene drive research that's being undertaken there. So we're providing the reproductive material from the cats that are being culled out in those national parks.
Thank you. Mr. Whitworth, when we heard from Local Government New South Wales, they indicated a support for a change to the legislation that would allow councils to bring in mandated cat containment laws, but they also gave evidence that they realised that no council is currently ready to implement them. Do you see that as a potential issue if the legislation changes but no council is in a position currently to actually be able to implement them? Should it be kind of that work needs to be done before, you know, the legislation changes so that councils can be prepared if they went down that road?
If the legislation was changed, I would be strongly advocating for a long lead time between it changing and it commencing, so that there is adequate time to prepare. I'd also say that the simple mandating of cat containment needs additional thought around how does it relate to pet and cat registration fees. So funding will be a critical element of this. If councils are seeking additional funds, and I know that they are, the current process by which the companion animals registration fees are being distributed on a pro rata basis, I don't think really serves anyone, because it advantages the larger council. So I know you had Blacktown in this morning, and I think they receive the largest amount of animal registration fees, and I dare say they would have said to you that they need more.
Mm-hmm. Very strong.
There are also councils that in regional areas where they are dealing with quite challenging socio-economic environments, and they need more of the pie to help them improve their enforcement mechanisms, their pounds, and their ability to educate their community. And that would only, that's either going to come from a policy decision of the government to allocate more money into this space, and that is genuinely a policy decision of government, because it would need to take into account what other things are they not going to spend. It would also require a consideration as to whether there would be a greater emphasis on owners of cats, owners of dogs as well, as to how their obligations as pet owners are addressed, enforced, and that the infrastructure that supports their choice to be a responsible pet owner is also well funded.
Thank you. And you mentioned the impact on lower socioeconomic backgrounds, and that's something we heard a lot about particularly from RSPCA New South Wales. They had equity issues associated with mandated laws. Is that something that OLG shares, some of those concerns, that sees that there may actually be other portfolios that are impacted and would need to be brought into that kind of a decision?
Oh, absolutely it is. I think if you look at some of the funding that we've given to organisations previously, as an example, Lucy's project is one where there is a clear understanding of a link between domestic violence and mistreatment of animals as a particular example. The poor rate in which animals are A, microchipped, B, identified in the system, and then C, registered, also has a focus on socio-economic conditions. And I think the coroner, the assistant coroner, in her various coronial inquiries into dog attacks has drawn out that connection between poor socio-economic status and an understanding of the responsibilities of owning a pet.
Thank you. And I guess the other question I have, we heard quite a bit actually from all the groups that we heard from, really, was that there was no real research at this point in time that shows that mandatory cat containment works. There was some early research that the education seems to be working, but there wasn't any research really that showed that mandating it was reducing the number of cat complaints, nor was it reducing the amount of wildlife that was killed. I just wanted to find out if anybody had seen any other research, or whether the evidence that we had received that there doesn't seem to be any research out there is correct.
I think, well, look, I think there's a lot of experts on this panel from both a biodiversity and a threat abatement perspective around feral animals. So I'd throw to one of my colleagues to step in. No?
I'm happy to talk about the reduction of impacts to the environment.
From mandated...
From containment of cats, yes, from that. You're correct, there's no research that's been done. The impact that is believed to happen is extrapolated from other work that's shown that cats can have predation impacts on particular prey species. The type of experiment that would need to be done, which would include long-term monitoring, has not been done yet. And I believe that has not been done in Victoria, which has had in areas mandatory or cat containment for a very long time, and in other areas in New South Wales where there has also been cat containment, or in Canberra where there's been cat containment. It would be timely.
Yeah. Thank you. The Honourable Peter Primrose, no?
Leave it. I've got lots of questions, but I'd leave it to my colleagues today to ask.
The Honourable Scott Barrett?
Yep. So we've got DPI, local government, national parks. I know LLS isn't here, but is there any cross-government, tenure neutral sort of strategy we're working towards to manage cats?
To manage cats. Well,
yeah.
I think there are a number of there are a number of strategies around management of feral pests, and there are various strategies around, as we put in our submission, Saving Our Species program, feral cat management programs, environmental trust grant programs. So there are a number of those. There was also quite recently, and correct me if I'm wrong, the Natural Resources Commission also looked at the issue of the impact of predation on native fauna.
Yeah, okay. But at this stage, there's no statewide cat management strategy?
Not statewide, but I think Dr. McLeod could talk about the types of strategies that we operate very closely with LLS.
And national parks. We're still completing a very long-term, large-scale experiment looking at management of feral cats in broad-scale regional areas which have an impact on the environment. This is world-leading research. I'm not aware of anything that even comes close to the scale and magnitude of this type of research. The results are being analysed at the moment, and the project's report should be submitted at the end of this year. And part of that work is developing management strategies that could be applied broad scale for the management of cats. They've had to take a very careful approach because what has been used in other parts of Australia wasn't clear that it would work or have undesired impacts in New South Wales, particularly on the eastern seaboard. So the experiment itself was done in a staged technique where they were looking at a number of techniques and seeing whether they would work or not work, and what could be done to improve those. At the moment, I can't really speak about the final strategies that will come up with because they haven't finished the analysis and the write-up of the report, but I'm encouraged that we will be in a much better position to have an idea on how to manage cats in the environment. What was clear, what I can say about the research is what's clear is that we will need to do more research. So there has been, and it's not just because I'm a scientist myself and a researcher that I'm saying we need to do more research, it's that it has brought up some questions which we weren't able to answer and have not been answered in other parts of Australia.
I can add to that if you like.
So I guess my question is more about the government approach, like you guys all working together to come up with a strategy on this. Having heard, it's an OLG problem, it's a DPI problem, it's an LLS problem, it's a national parks problem.
I can add from the strategic context. Yeah. So there is a national feral cat task force, as you'd be aware, and there's also predation by feral cats is listed as a threatening process at both the Commonwealth and a state level. It's also one of those unique, I guess, feral animals to a point where it actually poses a threat to the environment, to human health and to agriculture. So there's also a revised National Threat Abatement Plan that came into effect. I think it was one of the first that was the federal government and was agreed to by all states. And also noting that feral cats are identified as a priority pest animal in all 11 regional strategic pest animal management plans in New South Wales. So that means at a regional level that involves all the agencies and stakeholders, they've been identified as a priority for management by all of the participants in those. So it is something I think where there is a lot of agreement and cooperation.
So given that recognition as a priority pest, I'll come to you, Mr. Goff. Has there been any use of the Biosecurity Act as far as controlling of cats? I'm sure, cats would have a biosecurity impact.
Yes. Yep.
Therefore, efforts should be made by people to prevent, minimise or eliminate the risk. Some of the things we've heard about this morning are probably the opposite of that.
Yeah, so in terms of has there been a prosecution using the Biosecurity Act, I can't answer. I'm happy to take that on notice. But I think the thing I'd probably try and explain in relation to the question about a statewide strategy, the way that the Local Land Services Act works and with the structure is that you will essentially, the planning and the strategies happen at the regional level. So there'd be the 11 regions would have their own type of feral cat management strategies. Therefore, you wouldn't necessarily be seeing a statewide one, but you would have feral cats and cat management picked up in those 11 ones. So there's probably the answer to your question probably is no, there's not one, but there's 11.
Yeah, sorry, that was meant to be a very quick question prompted by the range of people here. Again, we've heard of this trap neuter release thing this morning. Is anyone any evidence to support that as an approach? Probably Dr. McLeod.
There's been a lot of published studies on trap neuter release. And the evidence, the weight of evidence is quite clear, and this is taking into account international studies and the small number of studies that have been done in Australia. And there's a number of factors which need to be met for trap neuter release to be an effective tool. And they are that the colony size initially must be small, which is they've taken a guide of less than 10 individuals, so quite a small size colony. A very high proportion of the animals within that colony need to be sterilised, and that needs to exceed 75%. And in some cases, it's had to exceed 90%. The population itself has to be closed. That means there's no immigration into the population. That's for almost all cat populations in Australia, except for a few unusual ones. That requirement can't be met, and that in itself usually undermines the goal of and the outcomes of trap, neuter, release. And the fourth one is that there needs to be continual monitoring, because what's been clear in the published studies, and this is in the empirical evidence, so the experiments that were run, is that the sites themselves which were controlled became targets for new individuals to move into, and they also became targets for human-assisted movement of animals to be moved in, so dumping of cats within those areas once it became known that trap, neuter, release was going on at those sites. So really, if we look at those things, the only viable situation is probably an urban environment where you can have quite close control over the populations themselves, and that's in most other populations we're not going to be able to achieve either a high proportion of sterilisation if it's a feral population, or that the population itself is closed, and all of these things themselves undermine it. And this work is also supported by modelling. So many examples where trap, neuter, release has not met the goals of either reducing the population size or even stabilising it in some cases.
Can I just ask you just to qualify, sorry, and go back straight back to Scott, but when you started you said an effective tool. Effective tool for what?
The management of, in terms of pest management, we talk about minimising damage. Not so much the number of animals, but we try to reduce the damage that they occur. So, sorry. Yes.
No, sorry.
So in terms of cat predation, even low numbers of cats can cause a high amount of damage because they prey upon vulnerable species. So in terms of looking at the tools available to us, at the moment we have poisoning, shooting, trapping. Most of these followed up by trapping by euthanasia, so lethal techniques. But we also have containment, which has been brought up here, trap, neuter, release, which has been suggested as an alternative. And we need to evaluate it in terms of, is it effective? Is it achieving the goals, as such as reducing damage? And in most cases, it won't. And there's a couple of reasons why. The first reason, the immediate reason, is because the method is not increasing mortality. The animals that are released back into the site where they were trapped from initially can still prey upon other species, and it won't be until those animals die till we see a reduction in that. So that for neutered animals, that can be quite a protracted period, many years.
Biosecurity as well.
And the biosecurity issues as well. So it's not just that those individuals will be preying, it's a good point to bring up, is that they can also transmit diseases. They also carry a parasite burden, which can be transmitted to other animals.
So is it fair to say then, sorry, I was just thrown a bit there, because my understanding so far in looking at the data and the material that is available is that the trap, neuter, release programs are actually not effective. The material is suggesting that they're really not effective if the tool of the object is to reduce the harm on native wildlife. We just don't have, I'm just seeing nodding heads. Thank you, because I just got a bit thrown with that proposition, but I think I'm fairly clear on that. Sorry, Scott.
No, that's okay.
You carry on.
Happy to keep prosecuting. But I guess what is then considered best practice? You mentioned a few options there, but what are we looking at for the best practice of management of cat numbers? And that possibly varies in urban situations to within national parks. So that might be a question to a couple of different people.
Yeah. So I'll start initially. Our main tool is still toxic baits. They can be delivered effectively, cost effectively. We know they're efficient. The problem is that not all cats take baits, and so we need to look at additional methods in particular areas. What we don't at the moment have is a broad-scale tool that we can use. We do have individual tools which can be used on a smaller scale to protect high-value assets, but they tend to be unusual situations. So there might be, and National Parks colleagues can talk about these as well, there might be an area where you fence the area to exclude cats and you want to remove all the cats from within there or any other predators within there. So these methods work well within those contained areas. It's a lot of effort, but it can be done. Broad scale, we're still no closer to having the magic bullet. We don't have one. So there's still a lot of work to do there.
We're making improvements and developments in that space?
We're understanding, even understanding what doesn't work is important. So methods that have worked, and this is what was trialled first with the feral cat project, methods that have worked successfully for foxes and dogs and have thought to work for cats, because cats are just more difficult to work on. Because they're more difficult to work on, they're more expensive to work on. So we have, in some regards, assumed that the results that worked for other predators also worked for cats, and that hasn't quite been the case. What we have learnt is where it doesn't work. That's very important to understand, because it actually gives us the impetus to look for alternatives.
Did National Parks want to add to that?
Yeah, look, to follow up on what Steve's just mentioned, certainly some of the standard techniques, so some of those things like baiting, shooting and trapping, can deliver localised effects, but they're not often long-term, or they need to be sustained to be kept long-term, so that requires a significant effort. You can do that in places where you might have localised threatened species population that are range restricted and the like. But moreover, some of the other techniques that we're employing now are some of the larger fenced feral-free area projects that we're establishing right across New South Wales. So we've got 10 established or in the process of being established now, where with conservation fencing and an eradication program inside that fenced area, you can remove the feral predators and know then you've got a safe haven or a safe environment to reintroduce species that were once there but are now no longer. And we've done that to very good effect across New South Wales, across the National Park estate, and certainly more broadly in Australia there's significant examples of that occurring as well.
Can I go again?
Yeah, go.
When we're talking about something like this intervention, the intervention around containment, in that sort of scenario, are we looking at a spike of, obviously a spike of investment, then we're going to have a spike of captures and cats going into pounds and that sort of stuff, but surely the long-term goal is that once that initial intervention has had its impact, the numbers of roaming cats come down because there's less cats to join those communities. Is this an initial spike that we aim to gradually decrease the impact over time?
Look, that's quite a hypothetical question. In order to answer that, you've got to assume that you're 100% effective in containing cats and capturing cats. And if you're not 100% effective and you have cats that are still, that you have populations that are still increasing, you still need to maintain that effort to reduce the impact. Okay. I mean, it's a good question to ask, but I don't know that anyone here necessarily has the answer on that, because we don't also know the full extent of feral cats. As I said, you've got 4 types of cat ownership: owned cats, semi-owned cats, strays, and then feral cats. And cat containment works for owned cats, might work for semi-owned cats, and then once you're into the strays and ferals, you've got to be talking about other strategies.
Mm-hmm. So I have more, but I'm conscious.
That's right. I think Miss Abigail Boyd is online to ask some questions. Are you there, Miss Boyd?
All right. No,
I am indeed. Thank you very much, Chair, and good afternoon to all of you. I just wanted to ask a few simple questions. I guess the first one, there seems to be quite a lot of consensus around desexing being as one of the tools in the toolkit when it comes to reducing the numbers of cats. given that sort of support for desexing and the knowledge of how expensive it is for the average person to desex an animal, what sort of work has the government done so far around, I guess, modelling or planning any sort of desexing program that would help those who can't afford to desex a cat?
So I'm Ms. Boyd. I don't know whether any of my colleagues are going to touch that one, so it's probably me. We haven't done a lot of work. There was the draft report by CIE that looked at some of those issues, but it didn't go very far. We, I suppose, have been looking at this more from an opportunistic perspective rather than a programmatic perspective. And if one of the recommendations from the inquiry is to look at that from a programmatic perspective, then obviously we would do that and look at it. Again, it comes down to there are some inherent subsidies in the registration process for an incentive to have cats desexed. So if you have a desexed cat, you get the benefit of a lifetime registration. If you don't have a desexed cat, then you need to pay an annual registration fee. I do think, and as part of the broader Companion Animals Act review, the question needs to be asked as to whether that's been effective. And that will certainly be something that we'd be looking at from submissions. The next step from that would be, well, what are the other options to increase that desexing, and should we be more actively funding it? I don't know that it would be a government program, as in we'd have the government, the sexes, we'd have to look at doing what we've been doing now and utilising other private or other third-party providers like Cat Protection Society.
I think some people have suggested the idea of, a voucher system or something similar to, going through Service New South Wales and getting a bit of a discount on pet desexing. I'm not sure I necessarily subscribe to that, but in terms of there being, I guess, a less punitive and more generous approach to assisting people to not only desex but microchip and register their animals. Is that something that has been actively considered, or are we waiting really for that Companion Animals Act review?
Well, I think we're waiting for the Companion Animals Act review, as well as any advice coming out of this inquiry, before formalising or moving forward on any further analysis. The idea of a voucher system does have merit, just as the idea of providing grants to third-party organisations to undertake mass desexing also has merit. But again, it's a question as to who pays and how we fund that. And so if it's the government paying, then we'll need to come up with a rational cost approach to put to government as to what the benefits are, what the costs are, and how it would be managed.
Thank you. And I just wanted to ask on that, the trap, neuter, release issues around, what there's evidence for or not for. I think it seems to me that it depends on what you are, I guess, assessing it in relation to. So if, for example, you were looking at trap, neuter, release as an alternative to all other cat management policies, you might get a different I guess, assessment of its efficacy versus if you were using it as a, sort of in comparison to, I don't know where I'm going with this, but I guess, in terms of, I'll start again. I know that there are groups who would like to desex animals and release them rather than necessarily having them adopted, or as an alternative to sort of, I guess, putting them down, and see the prohibition on trap, neuter, release as being sort of an obstacle to desexing. If we compare trap, neuter, release as kind of a last resort, allowing that desexing to occur versus not having any desexing at all, has that sort of efficacy of TNR been looked at? It's a clumsy question, but I think you know what I'm getting at.
I do, but I can give, I suppose, when people put to the Office of Local Government trap, neuter, release is an effective approach. What they're really saying is that they believe it's an effective way to achieve a high number of desexes. The desexing of cat populations, which then means that you're reducing the number of cat populations and their growth. But that's, as you put it, the measure of success there is the number of new litters, whereas for my colleagues, the measure of success of some of their programs is about the reduction in predation.
So I guess putting it the other way, if instead of embracing TNR as a technique for reducing the number of cats in a particular area, if instead we at least just removed the prohibition on TNR to allow those people to desex cats that otherwise wouldn't be getting desexed or adopted or anything else, has consideration been given to that in terms of it being an obstacle to people sort of involuntarily going and desexing cats that otherwise would just be roaming around?
Well, I think Dr. Filmer's keen to address that.
I think the other factor, we talked about wildlife, we talked about the effectiveness of reducing the population, but the thing that hasn't been talked about here is the welfare of those animals. So you've got the welfare of the animals that are then released, and somebody this morning spoke about catching them, desexing them, vaccinating and then releasing them. Well, the vaccine's not going to work because they need to have 2 shots. So you're not going to catch a cat a second time in a cat trap. So that's a problem in terms of disease control and biosecurity. But the welfare of cats that are released is suboptimal, I would say. Cats are domestic species. They rely on people and should be relying on people to survive, or they're feral and relying on wildlife. So by releasing them again, you've got 2 major welfare issues. One is the welfare of the cat that you release, and you've then also got the welfare of the wildlife that it will predate on. So if somebody owns the cat and they're caring for it and they're feeding the cat, it can still eat wildlife, but it's not reliant on that as its source of food. But if an animal is released and it doesn't have an owner, or it doesn't have someone that can put its hand on it to care for it, then that animal is at significant risk in terms of animal welfare itself and also the wildlife that it predates on. So that's, from an animal welfare point of view, I don't think anybody's addressed that concern in what I've listened to today. So that's, from a welfare point of view, that's the concern.
So can I ask you then, on the back of that, I mean, I guess the alternative is catching them and killing them. If you've got a situation where there's no one willing to adopt that cat, the alternative to releasing it back in a desexed and unable to create more cats to prey on wildlife is just killing the cat, which obviously will also mean that it won't be able to prey on wildlife. But I guess we just need to be honest about that. If that's what we're saying, that it's better to kill the cat than it is to release it desexed into the community. Is that your view?
I think on balance that is the view. Like, there's no perfect solution here. This is a difficult problem that we're trying to, it's a wicked problem. There's lots of factors. You've got lots of different types of cats that probably all need a tailored solution for each of those 4 types of groups of cats that we've talked about today. So there's no simple solution, and unfortunately evidence this morning confirmed, and I'm sure National Parks would confirm as well, that there are too many cats, full stop. So by definition we have to reduce the numbers to get the numbers of cats back to a level that is going to have less impact on their welfare and also on the welfare of wildlife. So if you try and balance all of those things out and think it through, then unfortunately, as much as we might not like to think about it, it probably is going to be the best thing for some of those animals, particularly the feral ones or the unowned cats and the semi-owned cats, unless they can become owned cats. That's probably going to be the best solution in terms of trying to get the numbers of cats to a level that's manageable and sustainable and having less impact on wildlife.
So, final question, sorry, I know I'm hogging time, is if that's the case then, and we do all agree that there are too many cats, I haven't heard anyone say that they don't think that, but if the idea is to just, because there aren't enough homes to adopt all of these cats, particularly the ones we're talking about, these domesticated, semi-owned ones, then presumably stopping people from farming new cats and new kittens would be a really effective way of kind of reducing the numbers of new cats and creating more homes for those cats that are already out there. So was that considered when the government was bringing in its recent laws and banning puppy farms but not kitten farms? And is there more work to be done on banning kitten farms?
That's something that can be looked at, but if you look at the statistics that the RSPCA and Animal Welfare League provide, they have very, very few kitten farming prosecutions compared to puppy farming prosecutions. So the stats are mainly backing up the fact that puppy farming is more of a problem in terms of producing unwanted puppies than kitten farming as such. Now, there's a lot of people that have accidental litters of kittens. I think that's a different thing. But if you're talking about kitten farming as such, the driver for puppy farming, particularly during COVID, was the high price of puppies. Now, the price of kittens didn't get to the same level, and so the price driver in terms of people wanting to set up puppy farms or kitten farms, if that's what you want to call them, is different because dogs were getting high values during COVID particularly, so they're worth more, so there's a money driver there for people to breed lots of them to sell them. There's not that same driver for the cats because cats aren't, as a general rule, as expensive as dogs, and so there's not the financial gain available as a driver for people to set up kitten farms. So I'm not saying they don't exist, but in terms of the numbers, if you look at the risk profile, there's much, much, much less evidence to say that that is a problem. And if you look at the RSPCA and Animal Welfare League stats, they support that.
I'll ask follow-up questions on supplementary. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to ask a quick clarifying question as well, just because I feel like there's a little bit of different evidence that we're hearing today compared to the evidence that we've heard in the last 2 days of hearings. And when we're hearing from organisations that are supportive of trap and neuter programs, they're not talking about truly wild cats. They're never sort of talking about cats that are living in native forest areas or anything like that. They're usually talking about cats that are living in industrial areas, urban environments, and that's where they're really running those programs. And of course, there was a lot of criticism around the word release because they're not releasing cats, but they're continuing their care for them. And so I guess my questions, the clarifying questions, I guess, is to Dr. Filmer in regards to the welfare when we're talking about not re-releasing a cat into some sort of native forest or anything, but rather that those cats are continuing to be cared for, they're continuing to get veterinary treatment, they're continuing to be fed, but they're living, say, in an industrial complex rather than locked inside a house. I guess my first question then to you is about the welfare, and then my question then to Dr. McLeod is, you mentioned that research, and obviously the organisations that we've been talking to have also sort of talked a lot about that research, but they're talking about those more urban environments, and they're saying that that they're not proposing to do any of these programs on truly wild cats, but rather these much more contained groups of cats, and making sure that if there are any other contained groups nearby, that the desexing programs happen all concurrently so that those contained areas can all be desexed. Is your research then also backing some of that in regards to what those groups are then saying in regards to those urban environments? There could be a benefit but that there's no benefit when you start looking at truly wild populations.
Will I go first?
Yeah.
I think you have to, again, think this through carefully. If you have to trap the cat in the first place, then if the cat's going to be difficult to be provided with ongoing care. So the fact that it's called trap, neuter, release in itself is a concern, because if the cat's coming in for food but it's not quite enough that somebody can actually catch it, and you've got to trap it to then desex it and then presumably release it again, that means that as ongoing, its ongoing situation means that if it gets sick, if it gets its eyeball scratched out by a tomcat down the road, if something happens to it, the person that's caring for it and has affection for it or feeds it occasionally is not then going to be able to catch it to provide it with veterinary care. And so you've immediately got a welfare problem. If the cat's not tame enough that you can catch it to provide it with care, if it's not in a domestic situation enough that it can be cared for, then by definition the welfare of that animal is going to be compromised in an ongoing sense. So that's a concern from an animal welfare point of view.
I think the highly urban situation that you described is as close as possible to the criteria which I outlined, that in this situation it might be successful. I'm cautious to actually make that conclusion as well, based on the evidence of empirical studies from around the world where their claim as to success was that they reduced the size of the cat population. And the review of the literature, you really need to interpret what was the mechanism of that reduction. So some of the studies imply that the neutering itself was the mechanism of the reduction and those animals died naturally. The reality is quite different. In all studies where they've shown a reduction in the size of the population, there was a substantial proportion of the animals rehomed. And that, as you would understand, that works in the same way as removing the animal or euthanizing the animal. It's no longer present at that site. And so my criteria in terms of success would be based on, is it reducing the size of the cat population? But I also accept that other stakeholders might have different criteria on how they judge success.
Thank you. Mr. Higginson.
Thank you. With the 1 minute left, could I just ask you, please, Dr. McLeod, when you said about the broad experiment that's happening, who are the participants, the research partners, or is this, who's been involved in that?
So the experiment itself was led by DPI.
Mm-hmm.
We worked very closely with national parks,
yep,
and also with University of New England.
Great.
And that was funded by the Environmental Trust in New South Wales.
Thank you. And that will be released at some point later this year.
That's right.
Thank you. I'd just love to ask National Parks, if I can, what is the current situation in some of our really high biodiversity areas across particularly, say, the north and different areas where we've got higher, denser populations and urban encroachment onto some of our kind of high biodiversity regions, Blue Mountains, North Coast, those sort of places that adjoin your tenured estate as well. Are you engaging in particular strategies with neighbours or with those councils, and could you just share some of that experience?
Do you want to speak to that?
Yeah, I'm not sure. So you're talking about the impact of domestic or those semi-owned cats on
precisely,
fauna.
whatever we want to call them, cats.
It is an issue, and obviously where we look at our cat control programs, we're not looking at we're looking at removing cats from national parks, and in those more urban areas that will involve, if it's an owned cat, obviously finding the owner. So that's a complexity for us. I don't know whether you want to add to that, Richard.
Look, it probably goes back to the range of strategies that we spoke about before as well, and obviously where you've got that peri-urban environment, you can be faced with a range of different impacts. It could be everything from cats, other domestic animals. There's weeds and all sorts of things as well. It's a difficult operating environment. Certainly where cats and the impacts of cats are concerned, we're looking at focusing in on some of our control programs there. We also have now utilisation of things like the declaration of assets of intergenerational significance as well. So we declare areas where we have known habitat for threatened species. So it's a declared area which is an increased level of protection from whatever the threat might be. So we will implement programs to mitigate the particular threat. In many cases, I think 22 of our 111 conservation action plans have cats listed as a key threat. We implement actions to address the threat of the cats, and then we're monitoring to determine whether or not that management is having a positive effect on the threatened species that we're trying to protect in those areas. So again, it's a range of different techniques, and you've also picked up liaising with local councils and others as well. In some places we are doing that at a local level, but in other places that's a challenging environment too. Yep.
And just finally, I'll put some questions on those, but just finally, earlier on, I think it was Canterbury Council, the big, they were suggesting that there's a desperate need for an overarching regulatory framework that starts with, look, cats do need to be controlled, full stop, and shifting from the current vacuum of regulatory framework that basically doesn't provide for that kind of change in human behaviour around cats, to change the assumption that cats are just this strange animal that get to roam, dogs don't, nothing else does, but cats do, and that this overarching regulatory framework is really necessary. Is that something that you, within your agencies, have you come up against the absence of particular frameworks within the current regulation?
I think that's probably a question for me to take, given that the containment of cats, so they're dealing with cats from a threat abatement and a feral management perspective. I think my colleagues have identified their responses. If you're talking about cat containment, you would be talking about a fundamental change to the Companion Animals Act. As you say, cats have a different status to dogs. What I would say to you and to the committee is, if you're going to make a recommendation around that, and that's one of the reasons why the government has referred this to the committee, there is more than just a legislative process. There's an educative and a financial process that needs to be considered in order to implement that and implement that effectively.
I know we're out of time, but just with the cost assessment, where is the factoring in of the evidence we've received about the $2 billion a year on disease, and are those cost equations happening in terms of what the regulatory response, whether proposed or explored, are those other costs being factored into any position or discussion, and the costs of all of the control programs and strategies, are they in relation to trying to protect, and the cost obviously of losing wildlife, are those factors something that is already being considered internally?
Well, I think, as you can see from the government submission, there's a lot of debate around that, and the cost of the various programs that my colleagues have identified are a cost that is being borne right now by the government as a result of policies around cat management. So certainly if there would be an introduction of new policies and an expectation that the government would pay, that would be part of that cost benefit assessment that would need to occur. But are we saying, is there someone weighing, we're going to have more cats on the street, but we'll pay for it through threat abatement plans? No one's doing that. But it certainly would be something that would be considered as part of the process of making any legislative, regulatory and budgetary decisions to implement.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all for your time today and for coming to give evidence. There were some questions taken on notice which the Secretariat will be in contact with, and I know that there'll be members possibly with further questions on notice which they'll be in contact with you about as well. So thank you again for your time. And that brings us to the end of our inquiry today. Thank you.
Thank you.